Hello, Happy. Hello, Holy Teps. Hello, Thomas. It's a lot of wide people happies, Thomas. I see Cheese Forever's new video. I did not. What is it about? What do we got this time? Hello, Isaac. Good morning. Hello, Legger Boy. Alright, let's start with the most fun dungeon first. Pit of Heresy. You weren't Arpacking, but just, you know, you were early enough that we'll just give you some credit for being pretty close, you know? Pretty damn close. Hello, Z-Dev. I know, right, Holy Taps? I know. I really want to, if I could give up 1 point of intellect for 2 points of strength, I would be thrilled.
Once again, we are beckoned into their trap.
Did you actually have a birthday yesterday, Z-Dev? Because Kira had a birthday yesterday, and Pokemon had a birthday yesterday, and Weed Monkey had a birthday yesterday. Which kind of makes me think
caution, not curiosity.
May must be a time that people get freaky. I wonder why. No doubt something is going on there. This is not Pit of Heresy. Why are you so cringe if you're not in a cringe time zone? Like, if you didn't have to be, then why would you choose to be? Why solo dungeons when you can 12-man them? You know, that's not a bad question. But we're not going to be answering it in this episode. What's your thieving level then, Z-Dev? Hello, Robbie. The main reason that I solo them instead of 12-manning them, Solid Bear, is that getting a team together to 12-man things requires time and effort, and also, perhaps more importantly, it's hard to be sure which is the better bait title, you know? What's more likely to make people think, oh, I should watch this guy's stream. You blackjacked for 2 days and you're only 63? You need to blackjack better. Oh, you can't summon your Sparrow down here anymore? What's up with that? I didn't have to clear my throat before I started streaming. And now I suddenly do a lot. And I know it's because I started talking and I just became aware of a problem that was already there. But I can't help but think it's a little bit obnoxious of my body to not let me know a little sooner. You say that, Z-Dab, but thieving is a fast skill. You give me 2 days on that, I'm hitting at least 70. What the hell does that have to do with LeBron James? What in the world, Arpackin? Is that a joke of actual relevance? Rough day for him. Gave him the 1-2 buckle my shoe, lads. All right, so we got Rover EX. Pop. Pop. We'll go to Rover EX first. We'll do Rover. Who are you? Who are all of you? What the hell? 4 snipers? Ain't nobody got time for that. LeBron had to leave a game because his body failed him, even when he wanted to continue playing a game. Oh, when? It's like recent. I really can't decide how I feel about this thing for PvE. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just garbage. But man, it's so amusing that I just want to use it even though it is garbage. It's a really tough situation to be in. My role in the Trials Rocket is a old role. It's not from the one that's dropping now. It's Clown Cartridge Field Prep. I'm not sure if you can still get that, but if you can, it's worth getting. Pretty sick roll. I need a knight with a sword. I thought they spawned when I walked across this. But apparently not. And I'm not seeing one, so I guess we go down. Hey. That's a lot of enemies. The one thing about it is, like, the generosity with headshots feels so unpredictable. Here you go. Which is kind of a really important factor on something like this. You can't. Unlucky. I mean, can you, what can you get on the rocket launcher now? Any idea? They take forever to spawn now? Oh no. Bonk. There you go. Enjoy. Lads. Well, until they fix that rocket launchers only have one in the mag no matter what, I guess this rocket launcher is just godly. Kind of. It just does less damage outright than other rockets, but... You know... Talking about Mork's exotic tier list. I have Toes insists that Trinity Ghoul is an S+ tier weapon. And first of all, that just conflicts with my idea of what a tier list is. Like, I feel like S is supposed to be the best tier, and if there's a tier higher than S, then you're probably just not categorizing things well enough. But I could be wrong about that. Like, I always saw S as the tier that's like this stands out among things that are actually really good. Like it's the outlier tier. So if you have an outlier among outliers, there'd have to be very few of them. Otherwise, it would inherently not be an outlier. Anyway, so Trinity Gold being good for ad clear is cool and all, but ad clear is so easy that if any weapon is good specifically for ad clear, it automatically becomes just not that good of a gun when considering all the options you may have available. Which is why something like a rocket launcher with field prep might not necessarily be as good as something with like Frenzy. How do I feel about the season? You feel Battlegrounds, which is basically the only repeatable content, got Resident Sleeper so fast. I feel you on that. I don't really love Battlegrounds that much. I will say, I think it's kind of cool that we've got the hammer with charges where it's like, I should probably run Battlegrounds every so often and then I get some extra loot out of it. I think the biggest issue with it for me is the charges that you get on your hammer aren't really very valuable. They don't do anything. I mean, they allow you to focus engrams, but focusing them just doesn't help enough on its own. Particularly when you have more than one charge. How do I think Bungie's going to rework Warmind cells? I would guess... Let's see. So my first thought is they could make them higher cost, so that you can really only run Warmind mods if you tried to run that, but that's not a very good solution. I really need to go all the way up, because I didn't kill the very first guy, and I forgot you actually have to do that or they don't spawn. Yeah, if Global Reach got a significant nerf, that would balance them out on its own. I think that's probably right. Change Global Reach and everything's kind of in a working order at that point. Alright, now that I've got a sword, those guys should spawn. So I hadn't heard of the band The Neighborhood other than for the song Sweater Weather, which is a really great song, until my girlfriend showed me a song called Devil's Advocate by them, which is also really good. But there's some imagery in some of their music videos that seems to imply that they might be breaking up as a band or something to that effect. And it's very concerning because, like, I didn't even remember they really existed for the most part, and for them to go straight from not even being on my radar at all to dismantling their band, hi Ulking, it's just like, damn, bummer. Prime Engram, boys. Did I see what now? According to our data, nearly 50% of players entering trials went flawless on PC this week. Seems a bit high, so we looked into it. Turns out that the 23,661 flawless PC players so far, 11,281 have 0 kills this week. 16,300, 69% nice, have 5 or less. What? Win traders or something? How do you even win trade in trials? Also, what am I need to write an email to Bungie licensing. It's like, I don't feel particularly confident I'd be able to sell merch that has characters from the Destiny universe. which would be a bit of a bummer because it'd be pretty sick to have a design involving, like, I mean, the thought process is bosses that I have soloed in raids, or possibly some things from two-mans as well. That is kind of the meat and potatoes of why anybody actually watches my twitch.tv/channel. But I don't know that I could do that and get away with it, because Bungie might say, hey, that's RIP you're using. That's not allowed. Basically, everyone in China are participating in some sort of scheme. A follow-up video that explains it all. I really want to watch this and understand it, but can you explain just like the gist of it? Because being that I'm streaming, I feel like I probably shouldn't watch that right now. Unfortunately, Salad Bear, soccer ball fell through. Cast Wood merch was never really in the pipeline. That one I don't really know what we could do about. That'd be the kind of thing where I'd probably have to get it printed in like only 4 colors, and I'm not sure how it would work. You know, I'm surprised there's not an achievement in this triumph, whatever, for killing all 3 of these guys with 1 sword. I guess the easiest way to do that would be to just wait for a bunch of supers, and that would be lame, but it does seem like it'd be kind of fitting triumph. Why do you say trading trials wins is not exclusive to Asian servers? Because I haven't heard of it being done or ran into people who are doing it very much at all. And if it is happening with any regularity, I would guess that it probably is happening somewhere on a server collectively, because like I doubt it's Asian players playing. Throw that out there. But I mean, I think there's probably a reason that the whole you know, go on an Asian server to boost your... Well, that's a pretty good roll. KD, or boost achievements in Gambit or something like that. You can join on running trials matches even on different characters. Everyone plays a burner card. 2 teams match, they roll dice. The team that wins the dice roll leaves and rejoins on the actual card with a different character to get a guaranteed win. What? How do they know this is happening exactly? You can join on running trials matches even on different characters. Everyone plays a birder card. 2 participating teams match. They roll dice. Team that wins the dice roll leaves and rejoins on the actual card with a different character guaranteed to win. So I'm really lost on some of the details here, but that sounds to me like literally everybody playing on that server is intent on making sure to get trials loot without playing trials. That's what I'm hearing right now. What? So, I assume duping still works, but I guess I'm gonna find out. Okay. pretty big guy to be that not threatening. I probably will not play more Apex soon. I really don't like that game very much anymore. Pathfinder's nowhere near as fun to play as he used to be with his long cooldown, and the gunplay has been ruined by controller players. And I wish I was joking, but I'm not. Well, looks like duping still works. I don't think it's gonna spread to other servers. Honestly, it would be amazing if that was just a bunch of Asian players doing that, and it's just like they agree for the collective good of the community that it's best to just not actually play the game. I kind of really like that, to be honest. That's a row fight the power type move right there. Basically, everyone joins the game on their burner cards that they don't mind losing on. Then whoever with the random... You know what the problem there is then? It's just that you share a trials card across characters. Like, I don't know what the thought process behind that is, but that's kind of stupid, right? A specified gunplay situation on Apex? I mean, anytime someone's got a Mastiff or a Eva, they're just going to body me every time if they're on controller. If they're running an R99 or a Volt, they're going to hit all of their shots. Sometimes even hitting like all headshots. I mean, pretty much anything at close range. Wingman is also relatively consistent on controller, and you actually have to aim it on PC. That's just like... Basically, all of the guns that are hard to use on PC are not hard to use. Not on PC. It's dumb. I mean, the thing is, like, I play Destiny, and Destiny has a shitload of aim assist for both mouse and keyboard and controller, and that makes it good. You know, there's plenty of aim assist on both, so it's fine. But on Apex, controller gets a shitload of mouse and aim assist, and mouse and keyboard gets fucking none. It's stupid. That's really not what I had in mind for that grenade. I actually almost don't even want to beat this, because like a cowboy on the last frontier, boys. The moon, of course, being the last frontier, not the Wild West. All right. I mean, I don't know if I could say anyone is a quote-unquote horrible controller player over that, because aim assist actually works differently on console than on PC on that game, which is really weird. I'm not exactly sure what the differences are. I just know that it is in fact different. And I mean, that's not to say that mouse has no, or excuse me, not mouse. Controller has like a low skill requirement, because it does have a high skill requirement. It's just that once you meet that high skill requirement, you're better off playing on a controller than on a keyboard and a mouse, which is annoying. I don't want Curse of Suffering. I want 0 Curse of Suffering. Oh wait, that's right. I can't even do that. What? Oh, I didn't get on the plate recently enough. Forgot you had to do that. Yeah, I did do this part legit solo on the first day. What a good, consistent grenade.
love you too.
All right. Trial 2. Oh, they made it so it kills you faster? Why? Specifically for that reason right there? This part's already actually by far the hardest part solo. Like, if you're not doing the dupe thing, then it gets rough. I mean, honestly, it's pretty tough to even do the dupe thing if you don't have weapons of light or bubble. Nizzle, thanks so much for the 25 months. Cast TBH to you too, my friend. Thank you, Nizzle. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you very, very much. That is a weird roll for a rocket launcher. No, thank you. Kuma, thanks for gifting a sub to Raymond. Welcome back, Raymond. Appreciate it, Kuma. Thank you, thank you. Why would I aim down, like, aiming down sights on Deadman's tail? Not worth it. Gotta get the, I literally don't even remember where they are. I don't know why I'm looking at that. I'm like looking at that thing like it's gonna give me a roadmap of where I need to go, except I don't even remember what the symbols mean, so it's just completely useless. Would a Helm of Saint 14 help in the bubble part? Yeah, it would actually. That is not Behemoth melee. Because you can afford to walk outside the bubble and not feel like you're gonna get absolutely destroyed. Honestly, there's probably better grenade options too. Well, maybe not actually. Magnetic and suppressor are both not good for that. Why am I seeing red on my radar, but there's no one there? Curious. This gun. I'm so glad I've got subsistence on it. Also, I love Lion Rampant. I'm glad I've got... Man, my Titan feels very great right now, I've got to say. Having a gear set that I like that I can use in basically all activities and stat distribution on it that is pleasing to the eye for the most part. If only I could do something about my strength. Like, if I could do something that would just give me like a teeny tiny bit of strength, that'd be just amazing. And when I say a teeny tiny bit, I mean like literally just 2. This is actually kind of nice. This class feels awful compared to Behemoth. Not having movement as an option is just like, why? I feel like Lion Rampant movement should be the normal movement because it feels like a completely different game when swapping off of it. I actually think that Lion Rampant is probably the only exotic for movement that feels like it justifiably is an exotic. We're talking about something like Stompies, Transversives, like you just get a little sprint speed and slide distance, and like that is so important in PvP that if you don't have it, it really hurts you not to have it a lot of the time. Like it's just very important in moment to moment gameplay because like as you're fighting people, you know, if you need to slide around a corner, you can slide farther and actually get something done instead of getting a dinky little slide and being right in front of them right when you stop. not to mention being able to jump faster and get to positions faster than your enemies and that sort of thing, like, is pretty hard to give up stompies. And it's frustrating too, because I feel like Mask of Bacchus is like, I would really love if I could run Mask of Bacchus and stompies, and it makes me wish that they had done something like this is, you guys ready for it? It's time for mentioning RuneScape. In RuneScape, there are prayers that buff the strength of your abilities. Like, you have, so for ranged attacks, which is like bows and arrows and slingshots and guns, those things. Spoiler alert, those are not all in RuneScape. I'll let you guess which ones aren't. But by default, you have a bunch of different prayers unlocked. There's like Bird's Eye, Hawkeye, Eagle Eye, and then Rigor. Rigor is the highest ranged attack prayer, and like they go up in percentage. Like the first one, Bird's Eye, will give you like 5%. I'm not sure if that's the right name of it, by the way. It's just so irrelevant content-wise that I don't even know. And then Hawkeye will give you 10%, Eagle Eye will give you 15%, and Rigor gives you like 23% or something like that. So Rigor is really good, and having those prayers is really good. And the way that you unlock Rigor as the other ones are locked up by level requirements. So like you might need 5 prayer for Bird's Eye, 15 for Hawkeye, 30 for Eagle Eye. I don't remember the exact numbers, but I know Rigor is like 74 or something. So there is a hard level requirement behind it, but there's also an item that you get from a raid that unlocks Rigor. It's called a Dexterous Prayer Scroll, and it's a relatively valuable item because it is the only way that you have access to a really strong ability. And that makes getting the Dexterous Prayer Scroll, or buying it, really worthwhile, because then you are able to unlock Rigor, the best ranged attack ability in the game. Yeah, there are bows in RuneScape. Moral of the story here being, what I kind of wish they had done with Mask of Bacchus and Icefall Mantle, and I don't really know so much about Necrotic Grips per se. I can't remember what the other Warlock... Oh, Dawn Chorus? Yeah, the Warlock doesn't really have an equivalent. But like, I feel that Icefall Mantle and Mask of Bacchus would have been appropriate things to just unlock on Hunter, either as just stasis abilities or as like character unlocks as a whole. Where like they give us something that just makes our subclass stronger because we played the game and we unlocked some activity. Basically like aspects, but just like applied without having an opportunity cost to it. Like the aspects are cool, but I don't want to have to be on stasis necessarily to get value out of it all the time. I like the idea of them just buffing our entire class's kit at some point. I feel like that would be really nice, personally. I'm not even going to get 3 kills. Scout rifle, by the way. Bunga, bunga, bunga. I did try Outriders, and my professional opinion on that game is that I can't handle the movement being as limited as it is. Like, I really do like first-person shooters. There's a reason that I've been into like Halo, Apex, Overwatch, Destiny. Those games intrigue me. I find them fun. But it's also no coincidence that the games that I just mentioned also have, well, Halo is not as obvious on this account, but those games have good movement. Apex and Destiny and Overwatch. Overwatch especially, to be honest. I mean, I guess I could say especially for some aspect of it for each of them. Because in Destiny, you've got sick stuff like what I just did there. Like, that's exciting and cool, and you'll love to see it. These guys have changed their AI, though. There's no way they used to group up like that before. I would have noticed. Then in Apex, you've got like the really cool sliding mechanics and like the jumping off of zip lines as you're going up buildings and elevators. That's pretty cool. The wall jump mechanic is kind of neat. If you're practiced at it, you can get around the map way quicker than other people normally can. And then the so Overwatch's thing that makes it good movement-wise, you got like AD spam. Like you actually have very quick like it's, I guess, perfect acceleration, one-to-one movement. Like if you press a button, your character's going to start moving that way instantly, and that is definitely, stop it, a kind of cool thing to be able to do. For a competitive sense, that is like definitely the best. I guess what it comes down to is that all of the games succeed at what they're trying to do. Like Apex's movement is like very clearly momentum based. Destiny's fits really well as far as being an action power fantasy, and Overwatch's fits well as far as being a competitive shooter environment. But it's a little unfair that you just launched that at me the exact instant it started. My weapons are not good for this. I might actually switch weapons for a second DPS phase because this is pain. I'm experiencing pain as we speak. Fire rate, hello. That attack is so dangerous. Oh, wow, he did not wait long on that at all. That's fine, I need to change weapons anyway. Dude's got way too much health to be fighting him with this loadout. I'm gonna pull over my Anarchy. And I guess, maybe Deafening Whisper? Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Double slug anarchy? Yeah, I don't really see that being viable solo against this guy, but I bet if you're practiced enough, you can make it work. What is with these guys grouping up? They did not used to do that. So I guess the thing that's interesting about Destiny versus Apex is like Destiny is not a heavily momentum-based movement, which is the reason you can be running one direction and just instantaneously go the other way sliding. Definitely does have a sense of momentum to it, particularly in the verticality, but not to anywhere near the same extent. And I think that works really well. To define the two as different things. Like Apex's momentum-based aspect means not only that you are able to, you know, like build speed if you continue in the same direction, generally, but also that you are more than likely going to be basically standing still as you're fighting things, and that is not true in Destiny. I mean, it's not true in Apex either if you're playing at a really high level, the way that you can move your characters, but it's hard to be sure exactly how much of that is by design and not just a byproduct of an effective design. It's a lot of heavy ammo. I really thought I'd block a little more damage than that. DPS doesn't show up anymore? Hold up. Do we like this heretic? Like, are we actually going to use a rocket launcher just because it's got demolitionist? Is that ever going to happen? Damn, the window for not messing that up has gotten so big. What makes a shooter competitive? Like, why Overwatch considered competitive and Destiny 2 not competitive? Okay, so let's go into the most obvious reasons first. In Destiny 2, when you make a new character, you don't have shit. You have to build your way up, and until you've done that, you are not going to be able to compete with other people. Like, if I just run Dead Man's Tale against someone who's got, like, a white hand cannon in the beginning of the game, they've got, like, an hour-long reload time, they've got terrible range, they've got terrible handling, probably bad aim assist, too. Like, they're going to really struggle to get any value at all versus a weapon that is actually in-game. So that's a big one. Not to mention subclasses. I mean, you have to unlock that stuff too. And then there is the connection style. I mean, this game is peer-to-peer. Someone in a lobby is always going to have host. Whoever has host is going to be at an advantage because they basically see you first, which is just how it is. Stop it, you. This is actually not a very good weapon for DPS here. Or is it? Maybe it is double slug time. Then there's the matchmaking styles of the game. That is a really big one as well. Actually, before we go on to that, like I said, the server style in this game, peer-to-peer, is just fundamentally a lot less competitive than Overwatch being dedicated servers, which everybody is connecting to. I mean, it's definitely not a perfect comparison, but dedicated servers are like everybody connecting to a referee, whereas peer-to-peer is one of the players being the referee, in the sense that that connection is the one that decides, like, the referee connection, quote-unquote, is the one that decides what actually happened. So dedicated servers are a lot more fair in that respect. Not to mention just better in general, with a higher tick rate. Which means that there is a lot less of things happening at the same time. Something is 10 tick rate, for instance, and that means that there are 10 ticks a second, and you would, if something happened, if two players did the same thing on the same one of those 10 ticks, the game would say it's simultaneous. But then if there's 60 ticks, then the chance of something happening on the same tick is much, much smaller, which dramatically reduces the chance of whoever did something first not being considered first because the other person did it at the same time. So, character progression, server, and then matchmaking. In Destiny, you've got some playlists that are skill-based matchmaking where it'll try and place you against enemies of similar skill. And there are some playlists that are connection-based matchmaking where it just tries to place you against people who are going to have a strong connection to you so that you will have a high-quality game integrity-wise. And that is pretty standard, I would say. But the competitive nature of Destiny is held back by something like Glory, for instance, being a skill-based playlist instead of actually having Glory be a ranking system of itself. So if you are a really high glory player, you aren't necessarily going to match other high glory players. If you match someone who is very low glory, but in the same skill bracket as you on your hidden MMR, that would not be unusual at all, and that is not a very good system for a competitive experience, because that means that your ranking in-game is never actually recognized on any objective standard. Like, if you're max glory, that is definitely not easy to achieve, but it's also not being at the top of an MMR ladder. Not to mention the fact that getting 5,500 glory is a thing. The amount of players who've actually gotten 5,000 SR in Overwatch is very, 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 very small. And the number of people who've done that, I'm pretty sure all of them have done exploits of some kind or other, which is fundamentally uncompetitive too, of course, but like if you 6-stack with other really cracked players in the middle of the night on Latin American servers or something like that, it's not going to be able to find a good match for you, and it'll eventually just throw you into a game because it doesn't want to leave you in matchmaking queue forever. And when it does that, it just typically will place people against a match that they're basically guaranteed to win, because they're just matching some 6-stack of players that aren't anywhere near as good as them. But yeah, like I said, that is an abuse of the system. Pretty hard to prevent that kind of thing. I mean, how are you supposed to actually match a tier? They actually did do something about it, though, just to be clear on that. It's not like they just left that in the game and they're like, oh, well, it is what it is. They, bonk. Made it where you can't stack with more than 2 people once you're in Grandmaster ranking, which is anywhere above 4,000. But 5,000 is actually max SR, so I'm not sure if anybody's gotten max SR since that happened, actually. It's kind of an interesting thought. Wouldn't surprise me if they found a different way to abuse the matchmaking, but also wouldn't surprise me if they didn't. So anyway, we got matchmaking, we've got character progression, we've got server quality and connection quality in general. And then, I guess probably the final component of what makes Destiny 2 a much less competitive game overall is the actual official backing for the competitive nature of it. Overwatch has something called Overwatch League, where there's teams of players that are they represent their universities or states or countries. So there's a lot of actual presentation value that goes into that kind of thing. Like Blizzard has an arena where they host those Overwatch tournaments. But, oh, not by. Whoa! Dangerous. And then there's the lower tier division of that, which is the contenders. And to be a contenders player, you also have to be pretty serious about it. And there's some... I don't actually know anything really about the participation in that. I just know that Blizzard officially endorses it and does their best to make sure that that community is able to thrive. And then on Destiny's end, you've got basically nothing. I mean, there was some attempts to make Destiny 2 more competitive when Destiny 1 was left behind, but as we all know, that did not work out really at all because they dropped the ball. They were like, what if we made it where there's 2 primary weapons and gun skill mattered less than ever before? Oops. I mean, that was actually such a major design, just oopsie. I'll never be able to understand how they made that choice. I'm actually not 100% on how this is like... How are you supposed to do this in fewer phases? Anarchy is not... I mean, I guess my special weapon's not getting a whole lot of value right now, but... Because the only things coming to mind are that I could be running a subclass that actually gives me some kind of damage help, because Stasis is not doing it at all. And then there's oh, it's not ideal. I literally turned around to try and get him off my ass. I did the opposite. I don't want to die though. I'm pretty sure the loot from dungeons is completely worth it, yeah. Yeah, Weapons of Light Lament might actually be pretty sick here. That fool almost just killed me while he was in the middle of his, like, get his shit together animation. I could also be running Charge with Light, that would probably help. But I don't think that stacks with Weapons of Light, so not sure how much it would help. Unfortunate. So, like, if Destiny actually wanted to take a competitive route, they would need to, first of all, upgrade their servers. That would be a very basic requirement, which isn't to say that the gameplay is always on a horrible connection that is fundamentally uncompetitive, so much as that it is fundamentally uncompetitive for one player to have host. Like, I personally feel like I can play kind of regardless of where someone I'm playing against is from, but that doesn't mean that it is fair. Like, if I was actually in a tournament setting, I would not be okay with playing against someone who has, like, a 100 ping advantage on me. Even if their peer-to-peer network structure does a good job of smoothing out that advantage to where it's not egregious most of the time. Like, weirdly enough, I feel that more often than not, when someone has an advantage over me in Destiny, it feels like they have a worse connection than me. I'm not really sure how that works. You don't think Bungie will ever make this game competitive that's reserved for Matter? I honestly would be a little surprised if they went with it with Matter, but it's not impossible by any means. I mean, like, this is maybe not fair. So, you know, I could be completely wrong in saying so, and it's a little mean to say, but if I was going to trust Bungie with anything, competitivity would not be towards the top of my list. Like, I think they are incredible creatively. I think they have, like, really great communication, and they foster a fantastic community, and they make things that are awesome to play with, and I look forward to pretty much every content drop, and they've consistently done a good job of making me feel like I am participating in a community that is worthy of being participated in. I'm playing a game that is worth the playtime that I put into it, even if it is a shitload. But I don't know that I trust them to make a competitive experience. Because they have, I mean, with Destiny, their complete lack of ability to make that happen has been just impossible to ignore. And I know that, like, part of that is going to have to be that the people who are in charge of trying to make things competitive are working within the constraints of a game that has to share a PvE and PvP sandbox. So that, you know, it's not like they've just got an easy job there if they wanted to try and make it competitive. They've got their work cut out for them, because how do you reconcile random roles with a competitive playlist if the people in charge of making decisions from a top level aren't willing to let you make a playlist where everybody has the same weapons? And if they were able to make a playlist with all the same weapons, would that be the best thing for the game too? Like, Basically, what I'm getting at is I don't think that they're really in a position in terms of the design space where they are actually able to do whatever they wanted to. Do whatever they wanted to actually make it a competitive game. I don't think they could do that if they wanted to. So it's hard to really judge fairly at this present moment, but just I know that they have tried some, and it has not panned out at all. Groofler, thanks so much for the 20 months. 20 years, almost older than you? Wow. I didn't know you were 40. In my opinion, given the sort of game Destiny is, I feel nailing the casual side of PvP is more important. I mean, I am saying basically that exact thing. I think that like focusing on the casual aspects of Destiny is absolutely where their effort should be, because that is where people tend to have the most fun. And I honestly think that, like, I mean, yesterday I did a 12-man game of Mayhem with like mostly things like Behemoth, Chaos Reach, Thunder Crash, Silence and Squall, that sort of stuff, and like that's pretty fun. And it's like that's a pretty good helmet actually. The chaotic nature of the game is a big part of what makes it an enjoyable experience. So if they tried to move away from that and make it as competitive as it could be instead, I think that would probably be a risky and bad decision. But also, I just don't, like I said, I don't feel absolutely confident that even if you took the blinders off, that they would be able to do a whole lot better. I don't know. Like, I guess I haven't seen them like fail at anything they've really tried to do. No, that's actually a lie, because they did try to make Crucible competitive in the beginning of Destiny 2, and it failed. So that is the one thing I have seen them fail to do while actually trying. Because that's the big thing with development studios, is what they're actually trying to do. Like you could pin tons of different things that the game fails to do, but if the developer is not actually trying to do it, then you can't really be surprised that it's not happening. Hey, nice WDA Sears. How do you like it so far? Have you used it much? I don't give a shit about this. Who am I kidding? So, how do I feel about this Karak helmet? That's the real question. Oh, wait. Is this actually just better? If I was to put an intellect mod on it, it would be better recovery and better intellect. So that is noteworthy. Well, this isn't actually my best helmet in terms of intellect and recovery. Now, that is my best helmet in terms of intellect and recovery. And if I was to masterwork this other one, it would be worse resilience, worse mobility, worse discipline, worse strength, and slightly better in recovery and intellect, which might potentially be worth it. It's a lower roll overall, but whoo, we'll hold on to that for the time being. This helmet, however, is actual garbage. And that's a lot of strength, but when do you ever want that much strength? Clawify, thanks so much for the 2 months. Thanks, I love you too. Thanks, I love you too. Appreciate it, Clawify. Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think they're really trying to be competitive with Destiny at this present moment. I mean, the complete lack of effort in Crucible says as much, but I do think they tried to at the beginning of Destiny 2. I don't know what to tell you, Clawify. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, looks like Kuma knows what to tell you, though. I would definitely not want a high strength helmet on a hunter either. I mean, I just always use Gambler's Dodge and dodge near enemies. This is your favorite dungeon out of a lot of them. I personally feel like Pit of Heresy is a okay dungeon. I give it an okay out of 10. Clawify, thanks for gifting a sub to Forbo. Forbo, enjoy your sub. Assuming you were in fact here. Thank you, Clawify. But, boink. Oh, wait, what? Bonk. don't want to use Anarchy. Anarchy's boring. I've had my fun. No more Anarchy. Naimazoku, thanks so much for the 4 years. Appreciate it, Naim. Oh my. Stop it with the teleporting. Oh, the pain. But yeah, Prophecy and Shattered Throne both get like a, I don't know, they get like a, probably like a 9 at least. Because as far as being content that's designed to be soloed, but a challenge to solo, while having a variety of kinds of encounters throughout, I wouldn't mind a little bit more puzzly type stuff than what we get in either of those. Because the puzzles, quote unquote, are really more just like combat encounters, realistically. Zyro Reflex. Thank you very much for the 47 months. Almost 4 years. Almost. Old cast pause. Fuck you. Wait, what? You moved awfully fast for being slowed. You guys got a beefy health bar. Yeah, I'm really just not sure this thing is worth using at all. Pains me to say that, because I really wanted a caster frame that was good, and I figured the fact that they gave it more impact was because they recognized the other one was Trashola and they wanted to rectify their mistake, but kind of looks like that might have just been an accident and they let both of them in a Trashola Garbanzola state. Do not. What's your health bar? How many hits does it take to kill? You know, you're invisible. That's just inconvenient. We're gonna need to. You're gonna need to get the fuck out of here. I feel like this sword needs an intrinsic heavy ammo finder perk. So, like, comparing this to Prophecy, I feel that they're pretty even because they both have a really strong, unique aesthetic. Where the Shattered Throne puts you in these kind of like drab, inhospitable type environments where there's just geometry that doesn't really make any sense, but it's, for the most part, kind of organic seeming stuff. Rocks and... I guess for the most part it'd be a big exaggeration there. But basically everything is either like dead trees, rocks, or buildings that directly mirror the ones in the Dreaming City. The Ascendant Plane as we've come to know and love it. Hey. Then you gotta like the solar, oh, I say solar winds, I don't know why the word, I guess I'm just using a solar sword and it slipped in. Like the impression of wind constantly moving throughout makes this place feel really just like desolate, like it's about to fall apart at any moment. And that aesthetic is pretty cohesively built throughout the entire dungeon. And the encounters are this one where you're kind of going through all the different symbols. Which is like kind of a puzzle encounter, but more realistically, it's just a combat encounter. Which is where I say that they would probably lose that 10th point that they could get if they would just commit to making some puzzles actual puzzles. What? Hey. What the? That tiny pillar didn't protect me? Man, it's really hard to 180 right when I need to. I gotta practice that. And the value of just using the sword is actually a lot higher. That kind of sucks. And then Prophecy Dungeon, I feel, is much more geometric, and then it's got really strong themes of like, I mean, I feel like this place is very gray, whereas Prophecy is very light or dark. I mean, that's a major theme in that dungeon, is light and dark. And that was a fucking Matrix-style move this man just did. I just used my last ammo on nothing somehow. Where the hell did he go? How much room do you have out here? Go away. Oh. But I gotta tell you, you're pissing me off. Whoa, what the? I may have gotten disoriented. I'm big confused. I've got to go back there and figure out what the hell my brain just did with that. Oh, that kind of sucks. I was in the last one, too. I guess not the actual last one, but close enough. That's where I'm upset about it. Moments like this, I actually kind of miss Mountaintop. Oh, I'm getting damage numbers. So it looks like they did not fix Rampage not working on this. Unlucky. Yeah, no, I did not know a secret shortcut there. I really want to know where I was, because I bet if I had actually anticipated that I was about to just be off the map, I could have figured out a way to get back, but I have never gone that direction before, as far as I am aware. Man, my, that's 7,000 for a break. 5,000. Uses more super energy. I'm not even sure. Anyway, probably the single biggest problem with Pit of Heresy that gives it an okay out of 10 instead of the 9 out of 10 the other two dungeons get is it is the only dungeon with no sub-boss. Shattered Throne has Vorgath. Prophecy has the Phalanx guy, who I don't actually know his name. Pit of Heresy doesn't have anything. I guess it's got ogres that chase you around that are annoying, but wouldn't really call that a sub-boss. I haven't used Salvager Salvo to have a really good sense of how much I like it, but it seems like it's pretty cool from what little I have used it. Phalanx, Keko. Yeah, you're right. Damn, those are very not inventive names. Kel Echo and Phalanx Echo. So what the hell is the Phalanx Echo meant to represent? I thought the whole concept of the Prophecy Dungeon was kind of that they were like foreshadowing the departure of the planets that were taken by the darkness, as well as warning us about the, I guess, rise to power of Aramis. Think of that better fire rate. Oh, I have no ammo. Uh-oh. Oh, the pain! Not expect to take that shot. Oh, no. Phalanx Echo could mean Keitel? I don't know about that. I mean, that kind of works, but... I don't really like using this Deafening Whisper very much. At least right here. Maybe I just use a Slug Shoddy. Oh, I underestimated the Thrall as Veltarlo did. You hate to see it. That's not ammo. Oh yeah, he doesn't actually freeze. Blech. What's the point of the mission from Arrivals being called a means to an end? I want to say that that was talking about us using darkness as a means to an end, but I could be wrong. I don't really know. Okay, no more dyings. Going about this just a tiny bit too casually. Need to up the seriousness just a smidge. I wouldn't benefit at all from reloading that. Stop it. Just want to come inside. Play the game. Goodness. I don't know why I thought that was special ammo, but I did. This is definitely not a deathless solo attempt. I am not anywhere near serious enough about dungeons right now to try and get solo flawless runs. I mean, I could probably do flawless without trying that hard. It's just a matter of, like, I don't want to be upset if I fail. Plus, I would have to use meta gear to feel confident in not having to try that hard, and using meta gear is not a fun time all the time. There's only like a handful of threats in this, and I don't know, like fighting Vorgath with. Hey, let's see, what would I actually use if I wanted to one-phase him? I guess I'd probably use Lament. That'd be kind of sick. Hold up, I'd look forward to that now. Bitch. Oh yeah. You don't freeze either. Am I moving closer to the wall every time I fire or something? How did I hit the first shot? I guess I'll see if I can do Deathless from here forward because I've wasted too much time in this first room, dying 3 times in a row, was it? You saying Vorgath has no HP? I feel like Vorgath's got a pretty chunky health bar. Ouch. Ouch incoming. Slug shotties are actually pretty great. I mean, damn, this thing actually deals damage. Snipers are useless by comparison. That's crazy. I'm planning on doing solo Grandmaster Nightfalls this season. You would love to see me do that on Sepix and Saber Tank. You know, I haven't done those two, so maybe I will do those two. Not sure about in general, because solo Grandmasters are very tedious. Because you have to learn all the different ways that you can just get completely flanked and die instantly, and that is not a fun way to learn. I didn't express the way to learn. You die. That's how you learn. You just get killed by it. I could see the Saber Shank being kind of hard, actually, too. No, I'm not firing for something specific. I'm just doing something that amuses me. Because the rewards are there. Why, can you farm this? Is that even a thing? DCI Riku. Thanks so much for the 28 months. Appreciate it, DCI Riku. Bonk. You know, I don't know what the deal with Resident Evil 4 specifically is, but man, I always think about that game as a game that I just want to play again. You are not going to do this. That fool almost just killed me by spam firing. What in the world? Since when are Minotaurs that dangerous because of their gun? Usually they actually just run in and try to melee you, but no, not that guy. Resident Evil 4 is definitely my favorite of the series too, but like, I'm not even sure how like deserved that is. Because while it's definitely a good game, and there's a lot of aspects of it that are pretty sick, it's not like the story is that great, you know, like. Why is the Resident Evil 4 praised so much? I think it just does a really good job of what it tries to do. That's really all it comes down to. You know, I'd get out of here. Part of what's good about it is definitely that the gameplay environments are pretty diverse and interesting. Like it goes from like little quaint rural town and has some kind of spooky vibes there, and then there's a point where you're in like a military kind of base in an area that has some almost Egyptian kind of aesthetic to it, but it somehow manages to blend together well enough where it's not ridiculous at all. And then the inventory management system in that game is probably one of the most satisfying in any game ever. Like, that is actually fantastic. The game is probably one of the best in terms of economies and vendors that I've ever played to this day. They just do a really good job of making you actually value your space and care about what you pick up. And get out of here with that. And it's got some really cool bosses. That's actually worth noting too. I mean, especially for the time. Oh fuck, what was his name? Little Napoleon guy. Oh no, what the fuck was his name? You're kidding me. How do I not know his name? Salazar. Ramon Salazar. That's right. His boss fight is really cool. The boss fight against his right hand is really cool. Who else? El Gigante and the double Gigante fight, really cool. He's already Tracer. The chainsaw dudes are cool. The double chainsaw ladies are cool. The Krauser boss fight's pretty awesome. I mean, there's just a lot of... that game does a really good job of its boss fights, its quick time events. It's it's kind of basic in the storytelling a lot of times, but it really, really succeeds at what it does try to do. And it's actually genuinely scary a couple times too, I think, personally. I mean, the first time you fight against a regenerator, you're like, what the fuck is that? And it winds up being a scary enemy. Like, it's actually probably the single best example I can think of ever in a game where there's an enemy that you actually fight and kill, and it is still scary despite being fightable and killable. Like in Destiny, I can't imagine an enemy ever actually scaring me, because I'm gonna gun it down. And if I have to, I'll just shoot a blinding nade at it, and then it won't be scary anymore on the spot. How much health do you have, Rut? Like, get out of here. All right. The Krauser stuff came out of nowhere, though. I mean... maybe so. But it certainly didn't feel that way to me when I was playing. The final boss fight's actually really cool, too. And I think another aspect of that really sells it is that the enemy designs are just really fucking cool. Like, the actual parasite-based abominations that you fight aren't just like... I mean, I haven't played Outriders enough to hold this against it in complete fairness, but it's the most recent experiences I've had with this, where there's just like a boss that's like a, you know, a big meathead that has some kind of augmented power that makes him stronger than all the other meatheads that you fight. So for some reason he's just like really, really tanky. And it's like, okay, well that's something, I guess, but definitely doesn't strike me as cool boss design. Like, Destiny has some really cool boss design from time to time. Like, I think the Bond brothers were really cool. The fact they had some like kind of unique looking Cabal commanders, where one of them had the like the arm thing specifically stands out in my memory as being pretty badass. I don't like you being right under me, because I don't have control over how you fight me like that. Get out of here. Oh wow, you get quite a health bar, friend. But like Riven, for instance, is a really, really, really cool boss. Like that one deserves a ton of credit. I mean, I think the Consecrated Mind's pretty sick. That giant Cyclops at the top of that one strike that rotates around the tower, those kinds of things. What I mean is that there's a backstory between him and Leon, but it's not mentioned anywhere. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a known thing from the other games for the actual fans of the franchise, but I can't be certain of that myself. All I know is that I found the cutscenes to be enough for me to enjoy the fact that he was in the game, and then I think his fight was just badass, which really helps a lot. And then there's the mercenary mode in the game, which is like a secondary extra thing that you get after completing the game, which is... I don't remember what you have to do to open these. Oh, apparently nothing. That's cool. Oh, the chest's broken? Gotcha. Most Destiny bosses are just bigger versions of regular enemies. That is very true, but I'm talking specifically about raid bosses. Like, think about how fucking sick it was when you fought Callus for the first time, and as he's breaking apart, you learn that you're not actually fighting Callus, but it's just a fucking robot. And then after you finish beating him, you're in the vault that's just, like, filled with Callus robots, and you just understand exactly how trivial what the fight you won is. You know, like, that kind of thing, that's pretty sick. Axe is turning into a spider Archon. That's pretty sick. Doink. So I agree that it is like, you know, largely raid bosses I'm referring to here. And I know the reason that they make strike bosses, like generally speaking, scaled up versions of regular enemies just comes down to they want those, like they want to reduce the workload on themselves because that's the best way to actually produce a large amount of content, which realistically Destiny does put out like a shitload of content. And with most games you have to wait quite a long time between releases, and with Destiny there's something new on like a bi-monthly, tri-monthly basis or something like that, so there's always a lot of stuff in the Destiny pipeline. I actually think like pretty much every team of Destiny is pretty awesome. I'm gonna forget her name every time I bring her up, but there was a person who worked for Bungie. I don't think she does anymore. She designed One-Eyed Mask, Salvation's Grip, a handful of other things. I can't remember exactly what they are, which is really not helping my point, but I remember when I learned of all of her contributions to the sandbox, I was like, damn, she's got quite a portfolio of things that are really unique and cool. It's unfortunate Salvation's Grip is total ass, because it is actually a pretty cool exotic. Oh yeah, I think she did design Ariana's Vow. I'm pretty sure you're right about that. Wish I could remember her name. I don't know why I'm drawing such a blank on that. Anyway, Resident Evil 4 has a really good way of making you feel like your gear is actually improving in a meaningful way, and the exclusive upgrades feel like exotic weapons from Destiny, which is actually pretty sick. Like the so one of the ones that always stood out to me, the damage system in that game was like very low. I think your original starting pistol does like it has a damage value of 1 when you look at its stat page. And over the course of the game, as you upgrade it, it goes from doing 1 damage per bullet to I think like 3.2 damage per bullet or something like that. So it's not like the numbers are nowhere near Destiny, you know, where I'm hitting just like almost 3,000 every shot kind of thing. Of course, that game doesn't explicitly show numbers in the first place, but my point is 1 is, you know, that's like not a low base unit, and 3 for your bread and butter, probably going to have ammo for it pistol. Not too shabby damage-wise. Not going to take out bigger monsters by any means. It's not what you're going to want to use against like bosses, but it'll get you through most of the stuff that it needs to. And then at its maximum value, I think it's like 3.2 with the ability to over-penetrate and hit multiple enemies at once if they are standing like in front of each other. So like that was a kind of cool exclusive upgrade. But the point is, when you're upgrading the weapons in that game, it goes like, you know, it goes from 1 damage to you upgrade its damage to 1.3 to 1.5 to 1.7 to 2.1, and then you upgrade the magazine size from like 8 to 10 to 12 to 14 or whatever.
You saw this Elden Ring thing?
I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see if I've seen that Elden Ring thing. And like once you've got all the different stats on it capped out, then you're eligible to pick the exclusive upgrade for it, which in the case of that weapon was a like I said, it over-penetrates. But other weapons had much more interesting or exciting unique upgrades. Like your basic gun in the very beginning is not anywhere near as exciting as... So my favorite weapon within the like pistol archetype was the Red 9, and its exclusive upgrade bumped its damage from 3 to 5, which is pretty freaking good for a pistol in that game. Like that is a really high amount of damage for just your bread and butter gun. The very first shotgun you get in the game, which is effectively similar to a special weapon in Destiny, has a base damage of 6. So the Red 9 with its exclusive is just behind what is effectively a special weapon. So that is really, really strong and nice. The hand cannon in that game is by far, like, that's one of the selling points for me. I thought that was really, really cool. Let's look at the Elden Ring trailer. I could talk about this forever. I'll get back to it if anybody actually really wants to hear about it, but I'm just talking, let's be real. Yeah, Punisher was pretty sick. Guillermo del Toro. No! Who is that? I don't know that guy. He doesn't even write books.
Hello there. I'm Hidetaka Miyazaki, game director of Elden Ring. I'm sure a lot of you saw me and thought there might be news about much anticipated Elden Ring. However, we have nothing to share right now. In terms of news, we have no news. I do ask that you please send feed pics. Or else, no Elden Ring.
Okay.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Oh my god, that's a really upsetting deep fake. It's making fun of the Breath of the Wild 2 thing. I don't actually know what happened with Breath of the Wild 2. Lol. This is probably not the best shadow throwaway. I'm gonna pick one. I don't know if this is it, Chief. Any more enemies? So what they did for the Breath of the Wild section, they said, I know you're anticipating Breath of the Wild 2 news, but we don't have any. LOL. I'm okay with it. Honestly, Nintendo takes for fucking ever to make games, and that's just how they've always been, so. If the end result is that we're going to get a really cool game, I will take that. And we're going to try this, because... No! Pain. Well, I'm probably dead, because I'm not stopping to get health back. And I'm running the cowboy gun. Let's go! Sure does make a guy wish he had better already on. I guess there's just no enemies. Oh, there they are. All two of them. Wait, what? Oh, I jumped down and I started rubbing my eye because I was like, okay, safety. Apparently not. What is that? Those aren't supposed to be there, right? Well, I'm having fun. Oh, I forgot I was trying not to die. Yeah, that typically happens, I guess, actually. Need more enemies. Man, I am really looking forward to Breath of the Wild 2. I've wanted to replay Breath of the Wild 1 on stream as well, and I might actually do that at some point. Like, I've had the Switch in my room waiting to be plugged in for like a month now, probably, because I've just been playing with the idea. I don't know how great of stream content it would be, but it would amuse me. And as we all know, that's my #1 priority as a streamer, is to amuse myself and not my viewing audience. That's you guys. Next month, Nier. There's gonna be another Nier game? I thought they finally admitted that Nier was stupid and they weren't making anymore. I haven't actually played Master Mode on Breath of the Wild, and I don't even know what it does. I did miss the announcements. I don't pay attention to gaming-related stuff. I pretty much play Destiny and hang out with you guys. Rely on you as my source of information, because I'm not, like... As far as news for gaming is concerned, there are so many people who are really good at that content that really all I'm here for is to provide my opinions about Destiny and potentially other games sometimes, but... You know, if I broke into doing other games, that would be pretty cool. I forgot to put on Lament. I'm upset. Kinda your fault for distracting me, chat. A remake of the first one? Who the hell cares about that? Actually, I'm gonna give you finishable. Get off me! So I really don't understand how Dead Man's Tale works. Like, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a pretty spicy meatball, but it's just... I'm not sure how spicy of a meatball it actually is. Because, like, I kind of expect it to work at long range, and it just kind of says no a lot of the time. Pop! I'm assuming I'm going to get one heavy drop at least. You son of a... I've been outplayed. Oh, the pain. I'm getting shot. Oh. You'll die if I hit you, won't you? Yeah, you would have died to a left click. And hop. Bonk. I love stasis. Oh, you weren't supposed to die. Oh. Oh. Wait, I thought I saw a heavy ammo drop. Was it really just a prime engram? Are you kidding me? And they fixed the lament glitch too, where it actually is good? I'm gonna need you to stop doing that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Now, do you guys think that I wanted to punch the enemy and stand in place when there was a lot of threats, or do you think that I wanted to potentially just, you know, not do that at all? If I don't get lament ammo from either of these wizards, I'm actually gonna call Ghostbusters.
Thanks. I love you too.
Dude, Paradox 6, thanks so much for the 28 months. Appreciate the resub. Thank you very much for supporting my humble little Twitch.tv channel. Bonk. Where's the ammo though, bro? Why are they doing this to me? I asked nicely and everything. Stop it. No! Oh well. Looks like we're just getting garbage damage. Time for the Garbanzo beans. Let's go. That's dangerous. No. Oh. So that didn't work. But honestly, I think it's fair to say that it's just because I didn't have lament ammo. Should I run? No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not a casual. That said, I will run something else that is a little bit casual. That's pretty casual. Okay, so we got dynamo, distribution. We need taking charge. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to leave dynamo and distribution on my characters at all times on all my characters. Because it's pretty sick nasty to just be able to like watch my super energy. What's up, bitch? That's pretty nice to have the opportunity to do that. Uh-oh.
DCI Erica donated $5. New trailer when you have time, nodders.
New trailer when I have time, nodders. I'm getting sniped. Boink. Alright. Hiya! Yeah, you thought. Heavy ammo! We are in there. I am still in super. I can get like one more freeze. Bloop! I didn't mean to use my melee on that. Whoa! Uh-oh. Not having my melee is scary stuff. I'm gonna have to kill this guy with Lament just to ensure that I get the kill. Unless he's not firing. Scary stuff. I would have liked to have not wasted heavy ammo on it, but it's fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna worry about it. That's a very nice angle you've got there, buddy. Buddies, if you will. I have no ammo. How dreadful. All right, buddy boy, it's time to die. You won't because I don't have the ammo for it, but it is time to. So go ahead and be ready if you would. Well, I don't know if I had charged with life. If I had to guess, I probably didn't, knowing me. If I had higher ammo, I could have afforded to just spam my sword. Would have definitely gotten a one phase doing that, but unfortunately 25 lament ammo was not enough to make it happen. Stop it, you. You stop that. Oh, excuse me? It's fine, whatever. I have no idea what near replicant is, so I'm not sure how much to care about this.
You can save Yona, Vice.
It's you, isn't it?
No! Stay back! Anyway, take it easy, huh?
Neat. Some of these enemy designs remind me of Breath of the Wild. Does look pretty sick. Does look pretty sick. A little annoyed that my ammo economy is so bad. I like this boss fight a lot. Aside from the ogre booping. The ogre booping is very, very annoying. That will never be fun. I still haven't gotten any heavy ammo. If I don't get heavy ammo, I'm kind of tempted to just wipe. Nice, kind of. Stop. Fuck. Protective light would have been enough to save me there for sure. I was trying to think of a way that I could actually deal with him doing that didn't involve running away from him. Weapons of light is such an easy solution, but it's so lame. Gah. Defensive abilities are not cool. I can't believe I get to use my True Prophecy forever. I wonder what they're going to do to neuter it to make sure that it's not worth using forever. Yeah, Barricade to prevent the stomp is actually probably the safest and simplest answer. The slug shotties are insane. I don't know why I haven't been using these more. It is a shame that I have to specify slug shotties, because regular shotties are so poop that it's not worth talking about them. Stop being a bitch! Damn. Bubble would be so helpful. It pains me to see. Can I do a shield only kill echo? I don't know what that even means. So probably not. Wink. I hit the right click button. I don't know why my character did not follow through with that. You know what would actually be a lot of fun to do? This guy would be the Aramis bake kind of thing. Getting pushed like that is very annoying. And you know, it'd be a little less annoying if it made the enemies miss you a lot, but it doesn't. All I know is that if I'm fighting an enemy that's getting booped, I don't know what they're going to do. I have a hard time seeing it coming and I miss my shots. But if I had Tractor Cannon, Double Slug Shotty, and like Well of Radiance, I might actually do that when I'm on my Warlock. That could be fun. That said, I would need to get a shotgun. Does anyone know, as a matter of verifiable fact... Stop, dude. What the fuck is wrong with this boss? I don't know why I didn't do my third attack. I guess I'm just dumb. Got inflicted with a case of the big stupid. Kill the prophecy boss with only the barricade? Only the barricade. What? What do you mean only use barricade to damage him? Can you, like, actually hurt him with Titan barricade? Finest brew, you're completely right. I didn't think about that at all. That's a I don't know, I would guarantee that my crystals wouldn't get broken, but oh man, I already used my Queen's Foil tincture all the way. What am I doing? I mean, if enemies walk through barricades, they take damage, but it's like such a teeny tiny amount of damage that an enemy would need to be bugged for it to be worth considering trying to do that as the only damage method against something. Is Iron Banner still running right now? That's crazy to think about. I could be playing Iron Banner. And yet I'm not. It's really a shame that Iron Banner is such a worthless thing to do after getting your weekly quest and or bounties done. Well, I could be playing Trials, but I got Flawless this weekend once, and I'm honestly not in Trials for the loot right now. Definitely not going to bother with that. I was very lucky to get to play with Pure Chill and Benny Schmurda, because they are very good players, and I would not have had a good experience, I don't think, trying Trials with a... I mean, like, really any group that wasn't going to be cracked. So we got high impact, or we got impact casing, blast radius, auto loading, Vorpal, anything. Is that? I mean, I've never seen Vorpal on a rocket, as far as I can think. This seems like this is relatively pog. Does resilience matter at all? That is a great question that we will be answering in this episode right now. So, resilience matters on Titans, because being able to pop your barricade is pretty helpful. Obviously, that's a big deal in PvP, particularly if you're going for a revive on a teammate, or if you're trying to pick up heavy. In those situations, it's really helpful. It's also good, obviously, if you're getting caught in a corner and need to be able to do it, and you never know when that might happen, so it's good to have your barricade available for it. It's also good in PvE. You're trying to abuse dynamo distribution like I often do lately. Or if, I mean, really, having a barricade available in general in PvE is better than not. So, if you actually take advantage of them, resilience is pretty useful for shields on Titans. As far as actually being useful outside of that, no, not really for the most part, but there are specific I was going to say scenarios, and I was going to say situations, I was going to say situations or something like that. So as a hunter or a warlock, for example, you would not want to run resilience most of the time in PvE. PvE specifically, you are not in any danger of getting one-shot by things, and most enemies do not do chunk damage in the first place. So PvP, one of the big situations where you do want resilience right now is 120 hand cannons. If you have at least 5 resilience, you can survive a double body shot, 1 headshot, and that is pretty big because that means that your enemy, if they want to kill you in 3 shots, they're going to have to hit at least 2 headshots with a 120. And that is nice because it means that there are a lot of situations where you might die with less resilience that you survive because you have just over the threshold required to be killed in 3 shots. It's very, very good for that specifically. With 120s being powerful, 5 resilience is the go-to, but over Destiny's history, we've had points where you would want to have just max resilience so that you could survive like sniper headshots at one point with the ram on a warlock, I want to say. We've had it where you want to have 4 resilience to survive Born, tick damage. I don't remember what all the different breakpoints we've had over time are, but the point is with every meta, there is going to be some weapon that makes the damage numbers favorable to have a certain amount of resistance. Because if, for instance, 150 hand cannons were still a thing and were meta, they hit 70 damage per headshot, so you're going to be getting... And like, I don't remember what their body shot damage was. Let's just say 40. So if they hit you with a 70 and a 70 and a 40, you're not going to die to a 2 headshot, 1 body shot kind of no matter what. And at that point, you wouldn't even bother with resilience because it's not going to help you survive anything. Like, you're not going to survive a 3 headshot with it, and you're not going to die to a 2 headshot, 1 body without it. But with 120s being meta, you do want 5 resilience in PvP. That said, you can definitely live without it. Like, you won't be without a paddle if you don't have that resilience, because, I mean, obviously people are going to hit 1 headshot and 2 body shots enough of the time that it's worth thinking about it, but it's not like that happens every time, and if you get hit by 2 headshots and a body shot, you're still going to die with the resilience. And you might have been better off having mobility to avoid that in the first place, or you might have been better off having recovery so you could have picked a different fight than the one you wound up in. Who knows? So I typically don't really go for resilience with that in mind. Because especially as a hunter, recovery is just goated on every class. Like if you're not running recovery, what is you doing? Like, run recovery. It's always a good option. And then for PvP's sake, intellect is really probably the #1 most important stat, really, even in front of recovery for something like trials. So I like having high intellect. And then with hunter, you want to have your class ability cooldown as short as possible, so you pretty much need mobility for that. So as a hunter, with you're already focusing on intellect, recovery, and mobility, you really don't have a whole lot of free space to be allocating towards resilience. Which is exactly why it's great to only run 5 of it, because that's the best of both worlds. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Ow. Still alive, bitches. Not today. You guys thought. Hey. Oh my, that's not effective at all. Hey, Bungie added rally flags to duel in Karu. I did not know that. Did they? Slugs really do be chunking. They do be. Oh, the shotgun I'm using is first in, last out. I'm not sure if it's available right now. But there is a there's 2 alternatives. Well, actually, I guess really only 1 alternative I'm certain of. Oh, it is in the world loot pool? Sick, yeah. Okay, well, first in, last out. Yeah, I should have known that, because I got one that was a god roll really recently. Like, it was almost exactly as good as the one that I have here, and this one is pretty nuts. Yeah, there's also Bone Chiller from Europa. It's a world weapon there. And there is what's it called? Holy shit, what is it called? It starts with an H. Like, I want to say heretic, but that doesn't sound right. Heritage from the raid from Deepstone Crypt. And there's Blasphemer from Altars of Sorrow. There's a handful of different really good slug shotguns out there. Vorpal is the thing that makes this one special, I think. Got one a week ago with decent roll for PvP, but deleted it because first and last out is more of a PvE shotgun. Yeah, I mean, you could use it in PvP, but you don't really see a whole lot of people running slugs in PvP. Although it is viable. You get a little more range. Not all precision frames are slugs. For some reason, I don't know why that is, but yeah, they're different kinds. I think it drops from Altar Brios, pretty sure. Does anyone know what the weapon from Altars of Sorrow is right now? Yeah, slash shot, opening shot on first and last out would be pretty okay from for PvP. To get back to resilience for just one more thought, I just want to make sure that I get this out there. So the reason that resilience is good in PvP is specifically because of the chunk damage. When you're getting shot by a hand cannon that does 90 damage on a headshot and like 45 or whatever on a body shot, or I think it's 50, I guess. Anyway, you know, you're dying in 3 hits. Very distinct, specifically 3 hits. Whereas in PvE, you know, like, you don't get chunked by a whole lot of things. Like, if you get hit by a shrapnel launcher, that itself comes out in 3 little pellets. And if you get hit by all 3 pellets, you know, that might actually prove to be a huge chunk of health. But more often than not, you'll get hit by 1 pellet or 2 pellets. And trying to figure out a resilience value that'll keep you alive when you're getting hit by a shrapnel launcher isn't as simple as saying, okay, well, if I get hit by all 3 pellets, how many, like, how much resilience do I need to survive a full hit of all 3 pellets, however many times? Because if you try to do that, what's going to wind up happening is it's going to be based on your light level. And then you're going to be in a situation where when you're fighting against a shrapnel launcher captain, and as you get hit by him, you're also getting hit by a scion nearby that puts a tiny little dink into your health, and suddenly that resilience that you put time into figuring out doesn't matter anymore. So basically, because PvE is not one-on-one duels and you don't take specific chunks of damage, it winds up not mattering very much, with the singular exception of that being in Grandmaster Nightfalls, when you're fighting against sniper rifles, a lot of the time they are capable of one-shotting you if you are low resilience or don't run relevant sniper or damage resist mods based on the energy type they're using, which I would say is a preferable solution, but you can run resilience to just have a safety net that if you get caught off guard by a sniper when you're at full health, you're still not going to get one shot. Bone Chiller with triple tap Demolitionist, desired DPS. You know, it's funny that you say that because I actually got a Bone Chiller with triple tap Demolitionist, and I deleted it immediately because I don't really care enough about DPS most of the time in this game. It just doesn't intrigue me. This is actually a really good vouchsafe. Howdy doodly. We got a slight magazine increase. I mean, 1 bullet's not much, but 1 bullet plus a little bit of reload speed.
What is the nature of the dark?
With range and Outlaw Dragonfly. I mean, that's kind of cute. Let's try it for a second. Yeah, rangefinder and a rocket launcher. It does give it increased velocity. It's not like a purely useless perk, just so we're clear on that, but... Do I think Savathun will be next year's raid boss? I don't know. Hard to be sure. It would be cool if yes. But honestly, I trust them to make whatever they actually do cool. So, we'll see. I would think that it probably will be, though. Try and get a 4th times the Charm Dragonfly vouchsafe for Hung Jury vibes.
What's the difference? Well, that's our question, you lunatic.
This actually feels pretty good. It's kind of got that, like, hitting a plastic bag, empty kind of sound that the Nation of Beast does. You know, like a rustling plastic bag across a parking lot. Your local grocery store. I don't know why I killed him. I guess I just have rage inside me. Not Zivu or Wrath first? Hard to be sure. Maybe we'll fight Zivu or Wrath. Wait, is Zivu or Wrath even like a main player? Okay. Ain't nobody got the time for this. That second swing really does not help me. All right, well, you know, I think I will actually try this loadout, but I am going to run Bubble, because if I don't run Bubble, I'm going to run into some trouble. Which is to say, I might not be able to one-phase the boss. I probably won't be able to one-phase the boss even with this, but we're going to give it a shot. All right, fools. Prepare to get Bite of the Fox in the arm, and then I thought the head, but apparently not. Dink. I want to fight these guys from a distance, but I don't suspect that's going to be happening. Oh my. I guess so much heavy ammo that well, it doesn't really matter, I guess. This is crazy. This might not actually be a close range or a scout rifle kind of encounter, being that it is in fact a very close range encounter. This is the problem with scout rifles in general, though. It would be so cool if we actually had enough long-range encounters in the game to justify using them, but we just don't. You know, I knew I was gonna die doing that, and the only way I could have lived would be to use my super, and I refused to commit. I was like, just maybe it'll work. We're gonna try and hope. Shit. When do I use a void scout rifle? That was the one, well, not the one, but one of very few good things about the how did I just stagger him with one bullet? Is that thing still in the game? Oh my god, it is. What the fuck? How have they not fixed that? I could have sworn that they did. Kilos SMG with Dragonfly. I mean, you can get some Dragonfly SMGs. This dungeon actually has one. Okay, this stagger every shot bug really needs to go away because it just makes these SMGs so viable, and they have no right to be this viable. It's upsetting. Also, these guys keep splitting, and they're not supposed to split this much. When this gun came out, I didn't think it felt good really at all, and I was not really on board with why people thought it was so awesome. But now that I've used it for a long time, I've really grown to like it, and I don't actually have a goddamn clue what's changed. I did not mean to get light motes off him, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. Because I forgot I'm not even going for a double dunk right now anyway. Because they borked the programming in this dungeon. It used to be worth going for double dunks immediately both times, but something changed. Now it's not. Specifically, the thing that changed is that Scions spawn in when you dunk. The first 2 times you dunk. I don't remember exactly how it worked before, but I know that it didn't spawn Scions in as a guarantee on the first 2 dunks. So you could afford to do a double dunk both times and then start the boss phase. And you wouldn't have a shitload of Scions on you. But now, if you did that, you would definitely have a shitload of Scions on you. And it would probably mean your end. Not really worth it. Prophecy Dungeon did have a really big bug when it was brought back, but it's like these guys used to split really aggressively, which is you're not supposed to do that. But they don't really do that anymore. It is fixed, I think. I guess I say fixed with like a little grain of salt because it still seems to happen to some extent, but nowhere near the extent that it was originally happening at. So, fixed but not perfect is probably the way to put it. Did he just kill his own guy? Because I'm pretty sure he did. That is pain. Well, whatever. I'm not getting the one phase. Well of Radiance is so vastly better for this. Do we have any double dunks available? Light. Okay. Knock it off. Knock it off, both of you. Punk ass. Yeah, I kind of feel that, Cosmic One. Hopefully they do actually come back and give it a second look, because it needs it. It's clearly still messed up somehow. I wonder how exactly this got messed up, because it just seems like whatever they did with the Scion AI is not consistently applied across all Scion spawns. It's like exclusive to the first one. That's a lot of heavy ammo I just picked up. Imagine if well was never a thing. I mean, well really shouldn't be a thing. It's honestly just really broken. It's the most broken PvE ability in the game by a pretty good margin. Actually, it doesn't really matter what I kill you with, so. Global Reach. I mean, Global Reach is nuts too, but Wall of Radiance is the universal stand in a singular place and just give free damage and or a kill. Unlike a boss. And the fact that any attack coming out of it is registered as super damage means that you can use it with a sword to hit things that would otherwise be immune. So that's pretty wacky. I'm pretty sure I've seen people actually kill this boss through his, like the shield that he has up currently. Pretty sure that's a thing. Could be wrong. Where do these guys keep coming from? Like, I keep thinking I've killed them all, and then there's just more. They're like roaches. No. No. For a second I thought I ran out of sword ammo doing that, and I was like, what the fuck? Man, getting him centered in the bubble made such a difference. I could have one-phased him if I had gotten him like that the first time. Of course, his movements are definitely not predictable enough to guarantee that I could ever do that on purpose. I think they'll nerf the damage of Warmind cells or drastically increase the cost of the mods. I think they need to nerf the damage of the global reach specifically. Global reach is too effective. Although I think that if they just reduce the damage on it, that would be probably better. Or important to do in addition, really, I guess. Man, these boots tend to be good. So if I put an intellect mod on them, the bottom ones would be better mobility, and that's really it, I guess. Better mobility, better discipline, at the cost of strength and resilience. And a little bit of recovery. Well, we'll worry about that later. I still can't figure out Titan fashion that I actually like. It's kind of painful. Why am I on this Garbanzo Beans class still? I wonder if solo one-phase Kill Echo is even possible anymore. Because there was a point where I was planning on keeping, How are you immune? I was planning on keeping a sword. Specifically, I'm getting shot in the back. That's a really dangerous position. Okay, anyway, I was planning on keeping a Falling Guillotine that had counterattack and energy transfer with Enduring Guard, Enduring Blade, because that is the known strategy for one-phasing Kel Echo solo. But I ultimately wound up not keeping it because I wasn't sure I was even going to go for the challenge at all. And I'm kind of glad that I had that approach because I'm pretty sure they buffed Kel Echo's health by a lot. Where it went from being like you could almost get a two-phase with the normal or a one-phase with the normal strategy if you did everything perfectly, to now it is the same way, but you get a two-phase. I don't have any Warmind Cell mods on. I don't really like Warmind Cell mods. They honestly feel pretty bad to me. They're obviously very strong, but in terms of their aesthetics, it's just like, you know, you just kill enemies and then there's a beach ball on the floor that kills everything in the room. When like part of the fun of Destiny is killing everything in the room. So when you have a beach ball do that for you, it's just like, well, okay. This is really not a good weapon for this. Yeah, Missile Titan with Curious of the Falling Star might actually be pretty good. You raise a point. Maybe I should try that. Although with it being a rough 2-phase, like I said, I don't think there's much of a chance I'm getting a 1-phase without putting a lot of time and effort into it, and even then it might still be impossible. Who the hell left you alive? Did I not send Tollendorf? I'm the first person you've seen to willingly not use Warmind mods? Really? I mean, they're insane, but like, I just think they're really lame. Shooting an orb and everything dies is not as cool as actually having to aim. Like, I mean, this is a really long throwback to bring up as a conversation point, but one of the really early points in Destiny that caught my attention and made the game feel really worth playing was doing 2-man Vault of Glass, specifically because 2-manning Vault of Glass required me to feel like my aim was like on point. I had to be hitting crit shots on the Vex, and every time I missed a crit shot or like started getting overwhelmed with ads, I really felt the effects of that because aim felt like it really mattered. And like what I know now is that was just my, can you stop? Holy shit, this guy, like, get a hobby or something. I mean, that was just us not being very good at the game at the time. That was where our standards were at, because it got to the point where solo complexes was possible just by using better angles and better gear. But feeling like your aim matters is a really important thing to me in any shooter, and in that particular setting, I really felt that way. But Warmind Cell mods represent the exact opposite, where it's just like, my aim doesn't matter at all. I just gotta kill like 3 guys, and then I can make everything explode. There are Warmind Cell mods that don't involve nuking the entire screen. Yeah, and I think those are mostly okay. Although they still feel a little bit like weird and arbitrary to have a Warmind Cell just be like, and then you suddenly get benefits out of it. There's just like a buff ball on the screen, as opposed to things that you pick up like Orbs of Light. It's just like, the aesthetics aren't as strong as a lot of Destiny, in my opinion. Not that that makes it bad on those accounts, just that I think global reach is an issue more than anything else. Yeah, I haven't ever actually used Arc Warmind Cell mods, so you got me there. We use Xenophage or Black Talon. Black Talon. This is actually an okay loadout for this. I really wish I could lose 1 point of intellect. Like, if I could just siphon off a point of intellect from one of my pieces of gear, that'd be great. I also think I need to figure out my fashion, because this is a nightmare. Maybe I just need a shader that's consistent across the whole thing, because that doesn't look terrible. If only I had a shader that was like green across the whole thing, but well, like this, if I could get this without the mohawk and without this like chin plate thing, jaw guard or whatever, it would be like a Master Chief helmet. I just don't think it's possible to achieve fashion while wearing Lion Rampant. I think like the cost of being able to jump indefinitely is just looking like a pile of garbage. And there's just nothing you can do about that. Maybe someday they'll release a Lion Rampant ornament that actually is like not ugly. But I don't have high hopes for that because they really like their ugly ass ornaments for it. I mean, I could be wrong here, but I have the distinct feeling that they released Lion Rampant ornaments because they're like, oh, this is a really like popular exotic. Almost no doubt people would be into it if we made a ornament for it. But we want to make sure that we maintain the exotic's identity, so in order to do that, we're going to have to make sure that it continues looking like fucking trash. Because that's just like one of the actual design elements here. There's just no way around it. It has to look like garbage. If it looks good, then it's not line repping anymore. What the fuck just happened? Hello? Elevator's broken. And I go. Oh. I have to die to fix it? Oh, I can do that. Like, I don't really like any Titan helmet. Like, let's just go over these. This one is too narrow, and like, spike thing here looks dorky. So this one's just, I'm not a fan. Then there's this, which is just too plain. Like, a lot of the helmet is just taken up with nothing. If there was like a design in this section, maybe I would like it. Or if the eye hole was like a little bigger or something, that would probably work, but it doesn't. This one just looks like a straight up scuba helmet. It feels very out of place. Not really in love with the fact that the shade on this does not change. If it did, maybe I would like it, but it does not, so I don't. This one has like kind of too organic of a feel, but it honestly just looks like you took some folded up plastic and threw it on your face. Like, it muddies the shaders, and the aesthetic isn't really entirely clear what it's going for. Not really into it at all. This one just has like a flat face. Kind of weird. This is just like a patch over this eye hole, and there's like just a pure circle for this eye hole, and like what's going on this side versus this side. Like, the asymmetry is there, but it honestly looks like a child's drawing. Very random. This one's all right. A little too boxy for my liking, but yeah, it's all right. This one's, I guess, a little too plain. Looks like I'm a low-level character to me. And the fat cheeks don't really do anything for me either. I don't know what's up with this horn. I feel like I'm like a dung beetle. That's the impression I get off this. Also, this is like the opposite of what I would expect a visor to look like. Since you can't see through that, I have no idea what that's about. Just looks like goofy, the whole thing. Like a hair across, yeah. There's this one, which is like another diving helmet where these should be like flashlights, and if they were, maybe I would consider using this, but it also just looks goofy. It might look better if it was in like the full set or something, but I'm not into it. And then there's this, which I think that's pretty cool, but I don't really like how it matches with anything else. Unfortunately, but it's okay. And then finally, the one that I actually have equipped makes me think of like kind of like Spartan or Knight or something like that, and I like it okay. This one's all right. Actually, you know, I think I could give this one full credit. It's pretty damn cool, but it just, I don't really like how it matches with other things. Gloves have kind of the same problem for me. Buy the seasonal ornaments. Let's see what they look like. I knew I wanted to check something and I couldn't remember what, but that's exactly what it was. I don't think I would ever want to run that. Oh, dude, this. Yeah, these look sick. I'm not like super into the chest piece or the mark. And honestly, the fact that the feet have hooves is a little bit goofy, but it still works. I mean, the shoulder pads are really fucking cool. The chest piece doesn't really fit with the set to me, but it also looks really cool. The helmet I love. That's kind of lame. Alright, what do we got? Where's the Lux set? Oh, this one. I like that one too, but your boy doesn't have the silver. Unlucky. What do you mean, lol, what, Basara? Mr. Moneybags over here. What am I aiming at? The jacket makes you cringe. I like the jacket with other sets. Man. I might have to do it. I might have to hard commit. Give Tess Everest hard-earned dollars. You think Weed Monkey's dips can pay for armor on all characters? My man, I got bills. And I eat out too much. Are you fucking kidding me? I hate when I do this. I say eat out, I mean order, really. Which is the real pain. Why are there so many enemies? Like, how many sets have these guys spawned in? How annoying. That would have been a sick time to have had chain reaction on my sword. Okay, can the knight please stop inching forwards and actually make himself vulnerable? Too late, I'm probably dead. That's so annoying. Okay, well, back to looking at this, because, So, like, these these are just, like, way too fucking big. What is even going on here? I don't know what Bungie was thinking making these enormous-ass fucking shoulder pads. Like, that was core to Titan's identity or something. That looks terrible. These look ridiculous, too, for a kind of similar reason. But also, they just look like someone made armor and didn't really know exactly what armor looks like. To me. This, again, organic plastic just kind of thrown together sort of feel. Not really into it. These are okay. This just looks weird. Again, we got like the gigantic shoulder pads for some reason. Like, what the fuck is happening there? Where's the function in that? These are alright, actually. I'm going with that for now. We got the full-ass lion face on your arm. Both sides. I might consider that, too. It's pretty unique. Well, this chest piece definitely doesn't go with that. Like, my options just feel so limited, and it's pain. I used to really like these wings, and I still kind of do, but I'm not sold overall. I guess the real problem is that it doesn't match my legs. I wish I could make it match my legs, but Lion Rampant looks like butt cheeks. What would you say if all exotics had their perks converged into one so they can all roll one random perk? What? Can you ask that question again, but word it differently? Where am I going? Light? Okay. I really like phenotype. Plasticity. Not really into the helmet specifically, but the armor or the arms look really cool, and the chest piece is really cool. I wish that I could make it work in general, but I feel like it never really matches my other stuff. I had a really hard time making things match in general. I'm really tempted to buy that Titan armor set from Eververse, because it's like I really just like that helmet a lot. I guess it's probably the main reason. Not having relevant reloader perks makes me feel so slow handling wise. I mean, it's not actually technically handling, but may as well be. I'm gonna figure out what the Altar of Sorrow weapon is after this. Dude, I really wish the Titans just looked like they did in Destiny 1. Female Titans specifically. Female Titans in Destiny 1 were cool. Female Titans in Destiny 2 are... I don't like them at all. It just doesn't work. I mean, I never cared for male Titans that much, but I feel like female Titans look great then, terrible now. And the crazy part to me that is definitely contested by a lot of people. Nice. Thought I'd be able to fire. Didn't. Lots of people still seem to have the opinion that female Titans look a lot better than male Titans, which like really loses me. It's like, I'm with you when there's actually a genuine difference and one of them looks way better than the other, and that's just, no, that's cool. But when people still say that when they both just look awful, makes me wonder if I was on the wrong side from the beginning. Oh. Are you kidding me right now? How did you get summoned that fast? Oh, one of them lived. Rude. That Acolyte I do be looking. Not attacking, of course, but looking. I didn't actually mean to hit you, but I'll take that. Male Titan's out here looking like Wreck-It Ralph. That's like, that's exactly right. I don't think I've ever seen that so perfectly captured. I can't believe they're getting rid of the pulse when the super starts. The super honestly didn't need to be tuned at all. You should have intrinsic Dune Marchers too, and possibly a slightly longer duration. I don't know why I'm saying possibly. Definitely a longer duration. I mean, that goes without saying. Super only lasts like 2 minutes. And in most games, like 7 minutes. So, I mean, that's like 2/7 of what it should be. Where am I going? Oh, refresh on kill too. I like that. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That actually makes so much sense too. Like if they're gonna make any singular change, I think that alone would probably be the best one. Not today, motherfucker. Get out of here. No. What are you doing down here? Sir, this is employees only. I don't even know why they bothered putting a boss in this. Like, can you even call this guy a boss? They're so wimpy. No, I didn't want gloves. I wanted a gun. Oh, and they're terrible. Oh, the pain. Oh, my spleen is rupturing over that terrible, terrible roll. Slacker, if you're going for Attract solo, probably the most important thing to do is really learn how to cleanse yourself with the relic. I would suggest probably play with a second person for a little while, or in a full team or something, just so you can get as much practice as possible with the self cleanse, because the angles that you have to do it at are pretty like weird sometimes, and it is very, very important that you're consistent with it, because you want to be able to do it not just every time, but also basically instantly every time. Like, just being able to self-cleanse isn't really enough. You want to be able to self-cleanse first try every time. And if you can get that down, then it's just a matter of going quickly, and honestly, nothing else too crazy about it. Huh. I think I messed up here. That's a little annoying. Actually, it's not. I'd rather start over from the beginning anyway. I'm really struggling with... I did this really well for a little while, and then I've started doing it just really slowly, and I don't know what I did wrong to start going so slow. Like right here, I slowed it down a ton too. And I mean, I can get to the end, but there's my problem. How annoying. Well, it'll do. Why is that so bad? That was horrible. I might just die immediately. I would if I stayed on this bro, actually. Damn it. I guess I probably shouldn't worry about refining my ability to do this quickly and just focus on doing it at all. Because I'm not actually going to speedrun this ever. Speedruns of this look like they would just be absolute pain, and I am not up for it. So I'm just going to stick with the tried and true, just make it to the end strats. And worry less about getting there quickly. This is actually pretty fast anyway at the moment. It's not terrible, but... Well, now it's slow. What the fuck? What am I doing wrong, I wonder? I'm defeating the point of slipstreaming, though, that's for sure. Be a very good area to have a rocket launcher on. Well, that's some progress towards that one thing. Lament, I guess. This, I guess. This'll do. It's my favorite dungeon to solo. Probably Prophecy. But it's pretty close. Prophecy, followed by Shadow Throne, followed by Pit of Heresy. Pit of Heresy's first room I don't like a whole lot, but that's about it. It honestly kind of sucks that Pit of Heresy's first room is just like so freaking big. I feel like they kind of screwed up making a play space that big without designing it around its size. Like, there's no cool mechanics that allow you to move around that large space quickly. Which, that would make a big positive difference if there was something that actually made fast movement fun, like man cannons, that kind of thing. And the alternative to that would be if they had laid it out differently, where instead of making it focused on like big map traversal, it was instead about like slow-paced, long-distance fights. And if they wanted to go that route, then it would have made a lot more sense to have not put you on like one side of a valley, but instead made it where there's like two sides to the valley. That's not the color it's supposed to be. So that you actually had to fire across it with a scout rifle or something like that. But that's not the destiny we live in. I want those moats, but I'd rather not die, so here we are. Boring. No AoE ability in this room is pain. Especially because I'm pretty sure these guys are still just as busted as ever and they just keep splitting when they're not supposed to. Like, just hit every single headshot, you'll eventually kill them all. Smile. Big pointers. I definitely don't agree that moats make Prophecy the worst dungeon. Although I do agree that moats suck. They should move away from using moats as a mechanic until they can figure out how to make the moat pickup mechanic not feel like garbage. Because as it stands, it feels like garbage. Whoop.
Thanks.
Oh my god. Oh. That was a really bad call. Times like this, I wish I actually had Dead Man's Tale equipped. Only because of my subsistence roll, but nonetheless. Is he allowed to do that? Can he do that? Can someone look that up, see if that's legal? Is that a legal play? To fire directly out of his butthole? Zadair. Thank you very much for the... Okay, no. Absolutely fucking not. Get out of here. I did not want to do a normal right click, and I was holding the block button, so I'm a little tiny bit peeved. It's kind of unfortunate that they went out of their way to make sure that Lament would be usable in midair, only to make it still ultimately not worth using in midair because of inconsistencies with its registration. Alrighty then. Alright, fool. Prepare to eat shit. Or teleport me, but don't do that. I said not to! What is wrong with you? That bitch-ass bitch. I wish I hadn't missed that other shot. Honestly, you'd think that with Lament being a thing, it'd be very easy to get a one floor or a solo one phase compared to when we had to use Falling Guillotine, because it is so much better than Falling Guillotine. And yet here we are, living in a world of pain and struggle. Alright, buddy, I'm gonna need you to teleport. Like now. The great grenade. I'm proud of that one. I should be able to knock him off the map. That'd be cool. Did I get any ammo over the course of this? I definitely will not be doing two-man Vault of Glass right when it releases, because if at all possible, I would like to try and do the world first of that. With Bungie's system they are planning to do for it, where they have like the triumphs that need to be completed. Looks like I'm on path for a 2-phase, but it's annoyingly close. We're using Charged with Light and the Lament. I did see that tweet from Trials Report, Lurgan. Pretty cool, huh? Is that all of them? Nope. You know what's really weird about moats? Why the fuck can't you use them instantly? Stop it, you. Ow! How is that light? I did not kill that guy from the light position at all. They definitely messed this dungeon up. Like, there's absolutely no reason for these signs to be spawning in this aggressively. I mean, I don't think there's actually triumphs to be unlocked anymore with this dungeon. Could be wrong. Can you move? Dingus? Those feel so unresponsive and bad. And I should not have scions yet. My goodness. I wonder if these were considered like fixes to the dungeon. And it was intended to be at this difficulty level from the beginning. Because if that's the case, then like that's kind of cool, but also they were very far off the mark on release. Can I hit this guy? I mean, like, I know I wasn't aiming at him well, but like that usually has 12 billion aim assist. Guy just broke a crystal and hurt himself. Like a complete maroon.
Thanks. I love you too.
Alrighty then. We're very charged with light. We got a good amount of sword ammo. Got a little bit of shotgun ammo if that's what it comes to for whatever reason. We're okay. We can potentially do this. Can't guarantee it's going to happen, but it doesn't look bad. Percy, thank you so much for the 19 months. Cool. Gotta be kidding me. I keep doing the mid-air attack, which is like much worse damage. Oh well. 3 phase. Percy, thanks for the 19 months. Appreciate it very, very much. Glad you're still here and supporting. Means a lot, thank you. Draz are up. Thank you for the 2 months as well. Appreciate you, Draz. Oh, it's this room. That's equally as bad as the others now. Oh my. Where'd the moats go from? Whatever. They definitely borked something. With the Scion spawns in the other parts of this, because this room used to be much worse than the others in terms of how fast the Scion spawned. Like with them spawning now, that would be bad in the other rooms, but in this room it was always how it worked, just standard fare. I'm a lot more surrounded than I intended to be. This room costs you solo flawless. It is understandable. It is a, like I said, it's a much harder room than every other room in this for some reason. I think I might teleport. We'll find out. Stay tuned. Man, a dragonfly weapon would actually be a lot better here than this thing, I think. Well, I don't even know about that, actually, because being able to one-shot them is pretty nice. And it does require not just my 120, but Rampage, too. Okay, well. I don't know why, but I just want to kill these guys. It's pretty pointless. I wonder how they're actually managing to not shoot each other in the back. My teammates walk in front of me like that, I'm hitting my teammates' backs, just like every shot. Damn, and they're already back. I mean, that's crazy. Dragonfly arc bow for solo flawless? Yeah, actually, that would make a lot of sense. I probably should have used my arsenic bite for this. What? Oh, wow. I'm actually not 100% sure I've gotten that before, ever. Let's check. No, I guess I have. Oh, well. Would have really liked the helmet, and I would have really liked a better roll than that, holy moly.
Their answer is
But it's something.
then we learn nothing. I wouldn't say that.
It's something, all right. Ooh, it's the Huscow, my favorite rocket launcher to dismantle. It's definitely up there.
Passing judgment. Trust. That means in their eyes, the two are the same. Zavala will disagree.
Who the fuck cares what Zavala thinks? Why would we take that into consideration? That was definitely not flawless. That was actually a very sloppy run in terms of not getting killed a bunch. Not really sure why I don't know, I guess I just don't care about flawless enough to actually try. Stasis is actually not a very good... Whoa! Stasis is not a very good subclass for that. So this Soulless Scar is actually like really, really good. What was the woe? The woe was I accidentally opened something on my phone that has audio. There's actually, you know, I'm going to show you. It's really funny to me, but that's site actually. Nobody who doesn't play RuneScape isn't going to understand this at all. My ears are bleeding, but it was worth it. Did I see your drawing? I don't know. I don't think so. Let's see your drawing. Oh, I did see your drawing, actually. I didn't know that was you. I didn't pay attention to who put it there. I was like, that's kind of funny. No, they can't leave the tomb. That was part of what made it funny. And the fact that he uses his Darok's Great Axe to do a Dragon Scimitar special and a Granite Maul special. It's just... It's the kind of thing where if you don't play RuneScape, you have no idea how just wrong what is happening is. Wow, that's a really good 58 roll. It's too bad 58 is garbage, so it's automatically getting deleted.
Let's get you back out there.
I kind of want to use my... Dude. This is the exact same problem I had last season. I kind of want to use my hammer charges.
Not bad. Take it easy.
Because if I don't use my hammer charges, then I will wind up in a position where I've got them. And I could get loot from them, but I'm not gaining more charge, and it's pain. But doing Battlegrounds to make my hammer charges go away also sounds kind of awful. I noticed that, Vista. I responded to it. You told me not to troll you in the jumping section again on the second run. Yeah, my Cabal Gold. I don't know if I said the wrong word, but I'm going to trust you that I did, if you're correcting me. Okay, anyway, back to the Soulless Scar. So, Soulless Scar. It is, it's cute, first of all. That much should be immediately obvious to anyone looking at it. But it, has chain reaction. That's a unique thing for a caster sword. So, therefore, if I wanted to get something that might potentially be good on a caster, we go with chain reaction. That's also kind of cool for swords in general, because if you just use it like a normal sword, the enemies explode when you kill them, which is kind of cool. Relentless Strikes for the ammo. Swordmaster's Guard so that I can get the heavy attack as often as possible if I want to use it for that, which again, the whole point of the caster frame. Might as well use it for that. And I've got Enduring Blade or Jagged Edge, which is max damage or max ammo. Either way. Not really sure which is better. I'm going to go with Jagged Edge for now, actually, because it might make the difference in allowing me to actually kill some things with it. But every time I've tried to use it, I'm just really unimpressed with it. Like, I want to believe... but it doesn't want me to believe. So I gotta say, if they did one thing right with these new Trials weapons, I definitely think it's the aesthetics. They look really freaking good. Clean is a word that comes to mind. We're going with this. What does full energy mean on swords? I can show you once I load back into an activity, but I would assume just talking about the charge that replaces your melee charge when you pull it out. Another 470 kills with that to go, and then some hammer charges used. We're getting there. Uniqueness of a weapon doesn't always mean you like it. You know, you're right. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and do at least one. Do I want to even do that? Shoot, man. Auto-loading opening shot would actually be kind of nice for Crucible, especially with fluted barrel and handling masterwork. I mean, it's no quick draw, to be fair, so that kind of holds it back a bit, but I've already got quick draw. Surplus 1 for all on brass attacks. It's too bad that thing's dumb. I do not like sidearms at all. Brass attacks is very strong. Where is it very strong specifically? Oh, hey, I got Bright Dust and a mark. Ooh, a mark. Maybe that'll be a nice looking one. Hello? I dig it. I'm running it. It's a little long. Feel like I'm going to trip over it at some point, but this should be fine. Sidearm Rex? Absolutely not. Why would you say sidearms are the best DPS or primaries and they have the highest DPS of any primary type? Wow, that's really useless in practice. Like, what is DPS on a primary? I mean, I don't use primaries for DPS. I use it for one-shot potential over, you know, the variety of situations where you're fighting red bar mobs. For the most part. Something I wanted to look at. Oh, yes. Ah, battlegrounds. Oh, the pain. They kill mages? Why wouldn't I use my... What do I want to use my special weapon for, then? Yeah, I mean, I don't really love the idea of doing battlegrounds, but I gotta use my Cabal Gold somehow. Okay, so this chest piece is just objectively bad. And we're sticking with this armor set because we love it. It's just a good armor set. It's just solid. Legacy's Oath Gauntlets with the 1304. Goodbye. Was this one good? Nope. But it can be dismantled now because I don't need a 1304 again. I'll let my teammates carry this first couple seconds here. So it looks like we got a 1304 helmet, but do we keep this 1304 helmet?
But the situation may have deteriorated.
This is an important strategic position. It allows Keitel to establish a beachhead on Earth at the Hive's expense.
Letting them settle in would be a bad idea.
Go forth, Guardian. Cleanse this place.
So one of the Lust has a much higher stat base. 5 points, I guess. So not much higher, really, but you know, it's better. So I'm losing stats in general on this, but the only thing it's actually better in at all is recovery and intellect. And it's only 1 point better in recovery. And I guess 4 points better in intellect. So it's a slightly better recovery intellect build, but not going to round out my stats. it was 2 better in recovery, I'd keep it. Shame. Alright, well, time to die. Are you good? Kind of. Not as good as my other boots, though, so get out of here. Oh, wait. I've got a different pair that's even worse. Oh, yeah, goodbye. You're worse. Looking sharp. Is this keepable? No intellect means that it's automatically got to get dismantled, unfortunately. We hate to see that. Alright. I mean, I think your Titan does look better than my Titan, actually, Vista. Maybe I should steal your fashion. Although I do think that part of that is that I don't have the Season Pass armor. Really strongly considering buying that, because, man, it just... Or not the Season Pass, the Eververse set. Battlegrounds isn't worth it until War Table is ranked up more. Why not? When you say it'll be selling for Bright Dust, do you mean like piece by piece? Is that how it works?
Cabal would risk everything for a chance at retribution against the Hive. So much rage, so much suffering.
You saw what the Hive did to the Elixni on the shore.
Oh no.
That would push anyone to their limit.
Piece by piece pain.
Proved that the Cabal have no limits.
Then let's give them some.
I mean, honestly, I don't even think I have enough Bright Dust to consider buying that. I haven't kept up with Bright Dust bounties over the course of this game, and I kind of wish that I had, because, man, having a ton of Bright Dust would be very handy. Then I could save my real dollars. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy that Bright Dust has been moved to the seasonal challenges thing, because I know I'm going to miss less on account of that, but I also feel, isn't it less Bright Dust overall accessible? They nerfed it massively? How? I thought it was, like... How different is the amount you can get? Yeah, Plifto, I'm sorry to have lied to you. I'm not sure why I'm doing this, to be honest with you, so I might back out of it. Imagine getting hit for 99% of your health in one shot and not having the good sense to just die. Nazarek Sin ornament? What ornament are we talking about? This gun has a very distinct firing sound, but I feel like I should know exactly what I'm hearing. Does anyone know what this thing sounds exactly like? A gun firing? Yeah, I don't know about that. Why can't they just put the door at, like, feet height? Someone's gonna think that I don't actually know there's a door to my right.
I have eyes on their commander, just up ahead.
Cabal honor will dictate that he'll have to answer your challenge.
Time to fight fire with fire. Or bullets. Your choice.
I really like it when you're hitting enemies with both stasis and solar energy at the same time. Because I like to think that they're getting killed by just being at room temperature. Tip from yesterday, you don't know if I wrote it down? Refresh my memory. Because I definitely did not write anything down if you're talking to me. Death by room temperature. You know what's kind of interesting that I'm just now realizing? I mentioned the other day it would be kind of cool to have a perk like Rapid Hit that functions on damage rather than reload speed and stability. And that's exactly what Dead Man's Tale does. Like, that is exactly what the exotic is. Yeah, you can note farming yields by using the tool Leprechaun. It'd be very inconvenient if you couldn't do that, because anytime you actually got like a bunch of herbs at once, you'd have no way of keeping them all. Just go bank. It'd be annoying. Yeah, if you could get Rapid Hit on Dead Man's Tale, that'd be pretty synergetic. Although Subsistence is actually pretty synergetic with the weapon design too, so we're all about Subsistence on Dead Man's Tale. I think it's the God roll. It's also nice that the God roll is only a single perk and not like 4 perks, being that it's an exotic and very inconvenient to farm. I wish these guys would drop less ammo. I'm getting really sick of being able to just shoot him with a shotgun non-stop. You know, it blows my mind that some people don't like champion enemies. I guess it doesn't blow my mind because people will complain about literally anything in Destiny, but it is very weird to me. But there's so many people who just say that they're like lots of different things, basically to the effect of artificial difficulty. When in reality, it is very much not artificial difficulty. Like, it's the exact opposite of artificial difficulty.
They thought that fire and force would be enough to destroy the hive. Fools.
This commander may be. But Keitel seems different.
Do not confuse cunning for restraint. The moment she has the upper hand, she will attempt to make Earth the new Cabal homeworld.
Maybe. Maybe not. Guess we'll see.
You saw a Reddit post complaining about how some guns have a shell being ejected as part of the firing animation. Well, that sounds like it would be a very interesting thread. I would love to hear what their reasoning behind that is, because that just, like, I don't even understand how you could complain about that. Like, what is there to even complain about there? Goodbye, meme. He'll be missed. It's such a meme, though. Oh, the pain of getting rid of a meme. If only it was 42 discipline, too. If it was 42 discipline, I think I would have to keep it, but it's not. Got a lot of exotic chess pieces. This is so low on recovery and intellect that I just don't see myself ever using it. And this Legacy's Oath plate is cute, too, but it's just, like, significantly worse than the recovery department for mobility. And I don't know when I would rather have mobility than recovery. The answer is never. Man, we're really doing a good job here getting rid of stuff that we don't need. 63 roll. It's got some respectable recovery and intellect. It's nowhere near as good as my Karak Type 2. It's the best for recovery and intellect. I mean, it doesn't even have a mod on right now. That thing's insane. These Legacy's Oath Greaves are decent, but they're not so good that I feel like I should keep them. And I guess if I'm going to say that about them, then I need to also apply that same reasoning to this. They're kind of similar, though. So if I put an intellect mod on the bottom one, they would be like basically the same in recovery and intellect. The question is, do I prefer mobility and discipline or a little resilience and strength? And we're going to go with resilience and strength, so I guess goodbye to this too. All right, handled. Someone said my Titan looked like doo-doo. What? Why would they say something like that? I've spent so long on this fashion. Are you kidding? That's so mean. Why is his pants red? I don't know. I didn't say I thought very hard about it, just that I thought a long time. All right, so if I wanted to get this, I'd have to buy $10 worth of silver. Okay, you know what? We'll go through the pain. Yeah, obviously add the amount. What do you mean stop? Yeah, I'm impatient. I'm tired of looking like shit all the time. It gets old. Whoa. Okay, now give me the goddamn thing. Wait, did I not just buy that? Let's go! We know it, Mubsy. We know it. Son of Nothing 87. Thanks so much for gifting subs to S&D Tagman and Chunky Style Milk. Woo! We did it! We got the thing! Let's go! Oh, hey, yeah, Son of Nothing. Help fund the silver spending. Let's go. It's all thanks to you that this helmet can be worn. Use a Bisian gold with it? No. Maybe. We're going to go with these two. They're also, like, they look pretty nice. What's the mark like? Was the mark good? I can't remember. I like these little tassels on this one. I'm not really so into that. That's kind of lame. I actually think the Virtuous mark is one of the better ones, too. We're going to stick with what I've got on for the moment. Why are my pants red? Clerkin, shut up. So do we wear this chest piece? Or something a little bit different? Like, that looks awful with this. That's actually kind of interesting, but I'm not into it. I want to look at this really quick with a zoom out. It's okay. No. Maybe. No. 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 Okay. Look how unique I look. Just pulling the season pass ornaments or the whatever ornaments and just using all of them. That's so just... I really stand out. Just pulling the exact Eververse set and using it piece for piece. These hooves are kind of a turn off. I don't know that I can do that. The mark doesn't match. You know, we're going to worry about that after we worry about a shader.
Thanks. I love you too.
Of Left, thank you very much for the 58 4 months. Hey, streamer, just wanted to let you know it's come to my attention that your pants are chartreuse. Like my armor. Yeah, I'm trying to work on the pants being red. If there's chartreuse on your screen, we got a problem. You may want to visit a doctor, specifically an optometrist. I kind of like the pink bulls. This do be looking stupid, though. This do be looking stupid. I really like the way that makes the little celestial constellation bits look. And the eyes. So I almost dig that, but this definitely does not work with the mark or the legs. We're going to keep it in mind, though, because that was definitely... There's some aesthetic behind that waiting to be taken advantage of. That's disappointing. I actually usually like pomegranate gloss. Gambit Jadestone. Too many people have already done that. Seen a lot of people running green shaders with this. We've got to go the exact opposite direction. I really like the fact that it's got the green here, because that really stands out with the other stuff. But I would definitely have to wear the full ornament set if I wanted to run that. And I can't do that because Lion Rampant is a big pile of trash. Stupid ass Lion Rampant, man. That is such an awful looking exotic. They would just make an ornament for it that doesn't look like crap. That would be so nice. Testudo. That's kind of nice. I like the fact that it's got... Actually, ooh, it works with the Lion Rampant a little bit, too. You can see the red in the Lion Rampant. Gunmetal Marigold has been my go-to ever since Basara more or less randomly chose it. This is kind of cool, too. Although the red of the lion is really ugly here now. So I guess that's not even something that changes color, because Lion Rampant is just ugly. That's just by design. It's on purpose. I actually really like this. I know I said a lot of people have been running green, but like I haven't seen a whole lot of people with green with orange eyes, and it makes the lion on this stand out a little bit less. That I've got the red orangish color in the constellation bits. This kind of works. What do you guys think of this one? Ugly green? Nah. Nice avocado. Thank you. I really like this green. It's like Peridot. Okay, Basara, your opinion is getting filed as the most important opinion given in chat so far. I'm going to revisit that with slightly different ornaments, I think. Damn, Dreaming City Spectrum just looks great on everything. See, this is what I was talking about yesterday, where I said like you use dark fluorescence, which has like orange, different orange and yellow, and then gray, and wind up with like 95% gray. And it's like, what? This just mutes everything. Okay, so what shader was it? Lichen Crown? Yeah, we're using Lichen Crown. Also, it's a new shader this season. It's kind of cool. We double dig it. Dreaming City Spectrum comes from curated Dreaming City weapons. It's like the Twilight Oath curated or the Nation of Beasts curated, I think. Pretty sure. Okay, so we're almost there. I think the mark, as much as I do like it, the tassels really don't work as well with this shader. And I feel like we got to go with this just so we can get that color in here. Although if we can pick a different mark that's also going to use that color, it might still work. Actually, that... Oh, I don't know. I don't like how big my hips are. I don't even know what I want from Titan marks exactly, but I feel like the vast majority of them are just ugly. You know, I kind of dig this. This is pretty good. Like, Lion Rampant looks like butt no matter what, pretty much. Although I feel like I could probably get a different shader in this. I need something that's going to make this orange happen, but I do not need... that, like, whole thing to be silver. If it was a different color. Like, I want my mark to stand out. Because that is a kind of unique element of the design. I really don't even know where to look at this to get like a good sense of what it looks like everywhere. That's kind of nice. It's too different from everything else though, unfortunately. That is really neat how it turned to purple. That makes me wonder what Vanguard Metallic would look like on this whole set. I'm going to check that, I guess. Man, this is not working out. Huh, I just erased them. Shoot! So where is Vanguard Metallic? Actually, that's pretty cool. Aside from the fact that, like, if it didn't have so much of that, like, brown color in there, I really like the purple. The purple and gray go together very, very nicely. Just the brown is not pulling it together as well as I would have liked. Okay, let's see if there's anything else that really just stands out nicely. Or if there's something that really works for the mark, but I don't really expect that I would be able to figure that out by looking at the whole thing. Try welded brass. I don't know where that is. Oh wow, Abyssinian Gold is actually pretty cool here. But it is one of those shaders that kind of winds up feeling a little generic to me. Red and a very dark color combined is just like kind of overused. There are too many shaders that aren't good. Like Amethyst Bloom, this is a very, like, it's got a nice saturation to it. It's unique. It's worth having as a shader. Vintage Timber, I could definitely see this being good on some gear too. That one's worthy of being a shader. What about Laguna Cruiser? Like, I don't really see anyone using this. It's not so bad that I think it doesn't necessarily deserve to be a shader, but it's definitely not good enough that I'm confident in it. There's a lot of them that just are all over the place. Man, I love the matte look you get with Jacaranda on any of the parts that it turns black. That's surprisingly good. Like, I normally don't like just black, but it's so matte and so, like, it's just so dark everywhere that it actually does look nice. I want that shader. Oh, damn. What in the world? I might have to do this instead of the other one. This is pretty sick. Wait, did I even have this one? Pain! Oh, I want the shader, but I don't have it. No one has it? Double Pain! How do I get it then? Damn, I really, really like that. I want, like, this is absolutely the shader I would want to run with it. Oh well. I wonder if they're ever going to sell it. This is kind of cool. Like, this kind of shader? Who the fuck is running this? Why even make this shader? That's actually kind of nice. I like this one. Neopop Wave is sick. You kind of like it? Get out of here. Why is this called... Never mind. Whatever. We're moving on. Dude, I'm so upset that both of those shaders that are that I don't have look so good. I don't remember what that second one was named, but man, it looked absolutely awesome. I really, really liked that, and I can't use it. It's kind of nice. Doesn't take advantage of the red on the Lion Rampant leg anywhere near enough for me to use it, but I like it. It's not that they look good because I don't have them. It's because they have a really saturated purple in the one of them. Oh, that Basalt Toxic actually goes pretty sick here. Too bad Lion Rampant looks like butt! Holy moly! Lion Rampant, you're really, really hard to work with, buddy. Really hard to work with. Kind of a really just obnoxious exotic, I gotta tell you. Just take them off? No! Then I wouldn't be able to jump forever. I've got to be able to jump forever. If I can't jump forever, then I'll probably fall to my death a little more than I already do. Why didn't I get the Lion Rampant ornament that looks good? Because it doesn't. That said, if it sold again, I probably would buy it because it might look a little bit less bad than this one sometimes, but yeah. All the new ornament does is just make it look a little bit more symmetrical. It still looks bad. Your legs still look way too beefy and just goofy because you have like giant cankles. Amethyst Veil works with this kind of nice. Someone's been suggesting that in chat for a while, and I can see why. That's pretty cool. And then there's just this red logo on my leg that looks like butt. It doesn't have parts that don't shader. I mean, that's definitely a plus side aspect of it. But it is not enough to call it good. because it looks like it would just be a flat color across the whole thing. It looks like it's got a smooth texture that would not be repeatable in any other armor piece. Reef Maid. You'll like that one. Warbrick's pretty sick. I really wish that there was an armor set that I liked Lilac Bombast on, because I think that's a very pretty shade of pink, but I just cannot find anything that actually works with it. Check Crucible shaders. We're getting there. We're checking everything. Lavado Core. That is a shader that nobody ever wears. Buffer Overflow, I feel, has the potential to be really cool, but I've never seen it actually be really cool. Sunrise Warrior is not the one. Carglow Bristle. Ew. Blue and yellow does not look good together at all, in my opinion. Like, Mars Sunset. This doesn't need to exist. Nobody is running that. It's not too bad. Like, nobody's running this. It's not happening. I mean, maybe. I almost wish that shaders were categorized by their primary color. I do have Gambit Jadestone. This is kind of sick. It doesn't really work with the part of this that's supposed to be like fur, I guess, but makes these guys look pretty badass. Bumblebee. Coolest shader in the game. You don't have Gambit Jadestone and you're mad about it? Why don't you just play a bunch of Gambit? It is actually a little unfortunate that it's not possible to go back and earn shaders after they're no longer accessible. I mean, I don't think they've done that like ever. Wow, this is probably one of the only situations ever where Metro Shift doesn't work. I mean, it looks okay, but it makes Lion Rampant look dumb with the asymmetrical aspect. These faces having blue eyes, they don't stand out at all. The celestial, like, constellations, completely lost. I mean, that's not to say it looks bad, so that is... Metro Shift is a safe shader. You could put that on literally anything and it would look fine. Or good. But never bad. Yeah, I mean, that's true, Thomas. You are right about that. Like, why do they make shaders like this? Vanguard Magnus Gloss. Who the hell likes orange and blue together? Stop talking, Hermit Toad. You're hurting my point. Every New York Knicks fan... Okay, but I think that we could all agree that the New York Knicks could just change their color scheme. Literally everyone likes orange and blue together. Okay, well, how many of you guys in chat run this as your main shader on your armor? That's the better question. How many of you... okay, I'm not saying orange and blue is always bad, but how many of you run this on your armor? If I see a smiley face after the me, I know you're lying, okay? It looks ugly, okay? Nobody argue with that aspect of the point here. It looks ugly. We all know it does. We can play devil's advocate all we want, but it's ugly. We know it. I really like how many colors are active on this. And they're very, like, pure. Gilgamesh Veterans probably... Dude, Gilgamesh was such an ugly shader, too. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I am actually going to be a little bit tilted if I get through every shader I can look at and none of them look as good as the one that I'm not allowed to have because they didn't sell it last season. That is so toxic. The armor set is the new Eververse set released this season. And I've got to say, it's a pretty cool set. Why didn't they sell it? I don't know. I would almost guess that part of the reason we didn't get it is because one of them just looks really good and is really dark. And I think that they're like, oh, wait, we almost released a shader that actually looks really nice. Gotta go ahead and back out of that one. Rustberry. Like, look how dark that shader is. Like, that's nice looking. But it's not allowed because it looks nice. Yeah, they didn't sell Rustberry, and they didn't sell Nectar Dynamo, which is the one that I really wish I could get right now, because that looks so cool to me. I love that color scheme. But I can't get it. They won't let me. That's definitely my favorite so far. Ew. Like, what is this? Blue fur. I almost like this, actually. It's so bad it's good. I want to check out Valheim, but I've been having fun on Destiny lately too, so no guarantees that I will get around to that. Is Valheim like a full game, or is it like an early access kind of thing? Early access, rest and peppers. Carmenica in classic form looking good. Early access, but really good. Hopefully they make a complete game out of it. I would love to see that. But I do actually want to give it a try at some point. It looks pretty cool. I like how you guys are suggesting shaders for me to look at when I've literally just been going systemically from like first to last over all of my shaders. Like, I'll get to the ones you guys are suggesting at some point. It'll happen. You know, I actually thought Iron Bone looks terrible all the time, but I gotta say it looks okay here. So it's getting carried a little bit by the armor set, but still. Iron Fuchsite. But where is Iron Shungite? I do remember when I used to refuse to turn in any triumphs, and I kind of miss it. This is kind of cool, actually. I'm not personally interested in using it, but I could see this being really up someone's alley. Because it like the is it Iron Vendetta? Like the fur looks like unique color-wise compared with the rest of the armor, so it looks more like fur than it might with a different shader. And then the metal and the tanned leather kind of look definitely come together pretty well too. It has a vibe. Now that I've seen the other ones, Lichen Brown kind of looks like ass. Kind of sucks. You know, if I didn't know that this had constellations on it that make it look cooler, this would be a pretty nice shader. Yeah, Callus Selected is very year one, but it looks nice. How do I feel about green? Envious. Oh, that's kind of cool. Kinda. Didn't have the orange in there, I'd probably like it more. Oh well. The Twitch shader? Am I getting to the Twitch shader? Like, how in the world is like light gray, medium gray, dark gray, very dark gray gonna turn into light blue, basically white? Like, Little disappointed in Gambit Chrome here. I'm about to get to Gambit Jadestone, which that one's been requested quite a few times. It won't live up to expectations. Oh, that's kind of nice. Gambit Celadon. I like the texture it gives to the helmet. Yeah, Gambit Jadestone. This is a very popular one in large part, I'm sure, because of the prominent eye lighting. And because Gambit itself is obviously very popular. This is kind of sick. I like the fact that it's got the red. I don't really love the green and yellow color scheme too much, but the fact that the fur really stands out is cool. This is cool too. I like the fact that it's got green and purple in the constellation aspects. It's kind of badass. Tower shaders are ugly. Almost all of them. You know, I think I might just have a thing against the color orange. Because, like, very rarely does orange look good in my opinion. Orange is like just obnoxiousness turned into a color, I feel. It's not to say that it always looks terrible. I mean, I do sometimes like orange, but the vast majority of the time I'm not going to. It's got to really hit a unique aesthetic. This is that one that I said looked good, but it didn't quite come together because of the brown. I don't know if I looked at unyielding, but I don't have it anyway, so. If I looked at it and it turned out it was good, it would just be another situation where I'm like, God damn it. No Nectar Dynamo. This is only 2 pages of this. New Monarchy Allegiance. If that had prominent eyes on it, that would be kind of cool. New Monarchy Regalia. New Monarchy Diamonds. Try mixing a bunch of shaders. I'm having a hard enough time getting it where I like a single shader. That's the last thing I need to do. I actually didn't mean to hit escape there. This is kind of cool. Pretty rare to have matte finishes on any of the shaders. Dead Orbit is so boring. I'll be very surprised if I like any of these really at all. Black and White is just refusing to make a commitment to any shader combination that might be interesting. $69 combat? Nice. I don't actually know what the 2019 Dawning Armor looks like off the top of my head, so couldn't tell you. All right, now we're on to World, which is the last section. And if I don't find anything better, I think what I'll do instead of playing the game is just look at the Nectar Dynamo screen until that shader unlocks. Because I have decided what I want my character to look like, and Bungie has decided not to let me do it. I think Genotype Null 0 is actually pretty cool as far as being an orange shader is concerned. I am so sad. What is happening? Why would they do this to me? We're not looking at green quality shaders. There's no way they're going to have anything interesting. Like, they're not going to use the celestial bits. almost at all, I'm sure. Valkyrians. Oh, this is kind of cool. I wish the orange here was a different color, and I'd be really into this one. Dang, man. That orange just ruins it, particularly because it's right in the middle of the belly. It looks so good other than that, though. I didn't want to go back on this. This one looks pretty cool, too. Pretty cool. I feel like the shaders just muddied together a lot of the time. But a lot of it is definitely that they don't have smooth application of the colors they have in them. Dang, man. We're like right at the end, and nothing has worked. Nothing at all. Oh. Why? Why would they do this to us, chat? Can't believe this. You know, I actually kind of like the fact that the color is applied unevenly here. In particular. I don't like that shader in general, but wait, hold up. I'm like pressing escape so fast that I'm not even getting a look half the time. It's kind of cool too. What's the one I said I liked? I'm going to go back to that one in just a second because I think I have looked at literally everything. And I am living in a world of disappointment right now. I wanted to do this one. That's so cool. I mean, I saw a lot of them that I liked. There are a lot of good ones, but I'm just trying to pick an actual favorite. And at the moment, this one is like by far my favorite, but it's not available in game. I just like the fact that it's got like the very bright saturated red in the constellations. And then that's repeated in the fabric of the armor. And the actual metallic parts of the armor have blues and purples in them. So you've got like the whole spectrum from blue to red. And the parts of it that are meant to stand out do that very well. And the parts that are supposed to blend together do that very well. I really like this look. And it makes the lion not look ugly. I would definitely run this if I could, but I can't. Unlucky. Damn, now I look like budget Nectar Dynamo. Lame. All right, guys, I got to take my dog out, so I'm going to be right back. In the meantime, I'll let all of you look at the shader that we're not allowed to have because Bungie said no. By which I mean ads, because I'm actually going to run ads now that I think about it. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, hopefully with a freshly emptied puppy, and I will see you in a minute. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. I love you too.
I'm back. KSC, thanks so much for the 25 months. Appreciate it, KSC. Damn. Most dogs don't pog. If your dog is pogging, you may have a problem. Well, only I could lose 1 point of intellect and gain 2 points of strength. We'd really be looking good. I have looked at all of them now, lop, 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 so we're moving on from looking at them. I don't even know if I want to do another Battlegrounds. I know I want to run the dungeons on my other characters. At least I think I do. What kind of dog do I have? She is a Pomeranian Chihuahua mix. So basically, she's a little pain in the ass. She's not the brightest dog, but she's pretty cute. She'll probably look like a puppy for ever, her whole life.
Cabal forces are entrenched.
Nah, she doesn't really have any anger. She just likes playing a lot. But maybe when she starts being a full-grown dog, she'll be annoying in that way. I doubt it, though. She's alright. She's a good dog. Although I guess that doesn't mean anything, because all dogs are good dogs. Solo Flawless Master Presage with Blink win. Honestly, Blink could be kind of overpowered for it, so... Now that would be fun, though. I like that idea. I think I will actually have to pursue that. Okay, what is the point of doing this? What do you even get out of, hammer charges? Like, well, is there any unique loot that comes specifically from this activity? Am I gonna do pain with Benny today? Nah, probably next weekend. I'll play with Pure Chill and Benny again. Or at least Pure Chill. Pure Chill is the one that asked. So, I don't know if they play together all the time, but I guess I'll find out next weekend. They were super fun to play with. I really enjoyed that, actually. It's kind of funny to me how much Pure Chill, like, whenever he thinks he's messed up, he's, like, absolutely gonna take the blame for it. That guy just got melee canceled by the fact that I shotgunned him. I've already got a really good SMG from Battlegrounds. I don't know if I can play with Triple Rec. He's kind of a noob. Actually, though, it's kind of crazy to think that he's playing again at all. Because, like, he straight up just didn't play the game, right? Like, he quit Destiny and was just outie for, like, how long? And the thing is, it's not like he was a consistent streamer before that. Which is really crazy, because there was a time when he definitely was a consistent streamer, and I guess he just decided it's not for him. And he prefers doing the Evolved PC work. Pretty wild. I feel like you don't hear about a whole lot of people who are successful as streamers just being like, you know, I'd rather not. Although it does happen. I mean, there's that one Overwatch pro that just decided he was just going to straight up go be on a farm instead of continuing to be a streamer. My dog's name is spelled M-A-I-A. I got my finest matter we proc so fast that okay, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, I was trying to make a joke about Defram, but really just drawing a total blank on how to properly make fun of the fact that didn't he like literally go work at McDonald's instead of being a multi-thousand viewer stream? But yeah, it's actually crazy that Triple Rec was like super successful as a streamer and decided to pursue something else entirely. Anyway, I guess that makes sense if he didn't want to just be stuck playing Destiny and didn't feel like he could play other games as much. Pretty admirable guy, all things considered. When am I doing flawless in Hong Kong? Probably never. I may hate trials, but I'd rather play the game than cheat it. More power to the people doing it, though, because trials needs to be looked at, and if people are able to get their loot without playing the mode, then cool. Thoughts on not being able to wipe on the Battlegrounds boss? Doesn't surprise me. It'd be kind of annoying to be able to wipe there with a non-elective difficulty activity, which is to say that it's not like Master or Adept or any of that. It's just like, this is just Battlegrounds. And that's the only difficulty version available. So it'd be annoying if that was the thing where you just get random teammates that may or may not be any good, and if they just decide not to res you and you wipe because of it, that would be frustrating. I'd be annoyed. So it's for the best that you can't. I don't know why people hate the Hong Kong strat but are okay with recovs. I mean, I don't hate the Hong Kong strat. I'm like, I think that's preferable to recovs by a wide margin, actually. Because instead of having a few people benefiting by just being good at the game and ruining the playlist, instead everybody just agrees that the playlist is stupid together and get their loot with the Hong Kong strat. mean, recovs are really freaking lame. That is a very bad aspect of the game. But Trials is in such a bad place that if people feel like the best way to get their loot is to straight up circumvent the matchmaking entirely, more power to him as far as I'm concerned.
Down. Get a move on. Be careful. The Cabal got sloppy. Vex have moved in behind them.
Hey, Wildfire, what's up?
Or you'll get caught in the crossfire.
Also known as the Hotcase strat, but if you jump into a group, they'll just leave and you get a free run. Why is it known as the Hotcase strat? They wear like Hawkeye gear to let it be known that they are doing that strategy. Yeah, they wear Hawkeye emblems. Get fucked, Trials of Osiris. I honestly hate that shit. Like, playing good games with good players is fun, but having loot lock behind it to where you need to just be a god tier player playing with god tier players to have a significant chance of getting to the lighthouse without it being like your whole weekend spent on it is actually just... it's crazy. That's terrible. Yeah, it is actually so big-brained.
The Imperial commander should be
But honestly, the thing that amazes me about it isn't even the big brain aspect, which in its own is pretty impressive, but more so the, bonk. Bonk. The fact that everybody's in on it, like, people actually working together, that's crazy. Like, if only we saw that for other important issues on a global scale, things that maybe were just as important as Trials of Osiris. You know, I just had a very strong urge to play a Pokemon game. I really have got to play some other games that I also love. As much as I do love Destiny, there are other games that are also cool. Do we have any idea when another Pokemon game is going to exist? Is that going to be a thing? Champion enemy XD. XD. I never played Ultra Sun. Diamond and Pearl remake later this year? Remakes are kind of lame. Not sure how I feel about that. Compared with actually new games. Still better than nothing. But that doesn't sound up my alley enough that I'd want to give it a shot. They announced a brand new open world Pokemon game? Okay, that you're pulling my leg right now, right? No, it's announced. So it's not my leg being pulled. Holy moly. That could be Breath of the Wild meets Pokemon. Okay, well that's, you got my attention. That sounds really, really cool. I will definitely want to play that. Pokemon Legend Arceus. You know, the real Arceus is in RuneScape. And actually, like, I wonder what Arceus means. I guess it's probably based on the root arc. Like Arcana or Arcane. Here's the trailer. Oh boy. What do we have here? Oh, and it's gonna be on the Switch?
This is a tale from
No me importa. No me importa.
Cabal searching
Oh
for the
my
secrets of the
God.
Stone Crypt. I don't understand wanting to become a machine. To lose everything you are. What
This
sort
was
of
revealed on the
person is willing
26th?
to do that to
Like 2 days
themselves?
ago?
From what I gather, folks becoming exos weren't always.
Bro.
And here I thought the people of the Golden Age were supposed to be enlightened.
But the Cabal feel the
Is there a
same
release
way
date on
about
this?
themselves.
The way you talk about the Cabal.
10 FPS, 1995
others
graphics.
talk the same way
You know
about
what? You don't know
aliens,
anything. I don't want to hear any more
especially
opinions from you.
power. Shax openly jokes about killing them. Some Guardians wear their bones on their armor like they're animals. It's different when you walked among them, shared a meal with them.
Well, I ain't gonna be sharing a meal.
I love the line there where he says shared a meal with them. That is such a such an excellent thing to ground people having people creating familiarity with one another. I feel like sharing a meal with someone is the ultimate. Oh, chat. Oh, the pain. It has Archer's tempo, but I don't know if it can have elastic bowstring, but we're getting there. It's close enough. We'll hold on to it for the time being. It's a very useless bow. Big keeper. Try Tim. It's a Pokemon-based game with attacks that combo based on other typings on the field. You know, as much as I would love to do that, I very specifically want to play a Pokemon game. So that wouldn't fit the bill. Impulse amplifier is pretty useless here. No Archer's tempo, delete. No Archer's tempo, delete. I want Archer's tempo frenzy on that. That'd be cool.
Thank you.
Okay, do I go spend more of my hammer charges? I do. It's brain dead content. I can spend my Cabal gold and I can feel okay about it. Tim is dead. What? It cannot roll different strings? Okay, I'm okay with that. That actually just means that I got a god roll then, right? Oh yeah. Let's go. Your best is Killing Wind Frenzy? Oof. Actually, Killing Wind might feel okay on the bow. I'm not sure. Do I keep this vouchsafe? I mean, max range, tactical mag or flared magwell. Those are both nice options as far as I'm concerned. Accurized, I guess, would be a little better, but I don't even know if it can have accurized. Outlaw Dragonfly. Like, that's a very... If you're going to get a vouchsafe, I feel like that's probably up there. Is there anything that would even compare? Like, can you roll Frenzy on it? It's a scout. See, that's what I thought too when I got Dead Man's Tale, and it turns out Dead Man's Tale is actually cool, so would have been a fuck up to have just went by that logic every time. Imagine wanting range on a scout. You want it for the aim assist, bro. If you're going to use it at long distance, you might as well actually have it hit. You get rapid hit over Outlaw? I don't care about rapid hit over Outlaw. It is better, but it's not so much better that I care. Well, this is pretty useless. I like how it feels a lot though. It reminds me of Subtle Calamity. But it's not Subtle Calamity. I'll hold on to it for the time being at least. Should we watch my Shadowkeep predictions video to remind myself of my standards? My standards for what now? Yeah, I would like a good trustee too, but I haven't gotten a surplus Wellspring roll, and that's the only thing I'll settle for. Not even aiming at those guys. Probably aim. Standards of what I keep in Shard. Well, I've changed my standards just a little bit because I think it's a little bit more fun. Like, I didn't expect to be able to use anything from that time period. I just got an exotic on an enemy I did not participate on. Anyway, the point of what I'm trying to say is next time I do a vault deletion, I think it'll be more fun if I have a lot of good rolls. That was actually like a pretty crazy stream. So, what I really need to do is look through other people's vaults though still. That's something I'd like to do. But so I want to talk about like difficulty in Destiny some, I think. Like I haven't made a video about that topic explicitly and I'd like to. How do you suppose he feels about that? My guess, not great. Oh, God. If you're gonna use the stand-asides, that's a pretty good roll, but like, why would you ever use them? I feel like Behemoth Melee's tracking does work like shoulder charge, but I'm not sure if the super itself would be considered it. Isn't it cool that they finally made a toggle option for blues to automatically dismantle into gunsmith materials and glimmer? I was so sick of getting those for such a long time, but with Season of the Chosen now having that option is really great. Gotta remember to turn it on though. Dead Man's Tale cannot roll a triple tap, but it can get quadruple tap. You can roll triple double? What the hell is triple double? Oh wait, that was that perk from what's that thing called? Breath of the Machine. And the old DPS monster, Chaos Dogma. Chaos Ligma. Did you just come up with that on the spot, or have you seen that said before? Because that's pretty good. I need more scions. Stop it, you. So battlegrounds, lots of enemy density here. My teammate slipped. What do Swedish Navy ships have barcodes on the side of them so they can scan Navian? Wow. That's pretty, I like that. That's pretty amusing, but Definitely one of the dumber jokes I've seen. I feel like the damage buff that you get on this for having 5 stacks is just not as substantial as I would like for it to be. They're called Poseidons. Oh. I should make a tweet where I rank the Battlegrounds missions, because I feel like the single best answer is almost certainly Cosmodrome, Europa, Nessus. But the only thing that's absolutely not objectionable is that Nessus is definitely the worst. Thoughts, chat?
They're looking for the deep stone crypt here. Then they're groping around in the dark, so to speak.
Sounds like there's plenty else they could find around here. Keep pushing, Guardian.
Alright, I'm glad we can all agree that Nessus is the worst. Kind of unlucky. You really like the newest one? Adam John. Poor, sweet, naive Adam John. Why in the world would you have that opinion? I need some enemies I can actually crit. Yeah, these guys are just as persnickety as ever, even with Dead Man's Tale. How about this? My granddad said I was reliant on technology. I called him a hypocrite and unplugged his life support. Oh my god. You murdered your grandfather over a joke? Or not a joke, but a valid criticism? That is so toxic. From the world. We need to find a bug where you can get infinite behemoth.
This is the time, Guardian. Begin the rite.
I think Oracle is really cool utilizing that play space. You may only touch once, but it feels like it drags compared to the others. Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the part where you kill the 3 wyverns. That takes way too long. The boss is cool. I'll give that credit. Rootin', tootin', point and shoot 'em. Oh, the danger. I did not see your joke, Flipto, but I'll scroll up for you. What do we have here? What do you call really good hot water leaf juice made by an Australian marsupial who's been smoking the devil's lettuce? High quality. I wish you hadn't given me the answer in that line, because I think I might have actually thought that through. And it would have been a beautiful thing to have arrived at. You just want the boss to be able to get one-phased? I'm okay with them not being one-phased. Because I'm pretty sure you can move from phase to phase instantly. Like, he's got a shield now, right? And all we have to do to make him not have a shield is kill this fool here. So we'll do that. And then he doesn't have a shield anymore, right? Yeah. What? And then he summons in another champion, and we beat that champion's ass. I find it really disappointing when you can just smack a boss's whole health bar instantaneously, so I prefer this being phased just a little bit. Phases that you can go at whatever pace you want are my preference. Because if we just attack the boss non-stop the whole time, we would ignore all the enemies entirely. Or I would, so. Wouldn't be my favorite. This is tricky. What about my elderly family members kept saying I'll be next whilst at wedding? They stopped once I started saying that at funerals. Oh no, that's also toxic. Why are you abusing the elderly? Why is that the theme of today's jokes? It's like he throws out this cute little bubble and I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. And I just walk in and keep shooting him.
Should be enough to scare them off. For a short time, anyway.
They seem awfully determined.
Bam!
Any chance they'll go looking somewhere else?
Doubtful. If anything, sending the Guardian in has convinced them to return.
Well, when they do, we'll be here to stop them again. You know, I'm surprised, Osiris. Once upon a time, a place like this would have set you off. Ranting and raving about...
Cool, switch spot, thanks for the 100 bits.
And prediction and code.
You got one more, but you don't know if it's allowed? If you're not sure if it's allowed, then it probably isn't, unfortunately. This is probably the funniest one, by the same virtue that makes it not allowed. Damn, bro, that's garbage. Well, to be fair, Asian Kelder tasks are always terrible anyway. The goal of doing Kelder tasks is to get the fuck out of Kelder tasks as fast as possible. It's got to be so disorienting for anybody that doesn't know anything about RuneScape for me to just switch gears to RuneScape and talk about that, and people are like, what the? Destiny content I haven't heard about?
But the situation may have deteriorated.
This is an important strategic position. It allows Keitel to establish a beachhead on Earth at the Hive's expense.
Letting them settle in would be a bad idea.
Go forth, Guardian. Cleanse this place.
It was at first, now I just zone out. Why would you zone out instead of just loading up RuneScape and making an account? I just aimed at a Legionary and hit a Scion behind him with a headshot. So that's interesting, and not on purpose at all. Stop it, you. You'd make a RuneScape account, but you're too busy making an account of Raid Shadow Legends. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you not to do that until I get another paid promotion, if that's possible. Just hold off for now. Thanks for your patience. Guess that's too much health. I can't one-shot them. I can't build up ammo if I can't one-shot them. I thought I was done. Oh yeah, I need to visit Sir still. I haven't actually seen that fool. I wonder if they're ever going to make grenade launchers worth using again. Actually, they are acceptable. But why would I want to use my interference when I could run Blast Batu? When's the fashion show? Oh yeah, that probably shouldn't be the title anymore. Oh! He's winning the DPS fight. Not anymore, buddy. Damn, look at me getting these rocket multi-kills, though. It's looking really good on my completion for that one thing. Oh my god, someone actually has anti-barrier on. Insane. If I get another Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, I would definitely be playing on the same account. Because that game was actually pretty amusing, and I would like to progress instead of starting from square one again, for sure. I could have anti-barrier scout on. I could.
You saw what the Hive did to me on the shore. That would push anyone to their limit.
Red Wall proved that the Cabal have no limits.
Then let's give them some.
Man, Tags Mechanicus guns are just the best. I think the only thing wrong with this gun is that when I get the 5 times cranial spike, it makes the good, bad, and ugly riff. Where it's like the or whatever. Pardon my whistling. Instead of my character just being like, yeehaw! I think that'd be a much better sound effect when you get times 5. Rootin' us, tootin' us, cowboy shooting us. I mean, the sound effect is actually really cool, if I was being serious, but if I could toggle something that made my character make like a dumbass cartoony yeehaw instead, I totally would. You can't. You can. Apparently. I'm glad I didn't fire a rocket at that. I'm glad they're reducing the tracking on Hunter's Withering Blades. These things are stupid. And I don't mean stupid in like a good way, you know? Like just say... I actually don't think I have the experience required to use stupid in a good context. You know, stupid with 2 O's instead of a U. Oh my god. Oh, no way, Jose. Did you guys see that? Champion thought he had his number. Wrong. Stasis is so silly sometimes. Just run next to enemies and just press a bunch of different buttons. I don't even know. Oh, it did work. Cool. That was a good rocket. It was worth it. Should get a face cam. I would, but the thing is, I actually don't have a good excuse for not having one. Maybe someday. I think if my room was actually well decorated, I would want to. But I started and then stopped. It didn't last, Razor Cut. It didn't last. Nobody liked it. People stopped watching my channel. I can only get away with so much. I can only abuse my chat, like, to a certain limit. And with my streaming style and a face cam, nobody's gonna stay for that. My jump is already so long with this exotic on, and I just still feel like it should be much longer. Why did I let that happen? I know live face cammed during Forsaken. I don't remember for how long. Then Twitch staff came in and told me I needed to stop. Who are you over there? What's up, Manok? I have a drone following Nessa. She'll be like at work or taking a test or doing some other important thing. There's like a drone hovering behind her, like bzzz at all times. That would not be even a little bit distracting. This guy sucks. It's crazy to think Last Word used to also be cool. Back before the accident. Yeah, I don't know. For being an exotic, the damage buff on Cranial Spike is really not enough. At the very least in PvE. That said, I like the gun enough to use it even though it's not very good, so that's the thing. But it'd be cool if it was actually like viable. Not a bat meme. We don't talk about the accident, Sasha. I've been killed by this guy's melees like at least 3 times this run. Maybe even 4. I just can't stop myself. Yeah, it is good in PvP, I guess that's true. I guess I just wish that there was no need for it to be bad in PvE to be good in PvP. Like, I don't know why the damage increase isn't higher against combatants. Wrong.
Commander, maybe. But Keitel seems different.
Do not confuse cunning for restraint. The moment she has the upper hand, she will attempt to make Earth the new Cabal homeworld.
Maybe. Maybe not. Guess we'll see.
I really don't know anywhere near enough about the history with the Cabal to actually feel confident one way or another. I'm so disappointed that I can't wear a... Wait, did I have enough stuff for that? Good. Excellent. Well, my train of thought's completely gone. It is still a prime. Well, yeah, it's a primary, but so is Trinity Ghoul, and Trinity Ghoul is able to kick ass. What I really am curious about is, like, if that, you know, the quick swap with a bow and a hand cannon with, like, Lucky Pants, or maybe just even a normal quick swap. Kind of surprises me that that's not a really popular thing to do, using Oathkeeper and Wishender to get wall hacks. Is there a reason that's not popular? Can someone clarify that for me? Big Rabbit Man, thanks for the 18 months. Appreciate it, Big Rabbit Man. I didn't get a single Umbral Engram. What did I do that for then? So if you wanted to run a Cold Duolo, I feel like this is a pretty good roll. I mean, Impulse Amplifier, Lasting Impression. But do we care about Lasting Impression? Yes. I really do not like Lasting Impression myself. Like, I'll leave that in there while I deliberate, by which I mean postpone deleting it, but Lasting Impression? Kinda ass, to be honest. Kinda ass. Not really a desirable perk. When I shoot enemies, I kind of want them to die, you know? It's the intention behind shooting at them. Do I already have a 1305 special? I do. Welp. It's for bosses? Yeah, but you could just use Frenzy on bosses. And then you have the advantage of it blowing up right when you shoot, and also not having a rocket cling onto an enemy before it goes immune, and then exploding after it's immune. Bye, Chihiro. It's good with the weak mode? What do you mean the weak mode? Well, well, well. It isn't vouchsafe that needs to be upgraded so that it has a little yellow masterwork box. Yeah, with autoloading, so you shoot it and then switch back to sniper. See, like, that works, but you could do the same thing with autoloading in Frenzy. All right, well, I will never use that because it is a vouchsafe. But that's fine. Solo, Divinity, lasting impression shot on target, and then switch in Divinity, the target for the bonus solo. See, Poltana, it's a tricky thing that you did there. I see what you did, and it's clever. And props for trying to trick me into thinking that it would ever be good. But the obvious hole in that point is using Divinity solo. Why on earth would you ever do that? Thanks for listening to my TED Talk. Hello, Stukid. Because you get the additional 20% from Artifact. %, debuff plus whatever buff. Okay, so is that like strats for the solo? Is that how you do solo one floor Atrax? Oh wait, no, Atrax doesn't even take debuffs. Never mind. All right, so I don't know why all my gear is on my Titan. Chat, when do you actually use Tiku's Devotion, be honest? I bet you can't name a single time, because I sure can't. Tiku's Devotion? Come on. Garbage. When doing its catalyst, yep. First week lost sector, yep, sure. Oh, I forgot to check the Altars of Sorrow. Anyone know what Altars of Sorrow is right now? What the reward you get from it? The rocket? No, I don't give a shit about the rocket. God damn it. Oh well. Okay, how do all of you know that though? Like, is there a site you check for this, or like what? TQ is actually dicks all over Overload champs. Yeah, so does literally any other bow. Lol. TQ's does it faster? No, it doesn't. It's the trick. Try to have your mind blown. Is to use your primary weapon to activate the champion mod, and you switch to your actually kill them weapon to actually kill them. Tiku, more like Pisu. I guess that's what I thought, Wildfire. What are you what the fucking at? Yeah, you stun them and then delete them with Lament. Why would you use an exotic bow for that? That's just like, just poor planning, all things considered. We do not want another ad time. I keep forgetting to change the cost on that, but I'm honestly not even going to respect it if people do ad time. I didn't think that was a miss, but whatever. Alright, so how fast can this bow fire? That's the real question. There is a mode on my arm. Why is there a mode on my arm? Oh, no, that's my bond. Neat. I don't know how that's happening, but I like it. I'm not really impressed with this blue bow. I thought it was going to be really, really good, but it's not. I didn't think it was going to be really good at all, but oh well. When am I bumping Viking gameplay? You know, that's a great question, Glad. I have no idea. I have no idea at all. I guess it kind of depends, because if I run completely out of Destiny content, that'd be a pretty good time to check out Valheim. As long as people in my chat actually want to see Valheim. Because, I mean, there are other people who play the game. It beat me to play. Oh, I'm being lasered. Ah, the pain. Help. Ow. Who the hell sniped me? Looking good. Vlad, are you anywhere near running out of things to do in Valheim? Or is that game just like content squared? Oh, what the fuck? Because it changed the C from a velar plosive to a dental alveolar fricative in your joke. What? The fuck did you just say? You know what's really funny? Is the guy who designed this didn't actually intend for players to do it by blocking and then swinging back. It really makes me wonder what the hell they originally thought we were going to do. So much to explore and find. That is what I want to hear. You're 160 hours in. Oh my god. Hello. It's not who I wanted to hit, bro. I suppose impressively impossible to aim for me. Me specifically. Bugged on my account. Whoa. Back off, punks. Back in, punk. Okay, goodbye. Ooh, man. Salvager Salvo does not appear to have auto-loading. That is pain. I don't like not being able to see him being attacked by 3 wizards at once. The fact that you can actually, like, kill what I guess was probably a boss and, like, sit its head in your house in Valheim is actually so sick. That was the poster I was like, okay, I need to check out this game. Well, what better way to show off your might than by taking the heads of your enemies as decorations? Hey. Well said, Isaac. I love it. Boy, you spent 80 hours building a village? What the hell do you use a village for? Actually, okay, hold up. I don't even understand what kind of game Valheim actually is. I need like a crash course on that. Wait, hold up. I want to do that again. No, I don't. I want to get rocket killed. No, I do want to do that again. The rocket part. Uh-oh. What the hell? Why are they flanking me? They're not supposed to do that. My heavily scripted encounters aren't working. Viking survival. Oof. Survival has me a little tiny bit concerned. I don't know why, but survival always worries me as a genre, unless it's survival horror. Oh my. Osmosis on a slug. That has the potential to actually be pretty good. I'll hold on to it. Oh, I can guess where you died, don't know. Let me, okay, first guess. Dropping down at the very beginning. According to Steam, a brutal exploration and survival game for 1 to 10 players set in a procedurally generated purgatory inspired by Viking culture. Battle, build, and conquer your way to the saga, a saga worthy of Odin's patronage. Okay, so... okay, I know why survival lost me. I know why. You missed your Icarus dash in the wizard part. XD. Walked right off the map. Hold up. Wait a fucking second. Nice. I might have just realized something. What the fuck, Bungie? How are they going to get rid of Warlock relic skating, but leave Icarus dash as a thing? So Warlocks are still just able to go faster than other people holding relics. What is that? Okay, but what loses me about survival games when I just hear that a game is a survival game is like, what the hell is the goal then? Like, I'm playing a survival game IRL. It's called Manage to Pay Your Bills and maintain a good enough habit of eating and exercising to where you don't develop long-term health conditions that cause you to get a discomfort debuff that ultimately results in a life quality debuff that ultimately turns into a stress debuff that turns your life quality or your life length shorter. Oh man, what the fuck? If I die, I'm upset. Thankfully, I'm a warlock, so I just get instant health regeneration. There's bosses? So, like, that interests me, but, like, how does that relate to it being a survival game? That's the confusing part. Building cool-looking bases and taming random cool animals. I mean, I've heard enough positive things about it that I do want to check it out, but the word survival scares me away personally as a consumer. So unless the game really stands out while being a cheater, while being a survival game, it's likely to lose me. Okay. Two rockets? Oh my goodness. This rocket buff's actually pretty nice. Get out of here, you scamps. The game has 5 difficult bosses in increasingly challenging biomes you must build, craft, and prep for. Then each boss opens access to a new area item and enters you into a new age. Okay, I mean, that description sounds pretty cool. Kill clip on a 140 sniper. How do you dupe the charge? You press the switch weapon buttons a little bit before the circle fills to dunk. The timing is pretty generous, so... Like, if you do it too early, you're just gonna drop it, and that's fine. If you do it too late, you'll have to get a new ball. That'll mess you up. Excuse me? I'm so sick of playing against hackers in Destiny chat. They need to develop an anti-cheat. That weapon has a very distinctly similar sound to Vouchsafe. It's kind of interesting. I wonder what element of the sound design is made the same, so they have that shared aesthetic. The dupe, originally you could just do the dunk button at the same time as you press the switch weapons button, because it would just dunk really fast, and they changed it to where you had to delay, and it's like the exact same thing but just slightly different timing. Not even harder timing, just different timing. You can jump through here, right? Yeah. Hey, buddy. Classic Bungie, man. These low effort hitboxes, chat. God. When I play a shooter, I expect that every rock is exactly where it visually appears to be. How dare they? Ooh. Vlad, if you're still here, I would love to hear what your favorite part about Valheim is. Like, what the one specific thing that you could pinpoint as being just like the best part of it. Be interested to hear that. Thoughts on the win trade sitch? I love it. I am so glad that someone is showing Bungie who's boss and taking away their ability to hold rewards away from the average everyman. It's about time someone took trials into their own hands and, without paying real-world currency to pay a much more skilled player to complete the playlist for them, they just... Fuck, I didn't want that. Snatched justice right out of the jaws of... I don't even know what I'm looking for here. Anyway, I think it's great. I think it's hilarious. Do I think they should get banned? Hell no! What? They won those games fair and square. It's not their fault the other team didn't get lucky enough to win the dice roll. They've just improved Trials into a new and better version, where instead of having your wins based on whichever team is more skilled at Destiny, It's whichever team gets luckier on a dice roll, which is an equally fair way of giving out loot. It's a fun weapon. Progression and crafting gear system. Also, the map is huge, so every time you leave your base, it feels like an adventure. Dangerous one. That okay. I am definitely sold. That sounds very, very fun. Say Sunday or Monday. Sunday. Pog champion. You've been waiting for people to play with Daddy? Okay, we'll play some. We'll have to try Valheim tomorrow. It'll be fun. They actually disable trials? No way. No way. Did they actually disable trials? That is so much pain. Okay, good. I'm glad the encounter's over. I cannot believe I just got bumped. Oh my god. That's so unfortunate, dude. Oh, I hope... Okay, if they fix this problem where people are getting flawless without deserving it, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be upset. Because I can see why it would be an appropriate game integrity change that probably does need to be made, but at the same time, the game mode sucks total ass and needs to be, like, flipped on its head to start being good again. So, with it being in the state that it's in, and people have found a way to work around Bungie's unwillingness to let people have fun with it by designing it well in the first place, then they should just accept that people are getting their loot through the unintended means and just let it be. But no, they can't do that. They got to make sure that nobody has fun and everybody's mad all the time. Yeah, damn you, Trials Report. I don't know about that, Stolshy. I wouldn't do it if I could. I don't really... Like, I'm perfectly capable of getting to the lighthouse either way. It's just... It's like, I hate the way the Trials is right now. I hate it. It sucks that it's not friendly to people who aren't just gods of the game, and it should be, because it's a very significant part of the PvP experience in Destiny. So locking that away, or at least the most significant rewards of it away, except for like the best of the best players, is just like, come the fuck on. Why you gotta do that? Don't be a jerk. Bam! Trials was pretty fun in Destiny 1. They've done a pretty good job of making sure that it's not fun in Destiny 2. Salvage your salvo, boys. Badonking them. This thing is amusing. Yeah, you gotta get out of here. Oh, the pain, the agony, it's not that bad. Key difference between Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 Trials, the bounty system. In Destiny 1, Trials rewards are based on bounties or flawless. There was no like 3-win, 5-win, 7-win rewards. At least I'm pretty sure about that. Someone might be able to correct me on that. But there was, like at the end of a match, you might get a lesser trial set. There were 2 sets of trials gear. There was the flawless armor, and then there was just like the normal trials armor. And the normal trials armor wasn't as flashy, it wasn't as cool, but it was still something to get for trying, you know? And the bounty system, there was like 6 bounties that each gave you a legendary piece of gear. So completing all of those over the course of a week gave a sense of completion for a casual player that is otherwise just totally inaccessible. Because the only way to feel like you've completed a Trials card is to either get 7 wins, or you're missing loot on that, or go flawless, or you're missing loot on that in Destiny 2. Whereas... Okay, that's not gonna fail. Only a Well of Radiance allows you to do this. Damn. It's not a one phase, but that's some pretty freaking good damage for just using a sword, not even having Loosened Blade on. There are bounties, but the rewards from the bounties now, you get 2 tokens or 5 tokens, and then I think one of the bounties gives you a legendary piece of gear, but it might be 2 of them. And even that was an improvement from the base version where it was just tokens purely. It used to be 5 tokens or 2 tokens. No legendary gear piece. But now that there's a legendary gear piece, it's at least a little tiny bit better to get the 3-win reward from the bounty. But in Destiny 1, like I said, there was a... It wasn't like you got specifically the 3-win reward from the bounty. You just got... There was 6 bounties, and when you completed them, you just got... legendary gear from all of them. And getting legendary gear from all of them was a really fantastic thing. Because it made it where casual players were like, I want to go into Trials and do my 6 bounties, and then the 6 bounties were approachable enough that they could realistically complete them all, and feel like at the end of the week, you know, cool, I spent my time playing Trials and got all of my bounties done. So I got a pretty nice little haul from playing and not even necessarily winning, but at least trying to win, right? Go away. There was a point in Destiny 1 where Trials was connection-based matchmaking too. I think connection-based matchmaking is probably better overall for the playlist. Card-based matchmaking ensures that it's like a only the best of the best get flawless kind of thing, and that's great and all, but we've experienced what that's like, and it just kills the player pool and makes it a bad experience for the vast majority of players, so... Oh, I don't know, I should have waited for my super. I made a mistake. Fuck. I didn't think I was still in that pool, but I forgot that it lingers even when it's visually gone. That fire attack he does, where he like does the undercut swipe with his sword, and it leaves a pool of fire on the ground, that continues burning you for quite a while after it's gone. It's actually really stupid. I'm surprised they haven't changed that. I've been told that Anarchy Double Slug is good for this, but I don't actually know myself. I've never done it. With a Well of Radiance, I feel like it could totally work. I miss Icarus Dash so much when I don't have it. If I don't get it this time, I'll switch to Anarchy Double Slug and see how it feels. Because that would honestly be pretty fun to do. Hard part would just be not getting booped around like crazy. Anyway, so Trials is a lot sweatier than it used to be just because the player base of Destiny has gotten better at the game. I mean, the longer a game is out, the better the player base is going to get over time, so that is an aspect of it. And the loot is a lot less generous for casual players, both because the end rewards aren't there anymore, and also, I guess much more importantly, really, the bounties aren't there. And I would say the bounties are like one of the most important things that we've lost, Trials-wise, just ever. Because I think it's really, really important to give a sense of completion. I mean, that's literally why light level exists, even though it's a complete fucking sham that's useless. Like, nobody gives a shit about light level for actual activity completion's sake. It's just, oh, look, I'm max light. I feel like I've beat the game now, you know? Overall takeaways, Trials needs to be a lot more generous for casual players. The matchmaking scheme itself could probably be revisited at this point, because having it be just only for the best players has been tried, and while it is definitely very difficult to get flawless to the point where it is only the best of the best players, that just makes it where it's not even worth attempting for so many players that it makes the playlist a lot less healthy than it really ought to be. And then they honestly haven't innovated the game mode at all, which is silly. Like, the worst state of Trials in Destiny 1 was when people would play with Scory's artifact and just sit at the back of the map and gain a super, so that they wouldn't have to actually ever fight on fair footing if they could avoid it. And that is actually just the state of Destiny 2 Trials. Like, everybody just specs intellect as hard as you can. It's not unusual to see people running 100 intellect. Not making this mistake twice. You fucking not, buddy? Yeah, Scory's period was gross, but like I said, that's where we are right now. I mean, like, think how much people abuse Chaos Reach. I would say that Chaos Reach is probably the single most, like, if we had to think of one single ability that is just, like, bad for Trials, Chaos Reach probably would be it. Hello, weapon. And Behemoth is really bad too, so it's not like it's just exclusively Chaos Reach. But Chaos Reach is absolutely up there. I mean, it's the most super spam we've ever had. You get topping off when you get past 80%, and when you're before 80%, you get a super refund, because canceling your super is seen as the exact same thing as fucking having it, or getting killed in the middle of it for some reason, which is insane. Like, that is a very different thing. Me making the choice to end my super is not the same as someone sniping me while I'm doing a Chaos Reach full map. Like, there's literally no point where killing the Chaos Reach actually works. Because if you kill them before they activate their super, they lose none of it, and you kill them, like, immediately after it, they lose 50%. There's just no way to actually take away their super or, like, baby it, which is really, really dumb. So, like, consistently getting, 30 to, or like, really like 20 to 50% of your super back just on the spot. And then being able to top it off once you hit 80. And then getting super energy from anybody else in your team that's also running Chaos Reach, because it generates an orb on every single kill. Which isn't true of a lot of supers. Most supers have to actually get one kill that doesn't generate an orb before the next kill will. But Chaos Reach doesn't work that way. So, like, if you have 2 Chaos Reaches on a team, it's so easy to cycle between them. And that's not even with people abusing dynamo and distribution either, which they could. And I mean, I don't feel this way, but a lot of people really hate stasis. I think it's actually really, like, cool that there's actually some tactical aspect to pulling people around corners with grenades. Always thought it was really dumb that you can just deprive people of a really small corner that most of the time they're perfectly comfortable leaving. Like, when I run the Chaos Reach subclass, I am immediately keenly aware of the fact that my grenade is just fucking useless. Pulse grenade, that is, as compared with a Dusk Field. And I like that the grenades actually have some strength to them now. But anyway, lots of people don't like stasis. And Chaos Reach is inarguably bad, and so is Behemoth. So we've got, like, probably one of the worst metas for super economy and ability play, according to a lot of people. In addition to a really not generous loot structure and a
donated $3.
harsh matchmaking
My friend
system.
wants to get back into D2. I am trying to come up with good guns he should get. I heard iKilos is not getting Sunset now. Do you know if you can still get the iKilos SMG?
First of all, thank you for the tip. I appreciate that. I don't know if you can still get the iKilos SMG. I feel like I haven't gotten it in quite a while. But it would also be weird if you can't get it. Can anyone in chat confirm for me that you can get it? It seems like it should be in the world loot pool. Yeah, it is a world drop, apparently. Okay, cool. That's good. But I guess there'd be no focused way to, like, specifically try to get that, if that's what you're looking for. Still, that is, it's nice. Nice. World and Gunsmith. We love the Gunsmith. Yeah. Do 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 do. Storm Nade is one of the best nades in the game. No, it's not. It might be one of the best nades in the game if you don't consider Cold Snap or Duskfield or Glacier. Maybe Suppressor would make that list too. Like, I guess if we're willing to just exclude Stasis completely, then yeah, it's probably one of the better ones. But that grenade is, you know, I'm probably not giving it enough credit. Pulse grenade does suck though. We exclude Stasis. You say it's the best grenade? Let me think about that. I feel like Thermite's pretty okay. Dude, like, honestly, I think you probably are right. And that's, I think, just because... What? Oh, I don't have my super. That's kind of dangerous. Stop it, you. Oh my god, that lunge. I think grenade launchers should have a small amount of intrinsic proximity. Just so whenever there's any kind of, like, really unforgiving hitbox with an enemy, you don't feel like you're getting shorted by your weapon. It does 198 damage in total. An elimination if someone sits behind a corner. They are either lethal by an SMG shot or dead. 2 waves it comes in do 90 each, which is already kind of nutty when you consider its AoE field, but the small ones drop 20 or 10 or 20 damage in an RNG pattern, versus to an OHKO ability. On a really good super. And on top, treat on with Arc Web, even if nerfed, if you hit 3 people, kills all 3. I mean, top Arc Web is insane, I am aware, but that class is not worth running, just really in general. Like maybe in 6s if you really wanted to get crazy grenades. But I just don't care enough about 6s to even take that into consideration personally. Can you stop? I don't agree about it being like one-hit kill though. You're talking about a situation where people are literally just standing in it the whole time. Every time I get hit by it, it usually takes like half my health. I feel like a little less, but maybe a little more. Somewhere in that region. I mean, I'll definitely give you that it's a good grenade. It's just... I feel like this game has some pretty lame grenades outside of the stasis ones, which is why I like stasis in some large part. It's nice to have some grenades that actually feel like cool and strong. I mean, like, the vast majority of grenades just barely hurt you. I mean, like, a hunter can straight up just dodge out of Firebolt, Arc Bolt, and Void Bolt, whatever it's called, Axion Bolt. They can dodge out of... what the fuck's it called? The Hunter Grenade. I'd rather not die right now. There's the AoE denial grenades, like Solar Grenade is relatively good on account of leaving some lingering damage, so it's easier to follow up on than some grenades might be. Vortex Grenade's pretty terrible. Pulse Grenade's terrible. Flashbang Grenade's terrible, except in PvE. Suppressor Grenade's good under the right circumstances. All the sticky grenades are pretty terrible. I mean, a sticky grenade that doesn't one-shot is just like, why even bother? Unless you run that exotic for Titans where they explode on impact, so you can like hit them once and then stick them with your... I mean, it's not even really the fact that it explodes on impact that makes it good. It's really the fact that it improves the throw speed a lot so that it's a lot easier to land them. Okay. Yeah, Ashen Wake. Charged Vortex Grenades are pretty good. We'll give that some credit. Woo! Retold 2! Let's go! Am I gonna get a god roll so I don't have to farm ever again in my life? It's no quick draw. Yeah, it's a bad archetype. But sooner or later, they might actually nerf aggressive frames. Yeah, no range masterwork kind of sucks, too. True. Alright, I don't feel like actually going down there, so... I'm gonna need you guys to offer up your craniums. Whatever. Why is the tracking on swords so bad? Why is this not talked about literally all the time? Nobody should ever be shutting up about how bad sword tracking is. That's just like, it's ridiculous. It's just constant. Yeah, because it's not a PvP issue. I hate that you're completely right about that, but that is actually the entire reason, isn't it? Oh, this room's always annoying. These guys have really persnickety headshot hitboxes sometimes. Do I miss Old Sunsinger, the non-self-res build? As a walking grenade tank? No, not at all. That's a very uninteresting class in my opinion. I feel like that's like the ultimate go-to generic way to design a class. Is just design something that gets its abilities but faster. Like, okay. Well, I guess. What the hell? What is he doing up there? Stop it, you.
Thanks. I love you too.
Knock it off. Punk. Front Rocket, thanks so much for the 34 months. Hey. Appreciate it, Front Rocket. Elastic String, Compact Arrow Shaft, Arch Tempo, and Rampage, Minor Spec Mod, Reload Masterwork, and Dark Fluorescent Shader. That's pretty specific. Did you say, the frame type? The weapon name? The drop source? The drop checkpoint? The infusion cap? Yeah, you're kind of missing some important stuff there, to be honest. Free to bottom path Dawn, yeah. Bottom path Dawn will never be worthwhile as long as Icarus Dash exists. Or they could just give it Icarus Dash. Honestly, I think every class should have more movement. Like, Stasis Hunter feels great, Behemoth Titan feels great, Top True Dawn feels great. Oh, I don't have a sword on! Or whatever it is. Rocket launcher, same thing. Potato, potato. You know what I meant. Or revert the changes in its top tier again. Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be good too. You're talking about where they made it where, for some reason, strafe jump is faster to use the double jump with. Okay, well, it looks like that didn't work. There goes my whole super for nothing because I hit dash cooldown twice. But we don't give up. We're not quitters. Oh, well, looks like we don't. Okay. Learned a valuable lesson about quitting just now. Definitely do it. Just to be safe. If you don't quit, there's no guarantee that you're going to succeed. Data doesn't like every class moving around like crazy, especially with shotguns. Yeah, I would argue that shotgun play in Destiny with movement is actually one of the most important things to make it feeling unique. I mean, it does come to some extent at the expense of gunplay of other weapons in the sandbox. What is with all these Thrall? That's so many more than they had last time, I feel. But I probably should have better weapons. Fine, though. They're too short to hit me. Isn't that right, shorties? Yeah, I think movement in this game is a huge part of what makes it feel good to play. I mean, the movement matters to me a lot more in PvE than PvP, to be honest, because I feel like it's a critical part of the power fantasy that I have mobility to match my strength. Because if it's just strength, then there's only so many ways you can actually expand upon that. I mean, basically all guns are just going to be, you know, shoot, bullet, do damage on some level or other. But it's the different amounts of movement that you have with them that makes it interesting, I feel. Like, I mean, with a sniper, repositioning actively in the middle of a fight is cool. With a shotgun, being able to take shots in midair is cool. Same with rocket launchers. Like, being able to quickly put distance between yourself and enemies to fire a rocket, that kind of thing is kind of cool. Closing gaps with swords, that's cool. All of that sort of stuff requires movement to feel as different as I like for it to. And I honestly think that movement is what makes this game's PvP cool. Because I just don't see how anyone could argue that, like, the gunplay is what makes it cool when it has so much aim assist. Like, yeah, it is, like I said, it is good gunplay. There's no denying that. So there is something to be said for it. But I just think that with as much aim assist as you have, like, the thing that makes the PvP good is absolutely not the fact that every game mode is basically team deathmatch, or that most of the time when people shoot, they're going to hit their shots. It's the fact that we have such different kits available to us, and movement is a extension of our kit being different from each other. I do think that probably the best of both worlds is to have classes that are really strong without a whole lot of movement, and classes that are still strong but maybe not quite as much so. And, you know, never mind. I actually really... Movement feels great. I like having Behemoth be one of the strongest classes, and also one of the most mobile. But I guess that's not really true as much in PvE, so I'm not sure where my point is. And bows are pretty lit. Just aim down sights and you can kill everything easily. The single shot damage on this isn't particularly impressive. This game really wants me to forget to turn on Wall of Radiance. It's fine. I have a Healing Rift. It'll probably be close enough. And if it's not, you know, that's fine too. Whatever. gonna need to wait for my rift to come back, but I need a different weapon than this for orbs. I think one of the most impressive things about you that Go notices your ability to just jump into an activity like this with whatever weapons mods and still make it look easy. Thanks. It's probably because I just don't bother optimizing my loadout the vast majority of the time, so I'd kind of have to develop the ability to do that. It helps that I pretty consistently only keep gear that I consider actually good, though. Dude, is it possible for me to just, like, not swing through him? I mean, damn. Jeez. Okay, well, I need a ball of radiance for that. Oh, that's not a bow anymore. Whoa. It's funny as I actually saved my super for the boss DPS phase, forgetting that I did not have full of radiance on. Jeez, no pushing. Rude. Oh, that didn't work very well. That is some mighty boopage that man is doing. Stop! God. That guy's shooting a lot of bubble. Alright. Boop. What minute? Why do you have to break line of sight for him to do this? I could swear that he used to just start the phase with it, but I guess not anymore. Okay, that's definitely the best cycle to do that on. Hit him with Lament, and then after hitting him with Lament, throw Rift. Because then you're letting Lament charge while the Rift is going up. That would be a pretty good roll, if not for the fact that I already have a better one right here. So someone in chat said that Vorpal Weapon is a lower buff than Frenzy or Lasting Impression. Is that accurate? I would think that Vorpal Weapon would be stronger on account of the fact that it's specific to the type of enemy you use it against.
Let my hand guide.
That did cost me pretty hard in the, what is it? Solo Master Presage thing. Because I was just like, I'm using Spectral Blades. I'm doing it. Vorpal is 15%. What? For some reason I thought it was like 30. I don't know what I was thinking. That sucks. I kind of wish we had to fight in a room that had aesthetics like that cloud that I was just in. It's kind of cool. Time to get my extra loot. I would like One for All a lot more if I could refresh it. It would immediately become my favorite, on primaries at least. There's probably fights where the rhythm of activating it and using it is still really good, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel great to have to actually actively maintain the perk. I guess it just disrupts flow of combat in general, is what I'm getting at. That's a pretty decent pair of gloves. I'll look at it a little bit longer and then delete it in a minute. Man, can't decide. Do we go well? Yeah, we do. We go well. And also I'm going to change special weapons to... We'll do Blasphemer in this bow. Did this just not one-shot him? Okay, good. Just wasn't fully drawn. Oops. Lightweight bows are good, but man, I feel like I have to aim down sights with them, and I don't like aiming down sights for some reason. Bubble, toiling trouble. Nova? Nova's cool, but nah. You're saying Dreaming City will never be topped? Dreaming City is pretty sweet, but I don't know about never. Where the fuck are the ads? Hello? Did they get rid of these guys? Why'd they get rid of them? I love those phalanx. That's so unfortunate. Oh my goodness. The tragedy of it all. Tex Mechanica crossbow would be sick. Fair enough, Isaac. You were supposed to be dead. That's some thumbnail stuff right there. All right. So they got rid of the cool phalanxes for no reason. Very lame. Not happy about it at all. Why in the world did they get rid of those guys? I appear to have miscalculated. It's a good thing this wasn't a flawless run. This is why I don't go for flawless, because if I actually go for flawless, then I have to actually pay attention and stress out a little bit every now and then, but if I don't go for flawless, I can just afford to have that happen and just be like, okay, I guess that's life now. Don't mind if I do. I guess I wanted to run around the outside of the building, around the outside, but not sure I could do anything that fun with the phalanx anyway. Whew. I do not think that this dungeon is farmable, no. And... whoop. Hello, fellas. Bring it. Oh, they brought it. Holy shit. I'm not sure, Plifto. Probably not. I mean, if I really needed to, I could find a way to, I bet. But I've never been put in that position to have to find out, so. I don't know what made these guys such weenies, but like, they're not even trying. All right, motherfuckers. That's the last time I underestimate you. Fucking one-shot me. What is he doing? I can't get in their heads. These guys make no sense. Where is the last one? This is so typical. I hate this game right now. Getting a two-phase on these guys because I forgot you can't pick up the thing immediately. Nope. Like, I just have to trust that they're not going to attack me. Because they just stare at me like an idiot until the exact moment I let my guard down or talk shit. Or talk shit! Nice try. Bitch. Can you stop? In the middle of important business over here. I have the distinct feeling I'm gonna have to deal with her conjuring a second time. Wow. My sense of what's happening in this dungeon is apparently just like driven deep into my subconscious. Absolutely fucking not. Alright, these guys. This is great. I'm so glad those scions dropped ammo, otherwise this would be a pain in my ass. All right, buddy. You need to knock it off. You as well. He's doing it again. I guess I can hit the boss with my bow while this is happening or something. That'll pass the time. Just disappears and shows up in the exact same fucking spot like a piece of shit. We're hard committing. And I should be totally fine here, but yeah. Full auto outlaw. What weapon do you think I got that roll on? Well, Duel Inkaru has very low health, but only if you actually do the fight right. Like if you hit her with finite thought times 1, it barely does anything, and if you hit her with finite thought times 2, she's got a reasonable amount of health. But if you hit all 3, then yeah, you pretty much just crush her. Which makes it a pretty cool fight because you actually have to manage having all of the knights chasing you so that you can kill them in quick succession. Like, I mean, at that last damage phase there was actually a really good example. Pretty cool. Well, the thing is, GT Finn, while you're completely right that the effort was not proportional to the reward at all, it is very nice to do activities like this in Destiny, just for the fun of doing them, and getting at least something out of it in the process is pretty great. So I'm reasonably satisfied. I did get this retold tale. Not sure how I feel about it. I mean, assault mag, that's kind of nice. Rifled barrel, that's kind of nice. Slide shot, snapshot. Can't complain too much, but I don't know.
Light or dark, nothing changes. Everything dies. You ask a question of pure potential.
I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to try it, and if it does work, I'm going to feel good.
To the answer.
Come on. I believe. I know it's got to be possible. It works with the heat rises grenade. I tried so hard and got so far. Okay, we're not doing any better than that then. What? Where's my double jump at? Where'd my double jump at, though?
Clifto_the Seeking donated $5. Well, here's a test to see if you can stop this in the middle of this message, because I am just gonna keep making it saying something until it either runs out or you stop. So how goes it, chat? ISNT, this such a great Sunday being able to watch Strammer do shit.
Yeah, I actually have no idea how I'd go about stopping her from doing that. I know you can do this with your Sparrow, but I honestly have no idea how. I've never done it myself. Thank you, Flipto. So like, when I pull my Sparrow out, it just, okay, this is, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. You're just annoying. Knock it off. Enough out of you. Yeah, top shoot on is really easy to do it with, but like, how do you do it with the sword? For the Sparrow? Why? It says I can summon it, but it... Sick. This is the direction I wanted to drive, directly downwards. There we go, maybe. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Keep it together. Right on. Less right on. Less right on. Less right on. Oh! Success. Okay, well that was definitely a pain in the butt. Okay, let's see what this color red thing is, shall we? For 17 seconds. Prepare yourself. Holding S instead of W makes the sparrow go faster? What? Oh my god. Man, what would we do without the internet and all of its great content? Here we go. Stop. Okay, bye, I guess. I wonder if Beeman's gonna join. I haven't played with Beeman in at least 2 minutes, maybe 3. I guess I see why I haven't deleted this bow. I've been wanting to a bunch of times, but every time I think about it, I'm like, no, that's my arc bow. We gotta keep it. And in practice, it is actually pretty fantastic, outside the fact that I just stood there and took a beating for absolutely no reason. I don't know what I was thinking there. You have to be right in the middle, Master Nate, but yes, it does. Point of the Stag is trash, because it doesn't have good perks. It's a shame, too, because if it could actually be rolled randomly, it'd be pretty great. But it can't, so it's trash. I am in a great amount of danger. It's not great. Go away. Actually, on second thought, stay right there. No! How is that legal? I didn't mean to grab that, but it's fine. Everything's fine. See, like right now, I need to be pretty much smack dab in the center of these boys here. Like right there wasn't probably. Yeah, so I didn't get that one. But if you're right in the middle, you can get both. It doesn't actually matter that much to miss one of the doubles, because it spawns in Scions after your first 2 dunks anyway, so you're better off not doing 2 doubles back to back, because otherwise you'll be absolutely reamed by Scions, and that would not be good. Unless that's something you're into. Can't help himself. Bows in PvP are pretty great if you like being a pile of garbage. Oh my god, I got light modes. That is not what I intended. Up. Scions! Woo, we love Scions! Oh yeah, so Scrolling Todd, I saw you ask earlier if you're supposed to just do solos on Warlock. And I will say, for solo sake, Warlock is definitely the safest. I gotta sneeze. Bless you! Well, that sneeze had many a casualty and one survivor. punk ass. So I don't have Loosened Blade on. I wonder if this is gonna work for a one phase. We're gonna find out. I assume yes, but I don't know. So soloing on a Titan is definitely harder than soloing on a Warlock. Warlocks just have, I mean, Well of Radiance is just godly. There's not really any next best thing that compares, so. On that account, Warlocks have an easier time by far with Vorgath and with this guy. I don't know about Keleko so much, but you can get a pretty good consistent DPS phase on Keleko. So throwing a well is not the same as throwing a rift. Holy moly. You know it, young Dimer. Glad to have you here. Glad it helps. Yeah, sword nerf BTW. True. Forgot they nerfed swords. I mean, as soon as they announced that it was going to be a 15% nerf, I was just like, okay, well, that's not going to change them really at all. Probably can't do that with Falling Guillotine without a little bit of effort. I do not know what you mean by what my screen settings are. I don't have anything interesting or unique going on at all. The timing is off. I really should switch to Anarchy on this part. How do I feel about Trials getting canceled? Makes me wonder what their plan to fix it is. Because the only thing that comes to mind is that they made it where you can't rejoin Trials matches on characters other than the one that you started the Trials match on. Which seems like a pretty basic thing that shouldn't be possible anyway, so I'm guessing that is what they are pedal to the metal trying to fix. But I don't really think they should be worrying about canceling Trials over people getting loot. I feel like they should be a little more worried about people not wanting to play the playlist in the first place. That said, honestly, I'm not too surprised that this is getting fixed because it is pretty bad for the integrity of the mode, completely devalues the gear some people feel justifiably proud of. So it is what it is. I'm surprised they're acting on it as quick as they are, but at the same time, not that surprised because it's pretty egregious that people were able to get flawless loot without getting kills at all. The ultimate recoveries. Update, the lighthouse has been re-enabled for those who have access with a flawless card. Players may also redeem any earned Trials tokens to Saint 14 through the weekly reset. Well, that's good at least. Canceling the lighthouse would be pretty bullshit for people that had a flawless card but hadn't been yet. I guess Beeman's not joining me. I guess he was just... He's gonna join if he had the opportunity to, but... Didn't want to interrupt. Classic Beeman, being considerate. I miss Beeman. I miss, actually... Man, it's a real bummer that COVID started right around the same time that we would have been doing GCX round 2 as TLH. Because I've been seeing my clanmates less and less, and I actually really like all of them, so... It's unfortunate stuff. I hate to see it. Wonder why Destiny 2 has such a larger skew of problems. I feel like Destiny 1... Uh-oh. Oh, that was close. I don't remember Destiny 1 having to cancel as much stuff either, but let's play Overwatch for fun sometime. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be some game worth playing. Have any of you guys played Valheim? That is such an inconvenient amount of health for them to have. Whoa. Those Minotaurs are pretty inconvenient. What? Okay. Stop! Tell where you are. That was one of the cleanest get down, Mr. Presidents, I think I've ever seen. Okay, no more. Okay, this Minotaur is actually being such a pain in my cheeks. I really wish I had Lament ammo. I want to teach him a valuable lesson about the magic of friendship. Or kill him, one or the other. Probably the second thing, I guess that's easier. Gather around, my children. Oh, hello. It isn't Lament ammo. Fucker. I wonder how long it's been possible to abuse trials like this for people to only just not be figuring out about it. My ammo situation is not good. Should have rectified that. But I did not. Where do I need to go? It's been going on since at least October? Dang. Sometimes I wish this game had more flinch. No, wait, no, that never happens, ever. Ow! Stop! Fight fair, cowards! Sniper! Fight toe to toe, you cowards! I'm actually pretty happy with that. That was one of my better impressions. Pain. For having not actually tried to do that. In the privacy of my own car. Oof. Up we go. Wonder how the Chinese community thinks about the guy that made the YouTube video about the Trials Casino. That was the Trials Casino. Wait, are you telling me that it's been going on for a while and the video about the Trials Casino is what exposed it? And that's why they got found out? Because someone fucking ruined it for everyone? Snitches get stitches, chat. Fucking YouTubers. I actually hate those guys. Dark it is. Here you go. Ouch. Right here? No? Right there. Previous win trades involved network manipulation. Huh. Have I really not beaten this yet? Is it a double again? Okay, good. Wait, what? We're about to go then. Is that it? Dark. And whoop. Yep. We love swords. So what do I want these? I mean, a 66 roll is pretty nice. 2 resilience is pretty nice. I'll worry about that later. They don't need to sunset Luke. We love Luke. I mean, lots of people seem to not love Luke, but I think Luke's cool. Frankly, I don't understand why people don't like him. He gets a lot of flack that I don't think is deserved. Alright, it's time to get hella speed. Didn't work! I mean, it kinda did, but not as much as I wanted it to. Yeah, that's probably about right, Plifto. That's where I put my money. Really isn't too difficult, I don't think. One person has 2 PCs on different accounts at their house. Each PC gets to do a full party with them as host. They change router settings and you match only yourself, essentially. Still be a lot more stylish if I could deliberately fly in through this window, but I haven't practiced that anywhere near enough to do it. More gloves, let's go! Magic the Gathering is cool and all, but have you ever heard of RuneScape? Easy. I wonder why Beeman hates Iron Banner. Maybe he's on the... Oh, wait, no, they actually auto-completed that heavy ammo quest up. It's pretty sick of them to do that. Whoop. I'm gonna get so many rocket kills. Oh my god. Alright, let's watch Beeman. Oh, never mind, let's not watch Beeman. Uh-oh. Whoa! Watch out! They're gonna get you! Oh, he's underestimating Thrall as Veltarlo did. No, he's not. He's freezing them. Very smart. Good play. Alright, so we're gonna go to... Loosen Blade. Taking charge. Wait, what? You let me die again. Where's my cover? I don't know why that's so amusing to watch. Pew pew. I'm back. It's time for real. RuneScape, that awesome game with 23 interactive skills and a huge world to explore and lots of interesting and exciting quests. That RuneScape? The one with the expansive player-driven economy? Weekly updates? Is that the RuneScape we're talking about? Humans wearing Dune Marchers. Love that exotic. The trick with Prophecy is wait until the corners of your screen change color, rather than trusting that you're actually in light or shadow. Nobody cares if you're actually in light or shadow, it's just about if your screen's got the right colors. See? Perfect example. I didn't check my screen. I actually did, but I completely misread what I was looking at, because I was seeing like the contrast around the light as being dark. Basically, I'm an idiot. Boom! Got him. And I got an orb. That's big. Very good stuff. Time to get a one phase. No way we don't one phase. We got 2 whole people. Easy win. Easy win. What's fixed? I'm glad that didn't kill me. That would have been upsetting. I lost Lucent Blade. Gonna have a struggle gaining that back. Charge with light, boys. Keeps teleporting! Why is he doing that? Pain. Pain! Goodness, I had a panic button. Bitch ass fucking boss. You are... What a scoundrel. You know, I don't actually know what happened to Beeman. Win trading may have been happening for ages, but it only recently got to the point where there was just like a ridiculous percentage of people going flawless. Probably because everybody gave up on playing the playlist legitimately. I mean, that's what I would do. If I wanted to loot. But wasn't a streamer with access to good people to play with at my fingertips. Very nice. Oh, wait. Okay, I guess he's getting dark motes. I'm cool with that. That's actually a win. I need light motes. I still need light motes. Time is running out. So close. And we're fine. In typical Destiny fashion. I think Beeman forgot the use button and somehow managed to get rid of his, oh, he used his class ability and I think it dropped the motes. I didn't even know you could do that. Honestly, it's kind of stupid the button isn't, like, really obvious. And this problem is present in the Last Wish raid, too. Where you'll have the Eye of Ribbon, it's like, okay, but do I press Super? Which makes it go away completely and is definitely not what you want to press? Or do I press Grenade? Which also makes it go away completely and under a different situation isn't what you want it to press. It's a little more acceptable in a raid context, though, being that, you know, raids expect a lot from the people doing them. Targeting the playlist already means nothing thanks to Bungie being lax on cheaters for the last year. Trials title has 0 prestige. I don't know about 0, but I'm definitely with you on that. It's a problem they needed to solve a lot sooner than they did. I mean, honestly, they need to cut down on recoveries for that exact same reason. It may not be explicitly cheating, but it might as well be, to be honest. In RuneScape, people have a problem with people botting. Like, bots are seen as a plague of sorts on the game, right? I feel like that's pretty understandable why that would be. But the vast majority of people who use their brains to think about it all have a much bigger issue with the idea of people buying gold than they do with bots. Because, like, bots are... like, they know they're ruining the game, but people buying gold are just acting selfishly, not necessarily in a way that on its own ruins the game, but they're creating all the incentive in the world for the bots to thrive. Are they ever going to fix swords so that shit doesn't happen? Is that ever going to be a thing? Fuck off. I have fastball on. Stop! Let me stay on the ground! I do not remember ever getting that bomb before. We did it. Let's go. Even as level 14 on the season pass, my god. This man doesn't even play the game anymore.
Utilizing both light and dark to fight the Guardian.
What blind eye did they turn to the cheating? I mean...
what have you done, you insufferable
probably the biggest thing is honestly just they needed to rework Trials as a whole. But there's some people who are like pretty blatant cheaters and get away with it for a long time, and it's just like, I guess it's not necessarily that turning a blind eye to it, is that it's unfortunate they're able to get away with as much as they can.
The Vanguard wouldn't abide that answer.
Vanguard ain't here. I'm sick of their dogma. What do you think, Chosen One? Come on back, and I'll get you paid.
Off wool. Whoop. You wish there were more swords with unique moves? I feel that. Ooh. 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 That resilience was discipline instead. I mean, that might be better overall, but I'm mostly just happy about the fact that recovery and intellect are both high. I don't mind having low discipline. I don't know why I don't mind having low discipline. But honestly, if I was going to switch something, I'd probably switch the strength in for discipline. Still, I mean, that's not like that good. I shouldn't act like it's amazing, but it is good. Is that my highest? Gloves? Nope. Absolutely not.
Checking.
Okay, I need to figure out my warlock gear. I've done this on my other characters. But I have not done it on my warlock. So it's time to look at it. We're going to go with the highest intellect and discipline, or highest intellect and recovery rolls. Because anything that's not a high intellect or recovery roll is trash. If it doesn't have intellect and recovery, then why even keep it? Can't use it in Crucible. And Crucible is the only place where I feel like my kit is pressed enough to where it really, really matters. One's not masterworked though. Got to keep that in mind. I don't disagree. Trials should have been shuttered down, but it's a weird double standard. Wait, what's a weird double standard? How will trials pay streamers pay rent? They'll have to actually be an entertaining streamer to pay the bills. To be fair, anybody that's actually good at trials, like if you're good at the PvP in this game, that's very watchable content.
Eververse isn't just
You only run 50 intellect in Crucible? Well, you're a dummy. You've only got half your health or brains. Why are you only running half your brains? I mean, unless you're a light subclass, in which case you should only be running 9 intellect instead of 10. And honestly, you can get away with running 5 if you are not in trials.
It's busy.
Yeah, okay. If you're on a hunter, intellect probably isn't that important. It's certainly not important enough to where prioritizing 100 intellect is worthwhile. 80 mobility, 100 recovery, 90 strength. That's pretty good. I mean, that's a good build. Do I try to get a set for each element or just one set? I don't really care about having a set for each element. I would say that probably is worth having. I just don't care enough to have it personally. What I typically do is I run arc on my chest piece. I run arc on my bond usually. No. I guess it doesn't really matter what my bond is because I run I'm running double distribution, which doesn't have an element. And then on my helmet, I usually run void so that I can run double dynamo. So void helmet, arc chest piece, solar gloves, arc boots, I guess. Like it's pretty much bottom 3 arc, solar void is what I normally do, but it doesn't really matter that much. I just want to make sure that I have room for powerful friends and radiant light. And then, you know, lucent blade is sometimes on there too. That's pretty important. But if you wanted to run Warmind mods, you want something different. Saw an 18 piece in recovery, discipline, intellect. Have you seen? I mean, this is pretty pretty good, in my opinion. It's not 18, 18, 18, but it's 15, 14, or 15, 13, 14, 15. No wasted points in mobility or strength, which for top Trudon is pretty nice. Don't worry, Slayerage only runs high intellect because he can't get a lot of kills, so he relies on stats too much. Exactly. Exactly, it's a Azure. And by exactly, I mean not even a little bit, because in Trials, just having your super before they do means that you have either a win button or a you don't get to win for free button. Like, if they get their super before you do, it is a very, very bad thing. That can really mess you up. Okay, so the Wild Hunt Vestment is a 88 stat total. That's pretty good, but it is not actually better in terms of recovery and intellect. It's close enough that we're not going to get rid of it yet, just because it's actually got a pretty good distribution. This one is Scorn Baron Robes. It's basically the same. I honestly kind of want to keep this one just for the aesthetic. It's kind of unique. Oh, but that doesn't work on it at all. Like, this is what I was talking about yesterday. Like, dark fluorescence, I expect to see some orange or some yellow in there, and there's just none.
Isn't just a title.
Pain.
It's a promise.
Like, running full orange just looks awful. It's a 62 roll with decent recovery and intellect. I'm just going to get rid of this. If it worked with my current fashion, I'd keep it, but I don't need this many. I expected this thing to get sunset. I was fully anticipating that it was going to have to go someday.
Anything for you?
I don't even know if I want to actually keep it, even with that in mind. I mean, how does it compare to what I've got on? Just worse in terms of recovery. Pretty much the only thing it has on this is discipline. And as much as having discipline is nice, I would only keep that if it fit a build entirely better. So, not worried about that. Okay, so gloves. These are some pretty wacky gloves of the Exile, actually. Low resilience, low mobility, low discipline, low strength. That's pretty good for a 64 roll. I definitely want to keep that one. This one is the Iron... Hold on, let me make sure these all have a full-size mod on them before I get too far into this. So one of them is a small mod and I don't know it, then I'm going to judge it unfairly. Those simulator gloves are really good, I'm pretty sure. So if I take off Riven's Curse, I can't put it back on. That's kind of dumb. Not that I care, but it is kind of dumb. Okay, so this is just way behind in both recovery and intellect compared with my Gloves of the Exile. It's just like, it's not bad. It would go better on a different subclass. What really pains me is that on a Warlock, I don't want mobility at all when I'm playing Top Trudon, which is my preferred class. But if I ever hop on a different class, I would like to have mobility. And often don't. That said, this is so low on intellect that I'm just not that interested in it. It would be good for a PvE. You know, we'll hold on to it for just a couple moments more. Because it might be my best thing that I've got for a Well of Radiance Warlock. Barking. What's wrong with carries and trials? Nothing's wrong with carries and trials. This one has a lot more resilience, a little bit more discipline. Overall, it's just like, this is just a worse piece. 2 lower stat roll, worse distribution.
Anything for you?
Unless it looks really cool, I just don't care. And Warlock gloves tend to be pretty not cool since they started the, I don't know what the hell the deal is with Warlocks, but their gloves start at the elbow rather than starting at the shoulder like Hunter and Titan gloves do. It's pretty dumb. Yeah, well, I can definitely bear to part with that. Iron Will gloves. Is there any redeeming qualities here? It's got a lot of mobility. It's basically like, I think I would compare this against this. And if I put an intellect mod on the other one, it would still be behind quite a bit in intellect. But at the benefit of being significantly better in recovery and discipline.
Express herself, so I gave her a thumbs up.
I think we're going to keep the Reverie Dawn gloves in favor of the Iron Will gloves, because those Iron Will gloves just really aren't that good.
Please, Guardian.
What am I doing? And then these gloves are godly. They fit right in with this chest piece here. Very low mobility and strength. Very low mobility and strength. Perfect. I'm glad these didn't get sunset. It's a 65 roll. It's got really nicely distributed on all of the stats. I definitely don't see myself getting rid of those just ever, because for Top Trudon Blade, this is the perfect distribution. You do not want mobility on Top Trudon. You do not want strength on Top Trudon. They are both wasted stats. So this is really nice. Let me see if you make Gemini gestures look good, Shadow. Let me see. What do we got? Damn, I wouldn't have even been able to tell they're an exotic in this, actually. I really like your fashion here a lot, actually. This is, like, that's not a shader I would ever think to use myself. So that aspect of it is cool. But, like, how do I even describe what I'm looking at? It's just, like, it's so busy. There's a lot going on in terms of, like, just knives and satchels and bombs and straps and all those kinds of things going on. And then, like, the yellow and the blue. I mean, like, that looks significantly worse to me, personally. So that speaks to the quality of the Gemini Jester aesthetic, in my opinion, at least. Like, from head to toe, you got a really good blend of the colors going on here. Nice aesthetics. But the Bombardiers, I want to see you use them in Crucible, but I just don't know that they're going to look good in the process. It's not going to happen, I'm sorry.
Church does the exploring. I make the deals.
So it pains me a little bit that I don't have boots exactly like my chest and gloves, because I think I have a helmet that was like that too. No, I deleted it. Maybe I didn't have one. Maybe I'm making that up. There's the Imonton Ritual Mask, but I can't remember what role it had.
Searching.
Whatever. We're definitely not getting rid of either of these. Those gloves are a keeper. These gloves are a keeper. I think. Let's up this one more time and look at it with an intellect mod. But I don't really want to use an intellect mod on my gloves. That's something worth taking into consideration here.
Guardian.
I don't know. That definitely seems like a good go-to piece if I'm not running Top Trudon. Which begs the question, when do I run these gloves of the Exile?
Eververse trades in goods we feel
They are 18 better in recovery, but 7 worse in intellect. Well, I mean, just overall, the distribution is not as nice, but it is a good piece. It's just, I would run that with Top Trudon, because it's got no mobility.
You must have messages.
This is a huge waste of an exotic shard, but... Oh, the pain, it never ends, the pain. Alright, now we got our non-Top Trudon gloves and our Top Trudon gloves. Go ahead and masterwork this. And then we put either Radiant Light on here. Yeah, let's do Radiant Light. I think Radiant Light is the one that makes the most sense there. So I can run double Arc Resistor. Switch that around as needed. And then run Powerful Friends on the boots. Except I don't even know that I want to run Powerful Friends on Warlock. Let's see. I don't really want... Are these boots my best, really? One thing that's unfortunate about Warlock, too, is I really will probably not be running these gloves often because Ophidian Aspect is my go-to for fashion. And if I was going to run something else, I guess Transversive Steps would probably be the best go-to. Or a helmet. Is there a helmet that stands out? Nope. I'm just going to run with Transversive Steps for the sake of... being speedy, I guess. And then at this point, I just want to know what helmet's going to round out my stats best. Because right now I've got 5 wasted, 7 wasted, 4 wasted, 6 wasted. Those are not really good numbers. 2, 0, 2, 7, 8, 3. Those aren't great numbers. Those isn't great numbers. The pain. Brogan W, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate it, Brogan. Thanks very much. It's really too bad Stasis Warlock isn't worth running. I guess I could try and just mix and match different gear. See if I can do something with Ophidian aspects instead. Gaining a little bit of recovery would be nice. That is 3 points of recovery. This would actually be the exact thing that I'm looking for in terms of recovery. Can I afford to lose a little discipline and intellect? Not really. Let's just look at the optimizer, see if I can make the tool work for me.
Hi again.
Okay, so loadout optimizer, warlock. We're gonna pin the Ophidians, and we're going to ignore strength and mobility. And it looks like the best I can do is going to be tier 26 with that gear. That's not very good looking.
Sign here.
This right here, it looks like. Somehow this is only tier 26, which is really low. That said, if I could get some little mods.
Guardian?
This is actually impressively low mobility. I don't think I've ever gotten my mobility all the way to not even tier 2 before. That's kind of interesting to look at. Actually terrible mobility. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the ornaments that I like back on.
Fenchurch does the exploring. I make the deals.
Pog champion. Okay. I don't think we know if Trials will be back next week or not yet. So we got a little intellect mod and a little intellect mod. And what I could do instead is sacrifice that intellect for a little strength mod and a little resilience mod, which I'm going to do because first of all, tier 10 intellect is wasteful on a light-based subclass. It is actually better. Or like the difference in cooldown is 4 seconds. It goes from 3 minutes and 52 to 3 minutes and 48, as you can see right there, actually. Shows you the next cooldown. So that's not even worth having. And it rounds out my numbers nicely to do it otherwise. So we got not even tier 2 mobility, which is preferable. And the absolute lowest you can get it is tier 1. So this is actually kind of a perfect number. Lowest it would get otherwise is 18 because you have to have, if you masterwork your armor, which you want to do for your other stats, and you get 2, which is the lowest it gets on legendary gear, you're going to get 4, 4, 4. And then this happened to be 5 instead of 4, which pains me a little bit because it would look cleaner if it was 4, but it's still such a good piece of armor, I really can't complain. And it gets me to not even tier 2, so we're happy about that. And then, so that's perfect. 0, 0, 0, 1 wasted point, 4 wasted points. Not the worst. Not by a long shot. This is a full-size recovery, I assume. Full-size intellect, full-size intellect. Okay, perfect. That's actually perfectly distributed too, because I'd really want to have the extra space on my gloves, if anywhere. And if I really wanted to, for any reason, I could put Powerful Friends on my boots and get a boost to mobility, but I actually don't want to do that. Which is kind of a good thing too, because that means I can afford to put on scav mods. Particularly the season pass ones.
Hi there.
Highest base stat amount without upgrades? Oh, that is a great question. Highest I've ever seen personally is 69, but he was in his menu when I did that. It's all good. Maybe someday he'll know. But I've heard of people getting 71, so it's possible to get higher. I've just not seen it. That's really bad. That is a really great distribution on an otherwise unspectacular piece of gear.
The world's changing, Guardian. You must prepare and adapt.
That chess piece is really good. I do not want to get rid of this one at all. But it is also... Like, I have so little room right now, man. This is a terrible roll. Why would I hold on to that? Nah, that's not that good. I mean, it is good, but a base of 60? The fact that it's base 60 is... It's not selling me. That said, I would keep it if I had gotten it too. So there's that. But that's pretty much the same thing as what I have right here, isn't it? Very similar. Very, very similar. Why am I not allowed to pull my masks? What the fuck? That's dumb. Split is better than base? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah, the Ophidians. The holy grail of armor. The 66 base Ophidians with only 2 resilience, 2 strength, 3 mobility. They're amazing. Okay, back to looking at armor. Gotta have a legendary for my... Yeah, this is well set up. Pretty satisfied about that. Do I want to get rid of any of these exotics? Like, these Karnstein armlets are also really good. Which is really good if you play top treat on and actually take advantage of the melee. I mean, if you wanted to really keep your health up all the time, Karnstein's is sick for that. Like, it is really, really good for that. So, can't get rid of that. Some bracers, they're actually a pretty good exotic. Controverse is a really good exotic. Emerald on it is great too. Claws of Amkara. I don't know when I would want these melee charges. I mean, I guess that's for stasis, but they nerfed it, so I don't know who cares about stasis that much. Damn, you got a pretty freaking good roll of Ophidian aspects too. Wouldn't say it's as good as mine. Gonna throw that out there. So 68. Actually, let's just compare them side by side, shall we? So they're the same in mobility. Yours has a little more resilience. 3 less recovery, I believe. 1 more discipline. A little less intellect. A little more strength. I mean, that is still a really good piece. So what if we just unpin this and include everything? What's my highest possible? So I can get a tier 31 roll using my chromatic fire, but chromatic fire sucks. Now what is this here? That is a completely different armor set from what I've currently got on, but it's only... I need to save this loadout. I need to actually start saving loadouts. So, let's do that.
The Awoken don't age the way people do. I mean, human people, you know?
Okay, so we've got the gear on that I want to have. Create loadout. I can get rid of these now. I can figure out how to get rid of them. What the fuck? How do I get rid of this? Delete. Delete. Please don't do this. I don't even think it had any of my gear to equip right there. Yeah, I literally wasn't able to change anything. Yeah, hopefully we never run Garden of Salvation again in our lives, Sibs. That'd be great. Okay, create loadout with equipped loadout name. Top tree down. Warlock? What? Add equipped. I don't care about the weapons being on there. It's really just about the armor. And the ghosts doesn't need to change either. I wouldn't want that to happen. Okay, cool. Save. So now if I pull that out, okay, why? What is this? What is this? Why is that still there? Okay, randomize farming mode. Cool. So we're gonna go back to the loadout optimizer and try out this other loadout. See what it looks like. It's my only tier 31 loadout apparently. With this, yeah, this, the Controverse. I don't know if that's the Legacy's Oath or the no, it's the Robes of the Great Hunt. The Iron Bill Steps, I believe. Yeah, that, and I don't know why it wants me to have this bond on, but wants me to put that bond on. Is this really the best that it can get? That is not very good. I also have tier 31 Phoenix Well loadouts, but I'm not really that interested in continuing to look at it. Do I actually like this loadout? I don't think I care. Brogan, thanks for getting us up to It's Disruption. Enjoy your sub, Disruption. Thank you very, very much once again, Brogan. Tier 3 hammer charged umbrals actually roll high. I might take advantage of that then. That's good. Wait, did the loadout optimizer have my new gear that just populated into here? Wow, I had to go quite a ways down to actually have it take this into consideration. Fuck. I don't know what I can get rid of and what I can't.
I want position and vector on that tank every half hour.
63 is okay. I mean, I don't know how strongly I would consider that a high roll, personally. How do I like this Wild Hunt hood? It's not very high in the intellect stat, that's for sure. Is it actually like, okay, a little intellect mod? That's good to know. So it's actually base 7 intellect, 18 and 7 for recovery and intellect. 25 total is not that good. But I think it might actually be better. Well, how's it compared to this? It's very close. This one's actually the best in terms of just recovery and intellect. Shoot, dude.
Jesus, that's not right at all. That's I don't know what I'm doing here, obviously. Let's try this one more time.
Oh, no, 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 no. I know what happens. I've seen this one.
Stand still, you freaking idiot! Oh,
The freaking idiot stood still. Okay, so that's an insane recovery intellect roll. This is not an insane roll in any regard, really. It's got so much resilience. Do I care about that much resilience? The answer is always going to be no. Way too many wasted points in resilience. Was that my best? That's my best boots. Pain. Physical pain. Emotional pain. Okay, these Wild Hunt boots, how are they? They got a discipline mod on them, so they're not great in discipline. They got a 18 and 10, 28 total recovery intellect split. It's not bad. Low mobility, so I'm going to be running them with top shoot on if I was to run them at all. That said, pretty sure I was running the Cryptocrine boots before. Let's just get that gear back on. Thanks, Destiny Item Manager, for doing what Destiny itself cannot. How do I care about these? I mean, there's a lot of mobility, but the recovery is apparently pretty bad. I mean, that's a 6 recovery roll? Is that a 6 recovery roll? Oh, no, 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 no. 66 recovery. It's a 66 roll, but it's got 6 recovery and 8 intellect. Like, that's just not good. That's just not good. It's fired. Goodbye. Get out.
That can't be true.
All right, what do we got here? What are we looking at here? Tangent seems to celebrate a lack of basic understanding.
Even for a Cryptarch, he was crazy.
I mean, those are pretty good. They're probably keepers. Might as well. With these Wild Hunt boots, though, the intellect and recovery roll on them, I'm not as impressed with. I mean, that could be it's 10 intellect. I don't know. Whatever. I'll just hold on to them. We'll just keep 3 pairs of boots, like a psychopath. What's up, Corey? Corey, I'll have you know that I got a Far Future earlier that had Outlaw, or no, not Outlaw, Quick Draw, Demolitionist, and then pretty much full range. But I had to delete it because it didn't have Quick Draw opening shot. If you don't play Trials or Comp, intellect value goes down drastically. I agree with that, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Your loadout just doesn't matter very much in other activities in the game, so why even bother worrying about it elsewhere? I guess I've got to keep Geomags until they get nerfed, which I hope that happens sooner rather than later. I don't want to be the well guy, but, you know, it's whatever. Sometimes you got to be the well guy. There's just no escaping it. All right, well, we're just going to keep 3 pairs of boots then. 5 pieces of gear is acceptable. We'll take that. Is this Bond cute? Are you cute? What does it say? Oh, it says Datto. I can simp in-game. That is actually kind of cool, though. I do not care about the Perfectus Bond, I don't think. I'm pretty sure I don't care about the puppy bond either, because, like, it kind of conflicts with my snake. Like, how many animals can you have on one character, you know? That said, if there ever came a time that I wanted more animals, I would definitely need to keep the puppy. So, not sure I can get rid of that in good conscience. All of my bonds are god rolls, though, so that's good. I'm going to masterwork one of these and get rid of the other. Goodbye, Pleomath Bond. You boring piece of gear. Excellent. We're going to leave the puppy for now. Okay. So boots are handled, gloves are handled, helmets I need to look at still, chest pieces I haven't culled this at all. So the Wild Hunt Vestment, I decided to keep the other one. We're going to not look at it for the moment. Perfectus Robes. That's too much resilience. The only reason it even has a good amount of intellect is because I had to put a mod on it. That's not really desirable. It is not my highest piece. It's gone. Goodbye. The Robes of the Great Hunt. This is actually a really good roll. I want to say it's like a 67 roll with no mobility or something like that. So that's very good. We definitely hold on to it. The base intellect and recovery aren't that special, though. That's for sure. It's 26 total. Main thing about it is that it's good for top treat on. And how does it compare to my Legacy's Oath? Okay, get out of here. Go. How do these compare? So it's got a little bit more recovery and resilience at the cost of discipline, intellect, and not really strength, to be fair. So this is actually a fair comparison side by side. It gives up 2 discipline in order to gain, 2 discipline and 5 intellect, which would put me down a cooldown in both regards. In order to gain resilience, recovery, and strength, all of which would not gain a cooldown. So basically, this is like the most inefficient gear piece I could wear. But at the same time,
I want position on Vector on that tank every half hour.
all right, it's time to build a snowman. I was thinking the same thing, Basara, but it's all good. I've got an entourage. What a nice feeling. Excellent work on the snowman, John. That's perfect.
Let me know next time you want to watch.
Wow, hugging it out. That's a very short emote. I thought that lasted longer. Wait, no. What do I even have here? Why do I have this equipped? All right, I gotta keep figuring out my gear. This is very, very important stuff. Absolutely critical. Cannot waste any time here. So the channeling robes. It's a 62 roll. It's got low resilience, low strength, high mobility. Do we care? I mean, how does it compare to my other things? Like, it's got more mobility. When do I even use this? Just like if I was running, I don't know. I don't think this is good. It's not good enough, that's for sure. It's not a bad piece, but I mean, I've got such good pieces that it's hard for it to compete. I don't want to get rid of the Rebs of the Great Hunt because they've just got such a high stat total. Even if they're a little lower on discipline and intellect, overall they're still just a beautiful piece of gear. So we keep them.
Well, that's really bad.
These channeling robes, 64 roll, low discipline, low mobility, high strength. You know, we just got to admit their pain. We just got to admit it. They're good, but they're not that good. Mission accomplished. What'd they say? My guard has assembled. Brogan, thanks for gifting us up to Beep. Beep. Appreciate it, Brogan. Thank you, thank you. What's the best dungeon to try for the first time solo? Pit of Heresy, Shattered Throne, or Prophecy? Depends how hard you want to have your skills pushed. Pit of Heresy is by far the easiest. Shattered Throne would be probably next hardest. Prophecy hardest of the three. But Prophecy and Shattered Throne are pretty close between the two of them. I would go with Pit of Heresy. But honestly, they're all really cool, so. They're all worth trying. They're all going to be difficult at some point or other. Actually, you know, Pit of Heresy, I changed my mind. Pit of Heresy might be kind of obnoxious, and it's the lowest quality one. The checkpoint where you have to do the totem and gather 6 balls, that one is like, that's one of the hardest checkpoints in any dungeon, I think. And the Pit of Heresy is really not as much of a payoff as I would want for something like that. If I was going for a first experience, probably Shattered Throne. I think Shattered Throne, actually. That would be my go-to. Shattered Throne. I have decided. Alright, so Vesper of Radius. Am I ever actually going to use Vesper of Radius? Rifts release an arc shockwave when cast. Rift energy recharges faster when you are surrounded by enemies. When would I ever actually use this? I mean, it might be funny on Stasis. Does it one-shot in Crucible if you use Vesper of Radius? I assume not. Because I feel like if you're running a Stasis build, you're better off just running something else entirely other than Vesper. But this is a pretty good roll on Vesper if I was going to keep it for anything. Dang, I loaded into a chat with a lot of people who were very nice. Typo, so it's not getting sent at all. Error has a cool build with it. Error has builds, and they're sometimes really good, but I just don't believe in Vesper of Radius. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking to myself, when would I use Vesper of Radius? And the answer in my head is, you would never use Vesper of Radius, Slayerage. Why would you want to put that on? I mean, with Stasis, you can hurt the enemies as you throw a rift, but that's not the point of a rift. I don't want to hit them with electricity when I throw my rift. I want to actually freeze them and hit them with something really strong. It's a very cool exotic with some cool ornaments, but it's so bad. All right, well, Vesper, I'm just going to admit that I'm never going to wear you. Boop. Wings of Sacred Dawn. Next up on the chopping block. This one is significantly more interesting visually to me. I really like how this looks. The downside is it is total fucking garbage. Like, this is probably one of the worst exotics in the game. I really don't know why it exists at all. It doesn't seem to take shaders very well either. That's really not working in its favor at the moment. It is big fashion, though. The only problem is I can't actually wear it with my snake arms. This is just in the view screen. If you could do that, that'd be sick. Your mate has abused it in trials to win every 1v1. What about just like baiting people around the corner and being up in the air? Oh, it has damage reduction? Oh my god. Maybe I should try this.
These shifts are killing me.
Yeah, this is actually kind of looking like an underrated exotic. Okay, well, we'll keep it then.
I want position and vector on that tank every half hour.
Chromatic Fire. This one's garbage. It's a very bad exotic. There's not really much of a reason to keep it, but it is a 68 roll. So it would pain me to get rid of it because it is not wasting strength. It is like, when do you use Chromatic Fire? Is this like exclusively to BM in the Crucible? Actually, we still can't get rid of it yet. We still can't get rid of it because Bungie has said that there's going to be Stasis Energy type later this year, and it might actually work with Stasis. So we're going to continue not deleting that for the time being. And then we got a Phoenix Protocol that's a 66 roll with a pretty good distribution across the board, I would say. So that's a keeper. I think I have an ornament for that. I don't. Unlucky. I should have bought the ornament. Oh well. Chest pieces are figured out. Gosh, Warlocks have so many good exotics. That's really just that's a struggle. Time to look at helmets. Definitely keeping the Holdfast cover. Channeling Cowl is also good.
The feed went down just as they were going to say who won.
The 100s are because of mods. That's with like, it's 100 because it's got a intellect mod full size and then the plus 20 strength from Radiant Light and it's masterworked. So it's getting 42 stat points in total. This was a 61 base.
Your light is what makes you a guardian. Come, test it.
So I think on account of this being a 59 roll, I don't keep it. Even though that distribution is really, really, really nice. Like, it really just doesn't matter how good the distribution is if it's really only getting 3 points of intellect and 5 points of recovery. Like, that's slightly better, but not slightly better enough for me to want to keep it. Because I've already got a good piece that fills that same role, basically. Alright. And then the Channeling Cowl, that's actually just good, I think. It's my non-top shoot-on piece. This Wild Hunt Hood, though, how do I feel about it? I've been keeping the other Wild Hunt gear despite its high strength values. Do I keep the helmet too? Did I keep the gloves? No, because I would run them with stasis. The question is, if I run Wild Hunt, Claws, Wild Hunt, Wild Hunt, what does that look like? That's good. I guess I'll hold on to it. Okay. Dawn Chorus. I don't see myself ever using this, but that's about as good of a role as I could ask for something that I don't see myself using. The thing about Dawn Chorus is it requires me to use Bottom Tree Dawn, and Bottom Tree Dawn is pretty much objectively garbage. It's really a struggle. I just don't see Dawn Chorus ever being meta. I mean, for DPS, you have to punch them and then pop Dawnblade. And like, you know, honestly, I'm gonna delete this purely in objection to Dawnblade being as Icarus dash dependent as it is. Because that actually was a good piece. There's no reason to have strength on a whatever it is, because if you punch something, you just get your full melee back anyway. Provided the thing doesn't die. But like, using Bottom Tree is pretty much only for ad clear, at which point Dawn Chorus isn't helpful. And I don't see myself wanting to use it on account of I don't.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck.
That's a lot of good luck. Like, when am I going to not want Icarus Dash? I just don't see myself being willing to do that ever.
Deal. Stay sharp. Keep it loaded.
Yeah, hopefully there is something that actually makes me want to farm Dawn Chorus. Because I wouldn't have a problem with, like, I don't mind having to go back and actually farm the things that I've deleted. Because having something that I want is a good feeling in this game. But yeah, it would be a big waste of time when I could have just kept my already good one. The thing is, Dawn Chorus isn't so bad that it's, like, in need of change. And with that being the case, I don't see them ever actually getting around to changing it. Stag, do we keep this just because it's cute? I think there was another ornament for Stag that was also good. I honestly think this one looks terrible because, like, with these kinds of exotics, I would really prefer if they just didn't have the standard back of the metal helmet aesthetic going on. This ornament actually kind of looks like ass in my opinion. I'm not really a fan of it at all. Maybe there's an ornament that, or a shader that works with it. Something that makes the eyes glow.
I just want to know who's in charge.
Can't say I'm impressed. Grants Rift energy when critically wounded. Grants Healing Rift, or creates Healing Rift on death. The Healing Rift on death thing isn't really great, but grants Rift energy when critically wounded is like half of your energy. That is actually a decent exotic for survivability, so I probably shouldn't get rid of it. I've actually already done this on my Hunter and Titan Pitiot. But I probably will refine a little bit further than I already have. Just knowing me. I look at my inventory all the time looking for stuff to dismantle or get rid of. Or invest in more. So this thing is pretty sick. I mean, if you're going to run a build that really helps your grenades, it's probably a good idea to have high discipline. High recovery is nice. Good mobility. 66 roll.
Oh, light. Look at that mess.
You like the rule of either masterwork it or delete it? Yep, that's pretty much where I'm at. No, it wasn't this stream. I think it was yesterday, Pitiot. But it might have been the day before that. I mean, it's either yesterday or the day before. But it has been recent. And I still have some gear pieces in the vault that I want to look at. And I've mentioned a bunch of times that I'm going to delete other people's vaults on stream if they obviously are willing to let me look at it and delete things according to whatever parameters they set in place for me. Energy weapons grant death throws, which provides a bonus to the damage of your grenades and grants you grenade energy. When you have death throws and throw a grenade, nearby allies gain increased grenade regeneration for a short time. That sounds like that's actually a pretty good exotic. Knowing that the damage that you can get from it is actually pretty high. We're going to run a discipline mod on it. And I think we do just invest in this all the way. Knowing that I'm running a full discipline mod on it, actually, I don't know. I guess I do run Void for Dynamo still, because there's no... Is there any solar mod for helmets that's like really valuable for grenades? I mean, ashes to assets is actually a thing, isn't it?
I can't believe how good that hunter looked in the Crucible last night.
I've got to try this out sometime. Global Reach fits in there perfectly. Smile. If I was ever actually going to run a Global Reach build. But I really want to try out Verity's Brow, so that'll actually be something that I do probably tomorrow. Probably. Okay, well, I'm reasonably satisfied with this. This is like some really clean looking numbers. Having absolutely no mobility is going to be interesting. I want to try that really quick. Hold up. Got to defeat the High Celebrant, and I got to do the Battleground Oracle on Nessus, which is perfect. That is a great place to go test this out. I don't think I've done Behemoth on Nessus. Is that already available? .94 times grenade damage with Oppressive. So like almost double. Whoa, wait, was that... You had to have Oppressive Darkness for it to work with that, though? What's wrong with global news on Reach? What? Oh, damn it. I don't even have to run that with Void Grenades. For some reason, I was thinking that had to be Void Grenades, but it doesn't. That might actually just be a great exotic. Behemoth is the first one? Oh, yeah, that's right. What is my banner displaying? I don't know what you're referring to. Oh, I hate this. Where's the orange? Oh, the 200k. 200k is number of times I've been asked that question.
Already cracked their outer security layer. The Vex network is compromised, so move fast.
Just kidding. It's my high score on the I don't know what it's called. Disgraced. The Disgraced Nightfall. I did a Disgraced Nightfall on Master Difficulty, and my score wound up being exactly 200,000. So I waited until killing the boss wouldn't be worth any points, and then killed the boss. But yeah, it was kind of cool to me that it was exactly 200,000, so I keep it for that reason. My mobility feels not that low. I'm sure it would not feel that way in Crucible, but... Oh my god, my jump height. It's like so little. I'm going to test out the Verity's Brow tomorrow. See how I feel about it then. But I mostly wanted to know what I'm going to feel like about the very low mobility Warlock skating. I really want to use this, but damn, they're picking it up. I guess I'm committed. So the thing about Warlock dashing with Icarus Dash is like, you don't really want to be off the ground almost at all. It's just more time for your character to lose speed. So lower mobility actually makes you faster. But honestly, it feels like I might have too little somehow. I wonder if there's like a lower limit that you actually do want. Yeah, but not for the whole stream, Quantum. I'm not sure how much I like this no mobility thing, to be honest. Strafe speed and oh my god. Maybe mobility affects Icarus dash distance. I feel like I do remember hearing that, actually. I'll have to see how I, Dude, my jump height is so freaking low. Oh my goodness. It makes me wonder if there's like a really harsh drop-off at like 1 mobility. Specifically because your stats are so low at that point that Bungie wasn't even really ever intending for that to be something people would run outside of the very beginning of the game.
We'll need to wrest control of the defense network from them.
This is like a really horrible area as far as geometry to play this, I'm realizing. I definitely feel heavier.
The Cabal underestimate us at every turn.
They would be wise not to underestimate the Vex either. But I think we all know that wisdom is not a valued trait among the Cabal.
An ironic observation.
I want to know why he says an ironic observation. Can someone unpack that for me? Actually, okay, I gotta say, that did feel pretty nice. It might not even necessarily be faster, but just actually having some open ground to scoot across feels like I'm actually, like... It's like a, you know, having a lowrider, you know? Kind of the same concept. That said, I could put a bump in my mobility if I really wanted to with powerful friends. Just like at no cost at all. So let's see if it feels better if I do that. About the same. I guess I'd keep it a little bit higher just for having some strafe speed, but this is going to require testing in a room that's not garbage. Which the boss room of this isn't garbage, so maybe I can figure it out there. All kinds of stuff to get stuck on. Yeah, I mean, jump height's definitely nice, but low mobility for movement is definitely preferable. I mean, it's true to some extent on all warlocks because of burst glide. Which I hadn't thought about that aspect. I didn't even bother to test that just now. Although, wait, I took that mod off, so I actually am really low mobility currently. It feels like my momentum is just like capping out weird though. The idea being you burst glide, right? Every time you jump off the ground. I mean, there might be a better rhythm to it, but with lower mobility, you're able to get more bursts in because you're not in the ground as long. In the ground, on the ground. Yeah, I'm really not sure if it's worthwhile or not, Corey. Haven't figured that out. I gotta say, Sleepless is not a very good feeling rocket launcher. I don't know what it feels like it's missing, but it does not seem to work for me right at all. So, I used the Osmosis Succession from the raid to do Solo Master Presage, That is so much Destiny jargon in one sentence. But now that I've actually been fooling around with a slug shoddy for a minute and realizing exactly how great they are for damage, I'm thinking it would probably make sense to go for this with Osmosis. And if I could have gotten auto-loading on this, I would have preferred it. Does anyone know if Blasphemer rolls auto-loading? Is that even a thing? I think mine has hipfire grip or something. Yeah, ew. I don't know if Heritage can roll Osmosis. I don't think so, but I might have gotten it and not paid attention to it.
We're too late. The Cabal extracted the information they wanted and destroyed the machine to cover their tracks.
Thanks.
Some data fragments still exist.
Heritage cannot. Oh my
We'll have to
god.
analyze them.
All the way.
Cabal
Come
never
on now.
seemed this savvy with Vex technology before. This feels more elegant than what we're used to.
No doubt a lesson learned from their failure. at
Man, my jump
Sunrise.
feels so just like dampened. Blasphemer does not get auto-loading. Okay, so what would be considered the best perk in the first slot for Blasphemer? Quick draw is probably best. Yeah, quick draw is pretty good. I do like hip firing, so I'm not like super torn up about hip fire grip. Knowing that auto-loading wasn't an option. If auto-loading was an option, I'd be pretty disappointed in this one. But for the time being, at least. Surplus and 4 times the charm are there. Ooh, man, 4 times the charm. That's definitely best for PvE.
There is nowhere left to run, and the pack closes in.
Surplus is good too, but I would definitely want 4 times the charm.
And now, they will be reduced to little more than a memory. Finish this.
Feeling a lot of uncertainty about this. Yeah, I am using burst jump. And there's really just no way this is going to be anywhere near as good. It's my highest mobility chest piece now. Lower. Of course, if I really wanted mobility, I could just get some. Both with this and with mods. Like I could switch a mod into mobility very easily. So I can't decide. There's probably like a very specific amount of mobility that would feel best to me, and I feel like it would definitely not be 10, but now I'm kind of tempted to see what 10 would feel like. But I almost certainly don't even have the gear to get 10 if I wanted to. Let's take a look at this. So, mobility. 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 And a little mobility. So I'm all the way up at 7, which is... Oh my god, I feel floaty now. It's kind of a good feeling, actually, but... Bitch. Oof, that was bad. I messed up, though. It wasn't, was not the ability, that's for sure. I mean, that might work about as well, but it feels pretty bad. That's too much mobility for sure. This was a little strength mod. They killed him already? So I could get another intellect mod going on here and take it from 4 minutes to... I can get 8 seconds off that. But honestly, I might even just want to keep the mobility mod. Or if I don't keep mobility, I could just do...
The Cabal do not weave magic. Unless you count their grasp of technology as sorcery. But I
discipline
can
or
see where
something.
something like a prediction engine blurs those lines.
They wish to enact change on the future by knowing it.
They are not the only one.
Then they will fail.
It's not a bad roll.
Be better served studying the past if they wish to control the future. It is no different than a duel. You watch your opponent for tells that indicate what they will do next. Not because you can see the future, but because you've studied the past.
Let's put this Cabal gold in, shall we? Oh, it already is socketed. That's such a pile of garbage, man. Fuck off out of here. Josh, I don't know if you're in chat, but I'm looking at the Crown of Tempests you linked on Twitter, and I honestly can't get into it because it's a Crown of Tempests. That immediately loses me. It is pretty good, though. We love having a really huge chunk of base mobility. Justin Kinney, did I say thank you for the 7 months? Because I definitely do not remember saying so. Thank you very, very much, Justin Kinney. Much appreciated.
Intel reported increased crew activity. Seems they were right.
Never good when the Cabal get this frisky.
Whatever they're planning will be less effective without a commander. Get in there and take them out.
I think 3 mobility might be the sweet spot for me. Crown of Tempest is amazing anytime Arc Warlock is good. Yeah, sure, but I don't like playing Arc Warlock. And I can't think of a situation where it's so good that I would actually choose to, personally. If you can throw an example at me, I would, pretty nuts on Chaos. I feel like I just heard a weird screeching noise. Like I just heard it again. The hell is that noise? Maybe I do want more mobility. I'm surprised that I actually even feel or notice any difference here. Arc Warlock's pretty good when you have the Arc ability kills bounty. Yep, I guess it would be necessary for that. Are you guys looking forward to the Guardian games this year? No. Why not? Only if hunters don't get last place again. Yeah, they need to change the format quite a bit for that to not happen. Oof.
Weed Monkey donated $17. It's been too long. Turn it up and make it bigger.
I'll consider the turning it up part, but the making it bigger part's not happening. fact, I'm gonna go ahead and take this opportunity to turn it down some, because... Okay, now I can't hear it. Fucking horrible audio design. I swear to God, dude, I turn it down and then it goes loud, and I turn it up and it goes quiet. Yeah, we're gonna be told how to count to 3, but it looks like we're gonna be... Oh my God.
It's nice to almost think of it as a fun song to sing along to.
What the hell? I don't remember this episode. And of course, there's a part of the lore of this is that we've only ever seen the pigs' faces from one side. Fuck this game. I don't think I want to know how to count to 3 anymore.
Try to repeat it.
That's actually such a creepy looking monster.
Let's try that once more.
What in the world, man? Stop! The anticipation.
You can probably say,
Oh no! Is the monster one Peppa? Which one's Peppa? I've never seen Peppa in anything other than Red. I think we can all agree that Peppa Pig is one of the best named animals of all time.
Into the line on the back of the camera.
Yeah, it's blue. Hi, I'm Meat Canyon. I'm here to let you know that Mark Zuckerberg is a fucking hell. Recently, I was deleted from Instagram from the communist Mark Zuckerberg because he hates American family values. Well, that's why I'm here today to say that you should follow me on Twitter @MeatCanyon. There's gonna be a lot of great stuff, like probably more pictures of Tom Brady kissing his kid, sexy photos of myself, and who even knows? Who knows what else is gonna go on there? Uncle Sam and the American government have a firm grip on these, you know what I'm saying? This is both. But also, I gotta tell you, I got 2 new shirts available. One right here and one right here. These are 2 new shirts, and these for Daddy's taxes, alright? So be sure to stop by the links below and support me. Come on, what am I gonna do? What am I supposed to do for free?
If either side were competent, they'd have wiped each other out already.
I think that's my favorite Meat Canyon video. What a weird fucking video. Ban Meat Canyon from that media show shit. Honestly, I would miss out on gyms like that. And he captures a like scary, chaotic energy that's not really found in a whole lot of other areas of YouTube. What, am I gonna do this for free? Bye. The Guardian Games is the pinnacle of the game. It is a time to represent your class and be proud of your choices. It is a battle of sheer will and maximum determination. Only those who give their all will win the games. It is the best time to be a player of Destiny. I love Guardian Games. For a moment, I thought you were actually just directly writing from something Bungie had put on their own site. But I see now that that was just a copy pasta, and I'm a little disappointed. But also pretty impressed at the style. Style really nailed it, apparently. Made you think of Tim and Eric? I do not miss Tim and Eric. That was actually just awful television. Making stupid stuff funny is an art, and I don't think that they had it down, personally, but I respect their effort. This is not a solo dungeon, but maybe I solo more dungeons tomorrow. Wait, did I do my Hunter dungeons? I haven't done my Hunter dungeons. I've got Hunter dungeons tomorrow. Big! And then maybe if Vista's here, I'd delete his vault, and then after that, maybe Valheim or something like that. Let's figure it out. It's gonna be a wild day, maybe. Say Hunter Dungeons one more time. Whoop. You know, I just realized the term Thingummy What is in my head forever because of RuneScape, and I don't know what the hell it's actually about. Does anyone know what a Thingummy What is? Wait, what was the based opinion? Excellent, Vista. You should send me any restrictions about things to be deleted in a DM on Discord, but also I'm going to I think I'll be able to just like look around your vault and your characters and get a pretty good sense of what you do value and what you don't value. So I'm not just gonna go nuts and delete everything just because I am on your account. Like my standards aren't gonna just start applying to your account because that would mean I would delete a ton of stuff that you probably like. So best not to do that.
Crow's intel indicates the commander is nearby.
Sometimes I eat on stream, but I usually don't say anything about it when I'm eating. Try to make it as not obvious as I can. Other times I'll just like stand still in game for a long period. People be like, what's he doing, I wonder? I leave it to the imagination. Although what I should do is shoot, what should I do? Should have a face cam, really. I mean, like, what am I, an amateur? Don't answer that, chat. No restriction, really. You have to give me the Steam guard code, but really go through your inventory and vault and delete what I think shit and keep what I think is good. I will restrain myself to some extent, but we'll see how it goes. I will have to double check to make sure there's nothing in my head that I am holding off on that I like. What else might I need to do tomorrow in the game? Is there anything actually exciting going on? So Trials is dead. Rest in peace. And also LOL. I feel like there's something else. In all honesty, I don't know how people do face cams. Because, like, the amount of emotional energy that goes into expressing yourself at all times, for me personally, that'd be exhausting. Like, knowing that I do not have a face cam going and I can afford to just, like, lean back and... I was going to say something weird, but I decided not to. My girlfriend will be thankful that I did not. Because she hates when I'm weird on stream. Oh, I know Maya strapped onto Slayer's head option. I had a hand cam when the cat was actually hanging out on my desk regularly, but the cat has decided not to do that anymore. It's pretty fucking lame, to be honest. You like the webcam because you can so stream your cool stuff? What are you referring to? You know what game I don't suspect I'll ever finish on stream? As much people are gonna hate this. I don't think we're gonna see the end of Bug Snacks. I'm not sure that day's ever gonna come. Like, unless people really change their tone about it and like are just absolutely dying to see Bug Snack content. Maybe though. I guess it does depend, because like it seems like, and I could be wrong here, it seems like Destiny is kind of reaching the point where it puts us to sleep for the rest of the season. We take a long nap before we get back into having actual like really exciting content again. Not that I'm complaining. I've gotten my playtime out of Season of Chosen so far, but I think we're like just about there. Am I wrong about that? Is there something coming up that I have not been thinking about? Interested in my thoughts on Outriders? Outriders! Oh my god. Wait a minute. Is that Titans? Oh shit, they've got Titans! I literally have never noticed that they could actually fire outside of that bubble. Because it's such a big bubble that I have no problem just walking inside it anyway. Grandmasters, Guardian games, lol.
I respect a commander willing to shed blood on the front line.
That's easy to say when you're the one left standing.
I don't regret a single one of my 1,000 deaths. It's the times I chose not to fight that I regret.
There's nothing wrong with choosing real peace. I wish...
Damn, my character be looking so clean. New Cabal strike. Oh, I didn't know there was going to be a new strike. Thought we were just getting the old ones back. That's kind of cool. I'll take that. Grandmasters will be something to do. I mean, I'm going to need to regain some materials, so that'll be fine. And, what was the other one? Guardian games. No meme is going to be a thing. I'm sure I'll participate in that. Not sure to what extent. We'll find out. So what is the gear in my vault again? I've got almost exclusively hunter armor in my vault. Shoot. I'm going to have to figure out which of that I want to keep. Actually, no, I think I already tried and couldn't. Pain. So basically what I think about Outriders is the gunplay is not as satisfying as I would have liked for it to have been, at least at the lower level. I just don't feel like my shots have any impact, and that's one of my big issues with the game, like Outriders, or, I mean, more, there's, Ooh. Let's do it. I'm gonna try it. Okay, so I see that people would prefer a face cam to a pet cam. Anyway, so Division and Warframe. Warframe didn't have the issue to the same extent for me, but it was present in Warframe too. But it was definitely most noticeable in Division and Outriders, where it's just like there's like a human type enemy, and I'm just like pelting its face with bullets, and it's just not even flinching. And that is like, that is a real, ew. That is a real big fat no thank you for me. I do not like it when I'm shooting an enemy a bunch and they just don't seem to be affected at all. That's lame. What? Oh, yeah. I didn't really get to any of the cool guns, so that's the thing. The movement did not feel really good at all. I do not like... I mean, third person in general is kind of rough, but Warframe manages to make third person work by giving you a ton of movement options that makes it fun.
Interesting.
And Outriders is kind of the opposite of that. The movement... The weapons didn't really feel like they had any impact, and I guess the abilities didn't feel like they had any impact either, which is really where Destiny succeeds, amusingly enough, and a big part of why Destiny is so much fun. I did enjoy playing it. Like, I felt like I could keep playing it, and I would have done more missions if I had had the opportunity to just have them, like, placed right in front of my face. Because improving my gear was pretty satisfying, and there was obvious potential for, like... kind of specifying your build within the class that you play, which is kind of cool. Or at the very least, unlocking abilities that are fun to use. And then your armor and weapons probably roll into that. So I guess it was like a fun game that I had just a lot of issues with that were turn-offs.
Take that as a compliment.
Absolutely not excess me. Look how obnoxious this green is. Yeah, I see that on my screen too. It's a great green in my opinion. Very obnoxious. Very spearminty. Yeah, the build depth in Outriders might actually be really good. It's kind of hard to tell at this moment, but yeah. Like I said though, the baseline for me is that it was a fun game. Like I was having fun playing it, but there are a lot of things that just I felt keenly aware that they could have been better. That said, it's not like, I mean, if you love Destiny, for instance, it's not like you just always have Destiny available to play. You know, like, at some point or other, you're going to need to do other things because Destiny just isn't an infinite spring of content. If you tried to play Destiny and nothing else, you would run out of things to do. I feel like, oh my god, that buzzing was so annoying. Motion blur's going away in the full release. That was, no, kind of, wait, no, I can't remember. I'm going to hold on to this. I wanted an Archer's Tempo Wellspring roll. This is unfortunately not the best one, but it's something. Did I feel like there was something I wanted to do, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it was. Not Hunter Dungeons, no. Delete more good gear. Yeah, no, that's usually on my list, but I don't think that's it this time. What the hell was it? Yes! This wasn't it, but yes. Learn to make a new proving rune, which grants an additional chance at glimmer. More Cabal gold. I don't care about that. Increase the amount I can carry to 84. That's nice if I actually really wanted to run Battlegrounds. Smashing the tribute chest rewards 2 Cabal gold? That's huge! Random Season of the Chosen gear from the Red Legion chest and Battlegrounds. Man, I don't fucking know. I have no idea how I have that many unlocks. I haven't done anything special. I've just been doing my Battleground stuff on a weekly basis. Shoot, dude. There's something I wanted to do and I cannot for the life of me remember what it was. Maybe it was just finish this quest. Maybe that's all I was thinking of. But I could swear there was one more thing. It really doesn't help that I didn't verbalize this. Maybe I'll look at the map. No, not the helmet. What's in my postmaster? The gun I've got on is the Blasphemer. It's the moon slug shotty. The bow? No. Delete good gear on other accounts? Shoot, dude, this is gonna drive me nuts. Moving target snapshot. That'd be pretty good if I actually wanted to use this for PvP for some reason, which I definitely do not ever. Bro, what is going on in my head? What was it? This is gonna drive me crazy.
Come on, let's talk.
Toasty. Because the Trials is rest in peace. I mean, I don't care about my pinnacle gear enough to go for it. I've already done my raid. The Hunter Dungeons. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe I'll figure it out later. If I remember, that's great. If I don't remember, it's whatever. But it's time for me to go ahead and call this stream to a close. I will be online tomorrow, I'm sure. I don't know what time. I'll look into downloading Valheim tonight so that I don't have to do that on stream tomorrow. I'm not really 100% sure what that is going to entail. But yes, we're going to go ahead and host Glad. Glad is playing Valheim now, so I'm going to watch him play that for a bit. And if you guys want to hang out, that would be cool. Make sure to follow my channel if you liked it. If you do not like my channel, you can still follow it. It's an option, just saying. I enjoyed your stay too, Clerkin. Thanks so much for being here, everyone. Glad to hear you enjoyed your stay, Clerkin. Hope everybody else enjoyed your stay too. I will see you all later, friends. Have a great rest of your day.